City of Witches, Chapter 1 to 20. Please subscribe and like this video. Also, please help me reach 100 subscribers and support me on Ko-fi for faster updates. Chapter 1, Slave of Witch City, 1. Amidst the cold autumn rainfall, no matter how much time passed, the feeling of having cold, wet skin constantly brushing against the rough leather of the blue overalls, in the middle of autumn, was something impossible to get used to. Fuck, it's filthy and heavy. Shin So-woo couldn't help but mutter curses while continuing to scoop up piles of mud from the clogged drainage pipes with his shovel. As someone who is neither brave nor strong enough to go against his superiors, this invisible act is only the way he could vent as a form of rebellion. A mildewy stench lingered on the rain-bearing raincoat, which heavily weighed on his back. It was a stench he was already familiar with from the ponchos he wore in his military service. The sight of the stagnant water finally being drained after removing the last clump of mud clogging the pipe gave Shin So-woo a small sense of satisfaction. The Trinity Academy's magic library uses a sophisticated drainage system that harvested all the rainwater, which would then converge straight into one huge drainage channel, though nobody knew where the drainage, consisting of more than 20 meters long and straight path, would go from there. However, as long as it was effective, nobody cared where the waste ended up getting disposed of. At the end of the day, the end result was So-woo getting covered in filth and mud. After putting down his shovel, he then straightened out his back, producing a loud popping sound which was a testament to his long and arduous work. Fortunately, that was the last chore he had to do this morning. Once his morning chores were complete, So-woo had the chance to rest in his room until 2 p.m., try chewing on a few pieces of dry bread, and then pass out for around 2 hours. For a man like him who had to work for more than 12 hours every day, having the ability to take a power nap was an extremely useful and necessary skill. Shin So-woo desperately wanted to get out of this shithole as soon as possible. When he looked above him, the first thing he saw was a small pair of pretty-looking feet. "Hey, janitor, can't you clean any better than this, janitor?" Whether it was the Academy's assistants, the professors, or the researchers, they all referred to Shin So-woo by the title of a janitor, despite only being referred to by his title, instead of his surname or first name. In reality it was a surprisingly humane treatment, though it would seem otherwise at first glance. When it comes to slaves affiliated with the Central City Hall, having an actual title was nothing short of a blessing. Usually, depending on where they were assigned, slaves would only have titles along the lines of "you, a hey, you there," or "a slave, yeah, heartbroken bar sorry about that," focused more on climbing his way out of the waist-high drain than apologizing half-heartedly. Once So-woo finished climbing, he immediately backed away from the woman's side. This kind of treatment wasn't anything special here. "What do you want? Today, we will be having a lesson on the bodily fluids of human males and the relationship it has with magic. Have your clothes changed by 12 o'clock and then wait at the entrance of the second academy building." After being enslaved for over 5 years, most would start to pick up on certain things. Actually, So-woo had already started to feel uneasy once he had noticed that somebody like her, an associate professor, had personally come to a filthy place like this. His ominous premonition had come true once again. "As always, about that a broken bar. By the time I finish washing up and changing my clothes, it would already be past noon. A broken bar? Is there a problem? A broken bar?" So-woo could clearly see that the associate professor was upset, judging from the expression on her pretty face. There was a contrast between her neatly tied back, lustrous blonde hair, and her alluring lips pursed into a disappointed frown. At a glance, she was obviously upset, but So-woo knew that behind the gleam in her mystical sapphire eyes lay an expression very different from the one she was willing to show. "A broken bar? You don't have any complaints, do you?" As soon as hard labor was finished for the day, this associate professor, Amelia Marigold, would immediately drop her facade and reveal her true nature of being a witch who is obsessed with the man known as Shin So-woo. However, one thing shouldn't be misunderstood. The reason behind Amelia being called a witch was not because of some cruel personality or sociopathic tendencies. Rather, this beautiful young lady, who looks to be not a year over 20, was literally a witch. In other words, a genuine sorceress who had already inherited the witch's brand from her predecessor of the A. Marigold line of witches and has already been alive for countless decades. No, I'll get ready as soon as possible. Sawu profusely apologized once more and hurriedly began bowing his head repeatedly. In this city, witches were considered to be above everyone else. Nobody would ever bat an eye even if a lowly slave such as Sawu were to be killed simply because a witch disliked his choice of words. Stop right there. Amelia's long eyelashes fluttered as she called out to Sawu. Her alluring aura, perfect proportions, and peak beauty seemed as if they were meticulously crafted by God. If it were just based on her doll-like appearance alone, no one would ever think that she was a vicious witch at all. After a brief pause, Amelia began to speak a broken bar. Are you finally ready to change your answer? I believe that 5 years is plenty of time to think over my proposal. While her voice had the same business-like tone as before, there was now a subtle hint of seduction hidden underneath. Sawu's mind went blank for a moment from the implications behind her words. Suddenly, Sawu began to feel a small fragment of an emotion that he thought he had already lost years ago. No matter what manner of indecencies or humiliation that Sawu would be forced to experience, he would never lose his pride. I won't change my answer, no matter how many times you ask. Anyways, it's about time for me to start getting ready, so I'll be leaving first. Sawu then proceeded to turn around after pulling his shovel out of the pile of mud it was stuck in and head back to his home. While standing alone amidst the pouring rain, Amelia's eyes began to narrow with a dangerous glint. That fucking bitch. Sawu hadn't been this angry in a long time. Most of the time, it would only be at the point where his heart thumps with spite whenever he complains to himself. For some reason, Amelia would always find a way to get under his skin every time she opened her mouth. It was a known fact that all witches were an extremely privileged group of individuals. Not only are they immortal, they have the ability to control the mysterious power of magic and would often relentlessly pursue revenge, even for the most trivial of insults to their pride. Of course, Sawu despised witches. He especially hated Amelia Marigold the most, as he was feeling frustrated that he couldn't swear as much as he pleased because of the possibility that somebody might overhear. He got startled by the rough hand that suddenly grabbed his shoulder. From behind, he could hear the culprit's smug voice. "Ice up, brother." "Why the long face? Just who the fuck are you calling brother, you bastard?" "Whoa, looks like somebody's talkative today. Did something bad happen? Come on, you can tell me." In this entire academy, there was only one person who wouldn't hesitate to hold on to Sawu's muddy shoulders. That person was Takasho Mimaya, a Japanese man from Hokkaido. Just where the fuck have you been? The majestic Hokkaido pagoda does not distinguish between day or night. Takasho gave me a sly expression and wiggled his pinky. So basically, while Sawu had toiled away his entire morning in the chilly rain, Takasho was having fun rolling around in the bed of some researcher or professor. Despite appearances, Sawu and Takasho shared quite a few similarities. They were both 28 years old, kidnapped from Earth to the wretched city of witches, Ajana, and were forced to become slaves of the city hall. However, despite their similar circumstances, there was still one major difference between them. While Sawu took the honest route of miserable hard labor, Takasho had whored himself to the witches in exchange for numerous conveniences. That thought made Sawu's blood boil again. All the anger he felt towards Amelia a while ago had suddenly worsened once he saw Takasho's smug face. "Are you really that fucking shameless? Those assholes are the reason why we're stuck in this trash heap to begin with. After all the suffering they've put us through, now you're just gonna go ahead and sleep in the same bed as those fucking monsters? It's always been my dream to be a pimp. Besides, compared to the time when I had to cater to the old aunties back in the day, the women here are even prettier than the most beautiful girls in Tokyo. If you could just stop being stubborn and throw away your pride, this place will become a paradise for you." After he finished delivering his little speech, Takasho gave Sawu a big, toothy grin. Without fail, every single person from Earth who were brought to Jaina, the city of witches, would always end up as slaves. Only two types of slaves existed in Jaina. You either became a common slave, which collectively belongs to the city hall, or a private slave, who are owned by an individual. According to this system, the common slaves have to prove their worth in order to receive any kind of humane treatment. In other words, they either had to be good-looking like Takasho or have the ability to work in public affairs like Sawu. Well, even though that's what most believe, neither Sawu nor Takasho knew the exact criteria behind being chosen. However, one thing was clear, and that was the fact that Takasho was using his past experience of working at a host club to the fullest in order to live a comfortable lifestyle in this foreign city. That Associate Professor Amelia is interested in you, right? This could be your chance. If you want, I could give you a couple pointers. As long as you follow my lead, even someone as stubborn as her would end up melting in your hands. Shoving Takasho off of his shoulder, Sawu spat out, "Fuck that shit, Sawu, I can definitely tell that you lived an honest life back in Korea. However, even if your attitude is considered to be honest where you come from, in Japan, it would be considered to be extremely arrogant. I already said I won't go through with it. Why are you being so damn persistent today?" "Oh, come on, bro, I was just trying to lighten the mood." With his experience as a former host, Takasho was easily able to notice that Amelia had taken a particular interest in Sawu. On his first day working at the academy, Sawu had refused to attend to Amelia that night. Back then, Sawu was still a naive young man who didn't know all that much about witch culture and got embarrassed, so he ended up refusing her invitation. A broken bar. He never would have guessed that Amelia would still be holding on to that grudge 5 years after the fact. However, even after learning more about witch culture, he decided not to change his answer. One could say that it was a matter of pride. There was conviction in not throwing away one's pride, even if one knew that the end result would be the same, regardless. "Anyway, I'm busy right now, get out of my way." "Again? But you just got back." "Sheesh, must be tough being a scholar." Despite his annoying sense of humor, Takasho was still a good friend. Takasho had helped Sawu a lot over the years by smuggling him some stuff he could get from his more affluent environment. Besides that, he was also the only person Sawu could openly speak with. If serving military service for 2 years with somebody was enough to become best friends, being forced into slavery together must be enough to practically become brothers. Anyone would become close friends after that. Is the next job being the assistant again? Yeah. And it's being the assistant of that bitch too, god damn it. While Sawu kept on fuming, Takasho had an interesting look on his face. So then it would be broken by that class, huh? Yeah, that class. Takasho was confused when he saw Sawu's downcast expression. If that's the case, then why are you so depressed? Shouldn't you be happy about something like this? Knowing the content of the class, any other guy would love to be in his place. Looks like the comforting sight of newbie apprentice witches is something a guy like you could never understand. Whoa, look at this old pervert. You do know what happens to anyone who touches an apprentice witch, right? If anyone tried to do something like that, their head would instantly go flying. Such a taboo topic is better left alone unless you want to end up getting buried 6 feet under. Seeing the solemn look on Sawu's face, Takasho answered with a big smile. Haven't you ever felt that sometimes, even just the act of looking at flowers can make you happy? Anyways, if you really don't want to go a broken bar, how about I take your place? Trust me, I would love that, but that's impossible. Associate Professor Amelia summoned me personally. TCH, what a tough situation you found yourself in, huh? Takasho clicked his tongue in regret. From the point of view of a guy who loves women, this was like handing him a wrapped gift that he wasn't allowed to open. However, for someone like Sawu, who had an average libido, a job like this was tougher than any other labor. In that case, I'll be on my way as well. I also have some work to do right now, so I'll see you later. Takasho patted Sawu on the back in an attempt to cheer him up, and then disappeared at the end of the hallway. Judging from that response, he probably had yet another patron waiting for him. Since Sawu was delayed by Takasho earlier, he had to quickly wash himself and get changed in order to show up in time. An endless amount of complaints await him if he doesn't make it to Associate Professor Amelia's appointed time. Once Sawu finally finishes changing into his lab coat, he would then need to wait 5 minutes in advance at the meeting place. He heaved a deep sigh. This wretched city, that was the only thing Sawu could utter. He had nothing else to say besides that. TL note: for new readers, this is one of the best adult novels and is critically acclaimed also for its plot. First chapters might be a bit hard to go through for some, but it will get a lot better. The real plot actually starts on 80+, so be sure to give it a chance. Till then, enjoy. If there was anything that the Academy lacked, it was modern conveniences such as a bathhouse. Basically, the concepts of running water or indoor plumbing don't exist here. After peeling off his grimy work uniform, Sawu squatted down right by the nearby well and began to pour ice-cold groundwater all over his body. Each time a dry lump of mud melted, his body would begin to shiver as more of his flesh was exposed to the chilly breeze. If only he wasn't on such a tight schedule, he would have at least taken the time to boil some hot water. Once he realized that Amelia was the one behind this suffering, Sawu clenched his teeth in fury. It's cold as fuck. It's been 5 years since he was kidnapped to Jaina and became a slave. In order to fully explain how absurd this city was, first it was essential to describe what witches were. After reading about them from books he found in the library and living together with them for 5 years, Sawu already had a deep understanding of what kind of existences they were. Witches were all arrogant, dangerous, selfish, and insane people. However, this was simply Sawu's impression that he got from spending 5 years with them and was far from the actual definition or concept of witches. Personal feelings aside, a witch was anyone with a brand engraved somewhere on their body and had the ability to cast magic. Sawu had first gotten this information from the slave trader who had kidnapped him and taken him to Jaina. That slave trader with a scar on his face had given Sawu some advice that couldn't really be considered advice. Unless you're feeling suicidal, then you should never oppose a witch. Now that he thought back on it, he got a bit pissed. Sawu was just living life normally when he suddenly got kidnapped. Then after getting kidnapped, the guy who was going to sell him had the balls to give him such shitty advice. Even then, the look of instinctual horror on that slave trader's face was still engraved in Sawu's memory. Now, 5 years later, after being sold to a city hall official at a slave auction and then being assigned as a janitor of Trinity Academy, Sawu finally understood the slave trader's advice back then. After listening in on Amelia's lectures or reading the books kept in the library, the fear of witches did not just stem from their ability to wield magic. What was actually frightening was their purpose and how they went about achieving it. The purpose of all witches was to achieve the great magic used by the witch of creation. For witches who are always pursuing higher paths of witchhood, pushing the limits of ethics and morality were common. In fact, it was said that being a private slave was more dangerous than being a common slave. Some private slaves even end up dying during secret human experiments. Well, that explanation might be a bit hard to understand. So, in a nutshell, witches were crazy magic-wielding bitches. The insane cravings of a middle-aged menopausal woman was nothing compared to a witch's obsession with magic. They're really crazy bitches. A broken bar. What would have happened to him if somebody other than the city official had been the one to buy Sawu at the slave auction? Every time he thought of that possibility, chills would run down his spine. Anyways, he had to hurry before he ran out of time. After drying himself off with a hole-filled towel, he put on some loose white clothing, choosing to go without underwear. The white uniform was a stiff material without any synthetic fibers, and resembled a dress that barely covered the body. This garment, called a lab coat within the Trinity Academy, was more worthy of being called a cleaning rag than a clothes. If you looked closely enough at the skirt, like Sawu's national treasure would be revealed in its full glory. After finally putting on a lab coat that he would never get used to, despite the many times he had already worn them, Sawu headed straight towards the second school building. Trinity Academy was located within a place known as Lenimond Town. This was a place where apprentice witches were trained, and fully fledged witches could perform their research. The Academy's campus was built in the shape of a cross, perfectly aligned with the four cardinal directions: east, west, north, and south. All of the buildings were made of stone, in a mix of Jaina's unique architectural style and the 17th century Baroque style. Among them, the most recently renovated Second Academy building in the north was reminiscent of the Palace of Versailles on Earth. It could be because of how luxurious and lavishly decorated it appeared. Although Jaina's class-based society, system, and origins left a bad taste in Sawu's mouth, even he couldn't help but admire how amazing the architecture was. As he entered the Second Academy building through a corridor that was connected to all rooms, Sawu was greeted by the sight of crystal chandeliers, candles lit with a soothing light, and a ceiling painting portraying the wonders and beauty of magic. In front of him stood Amelia Marigold, who was looking down with a troubled expression on her face. Sometimes she would get lost in her thoughts like this. She wore poulaines, those shoes with pointed tips witches always wore in fiction, a mermaid dress which accentuated her figure, and a cloak that wrapped around her shoulders. Her overall color scheme was themed around dark colors. Seeing how it was a class for instructing apprentice witches, she had dressed formally. Each piece of clothing that Amelia inherited from her predecessor Ray Marigold was a size larger than what would normally fit her. Thanks to that, along with the fact that she was currently holding a book half her size, the frowning Amelia appeared very small. A broken bar. Sawu's mind went blank for a moment as he stared at her side profile as if he were possessed. Even he must admit, although he hated witches, they were indeed beautiful. Her luscious blonde hair freely draped over her cloak, her red lips that were akin to the forbidden fruit, and her soft curves that showed through her clothes a broken bar. She was so dazzling that her beauty could no longer be considered to be within the realm of humanity. Amelia, who appeared to be perfectly sculpted like a statue, was able to easily blend into the scene of this gorgeous and luxurious hall. Associate Professor. Amelia slowly blinked at Sawu's call. Less than 5 seconds later, she looked up at Sawu with a cold expression. She then pulled out a pocket watch from her cloak and checked the time. It's 3 minutes past noon. Does it look like I have the time to idly stand by? I had arrived on time, but I didn't want to disturb the associate professor. You seem to be deeply contemplating something about the secrets of magic. Actually, he was spying on her side profile, but this was best left unsaid. Wrong. You should have called out to me instead of just standing there. The confirmed arrival time of janitor is 3 minutes after the appointed time, meaning that you are late. Unless I'm aware of it, there's no way to tell if you're on time or not, correct? I apologize. Sawu was quick to apologize. It wasn't his first time being in such a situation. Amelia always looked like she was about to chew him out, but she didn't scold him too much if he immediately apologized. She seemed to think that it was beneath her to let a mere slave criticize her. Never mind, I would rather teach a lab rat magic than to expect wise judgment from you. I deeply apologize, but today, Amelia's admonishments ended up being long-winded. Amelia's scolding session continued as Sawu kept his head bowed. I think I have pretty much overlooked janitor's mistakes so far. Since you weren't properly punished, you're still repeating the same obvious mistakes. Sawu suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. For the next week, after you finish your afternoon work, clean up my lab. I beg your pardon? This was outright harassment. If she used her magic, she could easily clean up her lab in 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Sawu, who was not a witch, would need more than 3 hours to clean such a complex lab. Sawu was already working more than 12 hours a day, and Amelia had just given him 3 hours of overtime just because he was 3 minutes late. Are you not going to do it? You didn't arrive at the appointed time. Sawu couldn't talk back. Amelia ended the conversation by saying that she would not accept any objections or complaints. Then she threw the large book towards Sawu's chest. Before walking up the stairs, Sawu almost couldn't hold back the curses he was about to start spewing out of his mouth. He could see Amelia's back as she climbed the stairs. and the long cloak that was dragging on the floor, which was too long for someone of her stature. So-woo really wanted to step on it and make her trip. However, he didn't have the confidence to deal with the consequences. In the end, feeling even more burdened than before, So-woo began to follow Amelia. 3. Sit down. Amelia entered the classroom and began the lecture without any sort of greeting. The classroom, with colors which did not fade even in gloomy weather, exuded a certain type of elegance. It had a structure similar to a terrace with a desk centered behind a large blackboard. Compared to common lecture halls which are built to accommodate a large number of people, this space could only fit 20 people. That wasn't a problem. However, as there were only 2 apprentice witches attending this class, the 2 girls were clinging to each other, as if they shared one body. They were grinning at So-woo from behind their desks. The atmosphere became a bit tense, probably because they had been chattering up until now. So-woo put the heavy book down on the table and stood next to Amelia. Once he turned round, he got startled by the 2 pairs of purple eyes staring at him. The girls were identical twins, to the point where it appeared as if they were clones of each other. They had been paying attention to So-woo from the moment he and Amelia had entered the classroom. Adet and Odile, they were currently the only apprentice witches who had been taking classes at Trinity Academy since 2 years ago. Their hair was dark and they had bright violet eyes. They were sitting there innocently, as if they didn't know anything about the world, but So-woo already knew, just because someone was innocent didn't mean they were good. As an example, think of a child stomping an ant to death with an innocent look on their face. It could be argued that the innocence of these twins was similar to that kind of ferocity. Professor Amelia, is today's class with Assistant Shin So-woo? Professor Amelia, is today's class with the assistant? They spoke at almost the same time. Their voices were clear and high, akin to the chirping of a small bird. Even their voices sounded similar. Unless you looked closely at their mouths, it would be impossible to know which one was currently speaking. Yes, Amelia secretly sighed, as if she was already tired. At the same time, Odile and Adet faced each other. It almost looked like there was a mirror between them, giving off some sort of uncanny feeling. What kind of experiment are we doing today? Amelia, the 15th witch of the Marigold line, was an associate professor at Trinity Academy and had already achieved a higher realm of 22 paths. She was a baroness, an extremely rare noble within the witch society. In other words, the twins, who were just apprentice witches, couldn't just talk to Amelia however they wanted. Not that Amelia was sensitive enough to care too much about that kind of thing. Men's bodily fluids and a broken bar. Kaya, it's so indecent. Kaya, how can you be so obscene? Odile and Adet had already begun to make a fuss before Amelia could even finish speaking. Seeing Amelia biting her lips, So-woo felt extremely satisfied. It was almost only when she was dealing with the twins that Amelia ever looked this frustrated. So-woo had no idea how Odile and Adet, who were only green apprentice witches, were able to get such a reaction out of Amelia, but still, this rare sight of Amelia finally gave So-woo some satisfaction for the troubles she had given him. A broken bar. Its relationship with magic. Is he going to strip? He's going to strip, right? That's right. But alas, he could only feel satisfied for so long. Amelia might have been left frustrated by the twins, but So-woo must be careful around them no matter what, else, he would be forcefully humiliated in front of the twins yesterday, today, and probably tomorrow as well, a fact that would never change until he could escape this wretched city. But before the actual experiment, we need to check how well Miss Adet and Miss Odile are following the class. But theories aren't interesting. That's right, that's right. Witch Gemini said that magic theory without practice is meaningless. However, Amelia couldn't be toyed with by the twins forever. She had the dignity of an associate professor. Once she sets a serious tone, the twins would be forced to follow suit. Amelia slammed down onto the desk, now completely ignoring the twins' complaints. Please submit the last assignment I gave you. Yes, yes, Professor. The twins glanced at each other, suddenly turning into obedient children, and submitted their bundles of paper. They may be young and immature, but they were still apprentice witches. Looking down at the papers, They seemed to be filled with complicated magic formulas. So who was interested and tried to peek at the contents of the assignment, suddenly became startled. He could feel that the eyes of the twins were fixated on him. Amelia began to go through the twins' assignments. Was she even reading them? Since her ruby-adorned red quill pen glided across the pages at an extremely fast pace, at that moment, the eyes of the twins also turned to Amelia. In Sewu's opinion, the apprentice witches were prime examples of the witch's obsession and madness toward magic. The witch of creation was said to be able to conjure something out of nothing. Every witch lived in hopes of reaching her level, a realm which was nothing short of being a god, just as one would expect after seeing Amelia, who despite existing for over 150 years still possessed a young and beautiful appearance. Witches had already gained eternal youth after receiving their A-brand. However, just because they had an infinite lifespan, did not mean that they were able to develop indefinitely as well. Some witches would soon be forced to face an insurmountable wall in their progress, forever stuck in their own perpetual cycle. After failing countless times for hundreds of years, numerous witches, even the most stubborn ones, had to eventually admit their defeat. They had to accept the fact that it was impossible for a single individual to be able to make any achievement that could ever rival the achievement made by the Witch of Creation. Normally, most people who had some common sense would simply give up at this point. However, witches were a group of people who lacked that common sense to begin with. After realizing the inevitable truth, they had finally decided, if they were trying to achieve a feat that was impossible to try in just one life, they would just try again in their next life. They would start by looking for somebody who had a completely different mindset and talent from themselves. Once they found themselves a suitable successor, then they would pass down their research, allowing the successor to continue the research in their predecessor's stead. Inside every witch's brand carried several generations worth of precious research their predecessor was working on. It was thanks to the apprentice witches, such as Odile and Adet, that the witch's brand was able to be accepted and the research of the predecessor would be able to be passed down to their disciple. It wasn't only the life of others that were disregarded by witches in the pursuit of magic. To people like them, even something like their own life would become nothing more than a tool necessary to complete their magic. Amelia stacked the papers together after having finally checked every single one. Now then, come here and take back your graded assignments. Amelia returned both assignments in less than 15 minutes. She didn't pay much attention to the exact score given to an assignment. According to Amelia's theory, magic was not something that could ever be specifically graded. As I always say, the corrections that I have made are only one possibility. Don't ever give up and just accept the solution as it is, but rather continue to constantly reflect on it and question that solution. We understand, Professor. Surprisingly, the strict Amelia was actually pretty good at teaching. Whenever she taught a class, the first thing she always did was acknowledge the possibility of an alternate path existing apart from her own. When you consider just how prideful witches got when it came to their magic, this attitude was extremely flexible. Along with the sounds of paper rustling, the twins, who had already received their assignment back, started to quickly check through Amelia's corrections as if they were competing with each other. Looking at the speed at which they were reading through their assignments, they obviously weren't able to properly process the information. No matter how talented the two girls were, they were still too young to completely copy the advanced technique of Amelia, a mature witch. My score's 7. Adet, what did you get? I got a 59. Looks like it's my win today, sis. You're lying. It's impossible for our scores to be that different. Odile was in disbelief as she checked the papers that Adet had given her with a smug look on her face. The number isn't the only thing that matters. Look, in mine only one line got corrected, but in yours there's an entire paragraph that got corrected. See? Yeah, but wasn't it clear that we bet on the number of corrections? Suddenly, Amelia's fingers twitched. Her exhausted expression made it look like she was in desperate need of a cigarette right now. However, now wasn't the time for Amelia to start smoking. Instead, she slammed her hands on her desk to silence the ongoing quarrel. Be quiet. I'm sorry. Adet started it, though. I'm sorry, Professor a broken bar. My sister is a bit immature. Amelia waited for the chaos to subside without a word. After everything had finally settled down, she then immediately started the class without bothering to mention anything about the assignment beforehand. There's something that I want to ask you before I begin. Is it possible for a man to possess mana? Every class that Amelia taught began with a question like this. Confused, Odile and Odette began discussing among themselves. The answer is no, right? Isn't that why it's only women that ever become witches? That has to be it. But even if men don't have any mana, why can't they just inherit a brand instead? The moment the Tropic of Men got introduced, the twins got excited as they began to immerse themselves within Amelia's lecture. Well, isn't the reason because they're stupid? And no offense to Assistant Sawu, the lively pair of twins turned towards Sawu with wistful expressions on their faces. Despite the distractions, Amelia's lecture itself was still interesting to listen to. As a high-ranking witch, she was able to clearly point out the essence of the subject. As it is discussed in many myths, the mother who bore the world was the goddess. The mainstream symbols and systems are used as the basis for modern magic. Modern magic is a set of conceptual symbol systems that contain mana, and while men have the ability to create life, they are not able to harbor the life that they create. Similarly, unlike women, they can directly generate mana within their body. However, they are unable to handle the brand and its foreign mana. Odile and Odette both nodded in understanding at the same time. However, that does not completely exclude men from the study of magic. If we witches were able to generate mana directly within our bodies like men, it would be an innovative discovery that would overturn our current standards of magic theory. Then, is this class going to be learning about the manifestation of mana? Correct. But in order to do that, we need to first check the correlation between a man's bodily fluid and mana. Anything more than that would be too difficult at your current level. Sawu felt that the time had finally come. Then, Amelia commanded him in an impassive tone, "Take off your clothes, assistant." Understood. The moment that he had been dreading had finally arrived. The whole time he'd been present in the classroom, Sawu was treated no differently than a simple training aide. A training aide that received several curious glances towards his genitals that he was being forced to reveal. After taking off the lab coat he wore, Sawu's completely bare form was revealed. The thin lab coat was already so skimpy, to the point that it took him less than 5 seconds to take off. Well, that's why the coat was designed that way in the first place. Woha broken bar, 5-year broken bar. Despite having seen it more than a few times already, the twins stared at Sawu's bare physique with twinkling eyes. It was a unique sex education lesson for this pair of twins who had been raised in a greenhouse-like environment, their paths already set to become witches from birth. Sawu had a body that could be described as an average adult male, being neither particularly fat nor muscular. On top of that, his little brother down there was large enough to stand out regardless of what position it was in. Plus, he hasn't even gotten erect yet. Fortunately enough, nobody had mentioned his size anyways. How is it always so shiny every time I see it? Currently, besides his head, not a single strand of hair existed on Sawu's body. This was because, while acting as a teaching aide, all hair must be removed from the body so that students are more able to clearly identify the A subjects. The hair removal process was done by bathing oneself in a strange liquid. Sawu kept his head facing downwards and grudgingly cooperated with the experiment with his hands clasped behind his back. They weren't the type of people to listen, rather they would ask him to thank them for cleaning his hair off. Stop getting distracted, focus. Maybe it was because of his earlier conversation with Darkasho. For some reason, Sawu felt like Amelia, whom he had thought was entirely incapable of making any kind of facial expression, now seemed to have a tinge of redness on her cheeks. Men have the ability to exert mana by their own will, but it is during ejaculation that the most violent mana generation occurs. It is so easy to spot that even beginners like you wouldn't even need a precision instrument. Amelia began lifting Sawu's sleeping brother with a long, slender stick. Right now, she was quite literally treating a man's flaccid dick like a dried radish at the produce aisle. The generation of mana is closely related to the state of mental elevation, and the act of sowing seeds, which is engraved on a man's instinct, evokes an instinctive exaltation. Today, we are going to observe it. The way she explained made it sound more complicated than it really was. In simpler terms, his dick would be masturbated until he ejaculated. If the test subject was a pervert like Takasho, they would definitely enjoy it, but Sawu wasn't that type of person. When Sawu got his semen collected for the first time in order to make a magic reagent, he felt so much shame that he couldn't sleep for a week straight. After ensuring that the twins were ready to begin, Amelia began placing a silver pendulum and chalkboard on top of her desk. She began by drawing a magic circle using chalk on the black chalkboard. Despite its seemingly ordinary appearance, however, the chalk she was using was not just an ordinary piece of chalk, it was a piece of magic chalk, commonly used as a material for drawing magic circles. It was made by mixing limestone powder with gold powder as well as some special reagents that helped increase the conduction of mana. Of course, it was an expensive item that a slave like Sawu couldn't even dream of buying, especially seeing how even that small piece being used right now had cost more than a year's worth of his salary. A few moments later, the previously blank space of the chalkboard had been instantly filled with runes, geometric shapes and lines. Somehow, in that short amount of time, Amelia was able to draw all of those straight lines and curves perfectly by hand without using any kind of tool. She then placed the pendulum, that was hanging from a tripod, on the completed magic circle. This right here is a very simple magic circle that is able to detect the generation of mana. You can properly understand the structure, right? Yes, Professor. Are you going to make him ejaculate now? It definitely wasn't a very complicated magic circle, as even Sawu, a normal human, knew how it worked. As such, there was no way that the twins wouldn't be able to understand it. Once the circle is activated, the pendulum would begin to swing back and forth once it detects mana being generated from an outside source. The width of the pendulum's swing would be determined by the magnitude of the generated mana it had detected. As expected, the twins only had to glance at the magic circle to completely understand how it worked. Rather, they were much more eager to see my semen spurting out as soon as possible. Trying to empty his thought as preparation, a certain calmness began to spread in Sawu's mind. He didn't even know if he could last even one round because of how exhausted he felt, but he will still try to hold on anyway. After he finished clearing his mind, he continued to wait for Amelia's signal. Once she sent the cue, Sawu had to start masturbating in front of these three women. Yes, but we will proceed a bit differently from the experiments we have done so far. Alright. After rolling up her sleeves, Amelia's white hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the hilt of Sawu's sword. She began silently fiddling with his soft member, ignoring the clear look of embarrassment on Sawu's face. Until now, the ejaculation was self-induced by the janitor, no, Assistant Shin Sawu, but today, however, I will be the one to demonstrate how to induce ejaculation. Can we do it too? I want to try too. The twins started loudly exclaiming while sticking their upper bodies out over their desks, to the point where it almost looked as though they would die from excitement. This sudden development completely stunned Sawu, having expected to be doing it himself. Additionally, as he continued to feel Amelia's touch on his crotch, blood had already begun to rush towards the lower part of his body. First, watch my demonstration. Hey, Associate Professor Amelia Brokenbar. Over the years of slavery, Sawu had learned the importance of remaining silent about any absurdity that occurred. However, even he felt that Amelia's sudden action was way too much. Sawu's gaze suddenly met with her bright, blue eyes. Her gaze was just as indifferent as it always was. However, Sawu once again could feel a subtle, unknown emotion hidden deep within. Is there a problem? I can do it myself. That's a matter for me to decide. After rejecting him instantly, Amelia's hand slowly began to move once more. After having induced ejaculation via stimulation of the male genital by hand, the next thing to do would be to observe whether or not mana was generated from the process. In fact, Any witch who personally induces the ejaculation would end up getting the same result as a witch who simply sits back and observes the process. So still had no clue what Amelia was thinking, but the fact that this was the first time he had ever felt the icy touch of her hands on his crotch had ended up distracting him. Remember, it's important to first make the shaft big enough to hold with your hands before starting the stimulation process. Before this class, Sawu would never have thought that Amelia, a person who had always given him trouble ever since he became a slave, would someday be touching him like this. Holding onto his shaft, Amelia's fingers began dancing around the tip and then started to directly begin rubbing the head. Gently caress the tip with your fingers and stimulate the glands by pushing on it with your thumb. Cuke. As a matter of fact, Sawu didn't like Amelia at all. Of course, he doesn't enjoy being jerked off in front of an audience either. However, it was impossible to deny the fact that her hand was making him feel good. Against Sawu's will, blood began to rush towards his lower region. His groin became more and more sensitive as his shaft gradually began to swell. Whoa, the pendulum just moved, even though he hasn't even ejaculated yet. As soon as Sawu's soldier had finished straightening up for war, the pendulum on the chalkboard started vibrating towards him. Didn't I already explain what triggers the generation of mana? Men can easily generate mana just from feeling a bit excited. In that case, however, the amount produced is insignificantly small. While Sawu's dragon had already been awakened and was now showing off its true majesty, Amelia suddenly expressed an opinion that was unusually rare, even for witches, to be able to get hard even in a situation such as this. Men are such pitiful creatures. Amelia finally removed her hand from Sawu's erect thing for a moment. Once a man's member is finally erect, it suddenly becomes much harder to cool down than before. Obviously, Sawu's sword, which boasts a size larger than most of the Asian population, was still able to stand upright and raging hard, even though Amelia's hand was no longer touching it. Assistant Shin Sawu, are you aroused right now? Theirs was a relationship that had been forcibly dragged around for 5 years. It would not be a misunderstanding to say that a hint of teasing lingered in Amelia's voice. Basically, the point behind what she was asking him right now was a broken bar. Look at you getting so excited with just a bit of touching. Don't you remember when you refused to serve me that night? How utterly humiliating. Amelia wasn't doing this just for the simple reason of demonstrating how to induce ejaculation. Just as Sawu knew Amelia well, she also knew Sawu quite well. She knew that he felt extreme shame whilst doing this and had deliberately led things along in order to create this type of situation. No comment. Amelia, who normally would have commented on his retort, had instead pressed Sawu in a completely different way. She began rubbing in a circle with her thumb and index finger. As she started moving her hand back and forth on his erect shaft, the sounds of dry skin rubbing against each other could be heard permeating the room. Amelia used a delicate amount of strength as she smoothly rubbed Sawu's cock without applying any sort of lubrication. Additionally, while watching Sawu's reaction, she began persistently stimulating any sensitive areas that she could find. Cuke a broken bar. While Sawu was trying to resist the pleasure by keeping a straight face, the twins had repeatedly expressed their admiration, as if they were watching some rare event take place. Perhaps it was because of their awkward posture, but Amelia suddenly put one hand onto Sawu's shoulder and quickly accelerated her speed. Every time her bright blonde hair swayed alongside her movements, the pleasant scent of luxurious perfume and body odor mixed together and tickled the tip of Sawu's nose. The vibration of the pendulum, which was insignificant at first, had finally begun to gradually increase in intensity. Amelia took a peek at Sawu's current distorted appearance, relishing in his suffering. Amelia briefly rolled back her eyes and savored every moment of it. The sound of her breathing was also becoming harsher the faster her movements became. "Why aren't you answering? Doesn't it feel good?" Amelia mercilessly whispered into his ear once more in an unusually emotional voice. Unfortunately for her, the emotion Sawu showed was a sense of superiority. Despite already knowing how pointless it was, Sawu continued to persevere. He knew that if he were to give in at a time like this, he would just be falling straight into her trap. Frustrated, Amelia clicked her tongue when she noticed that Sawu was biting his tongue in order to keep himself from ejaculating. "Stop being stubborn and finish already, my arm is starting to get tired," Amelia quietly whispered directly into his ear. Her voice was so quiet that even the twins wouldn't be able to notice. As she slowly began tightening her grip, as expected, her precise grip had brought with it an irresistible amount of pleasure. Yuka broken bar. Even though only 15 minutes had passed since they began, as a result of not touching himself for 2 months, he was already finding it difficult to hold on. Together with his frequent lack of relieving himself, the intense pleasure he felt had finally resulted in the volcano erupting white magma. "Whoa, whoa, it's coming out!" I splurt, splurt, splurt. Sawu couldn't stop himself from coming as he felt wave after wave of intense pleasure assault all of his senses. However, making Sawu come just once wasn't nearly enough for Amelia. She wouldn't be satisfied until not even a drop of semen was left remaining within his body. After having intensely ejaculated to the point that even his tailbone started to hurt, Sawu fell into a deep depression. The embarrassment and shame that he felt alongside that were an added bonus. Were each of you able to see that? The moment that he ejaculated, a large amount of mana had been generated as well. "Yes, yes. Professor Amelia, can we try it this time?" The relentless sight of a swaying pendulum was the only thing that Sawu could see just as he wanted to just crouch down and soothe all of the bitterness he was feeling. Not caring of the torment that he felt, the twins were ready to jump out of their desks to start the second experiment right away. Amelia took out her pocket watch as she wiped her fingers clean with a handkerchief. "Due to time constraints, we'll have to end the lesson here for today. The janitor may now return to work." "No way, we want to try it too." Amelia, who had just finished collecting the rest of the semen that she had caught with her magic just before it could touch the ground, finally calmed down the twins and continued the rest of the lesson without sparing Sawu a single glance. After a few moments of standing around idly, Sawu threw away any feelings of disappointment and fled from the second academy building with his lab coat still on. Looking like he was half asleep, Sawu was now on his way towards the library. While he expected to be forced to publicly masturbate under the guise of semen extraction, he never would have thought that he would be given a direct hand job from Amelia and be forced to put on such a humiliating show. "Fuck my life, a broken bar, I feel so empty inside." Seeing how rainy it was today, he began to smoke a cigarette. Though he seriously hated to admit it, the hand job did feel good. Just as Amelia said, there were parts of it that made Sawu feel excited. After all, how many times would one ever be given a hand job by a beauty whom they've never even held hands with? Even while knowing that, no matter how hard he tried to think otherwise, Sawu's face couldn't help but start burning when he thought about being jerked off and coming into Amelia's hand. At times like this, Sawu wished he could have Takasho's thick skin and pervertedness. If it were him, Takasho would have bragged about Amelia, famous for her coldness, personally jerking him off. What was even more disturbing was the thought that this might just be the beginning of Amelia's revenge. Sawu could only pray that Amelia, whom at this point he had already rejected twice, was finally able to cool down with just this much. However, now was not the time to be worrying about trivial matters such as this. Sawu would have time to worry once he finished his task of organizing the library. The Magic Library, located at the south of Trinity Academy, had always boasted about being the largest facility within the entire academy building. It was said that on opening day, so many people had come that not a single book was left on the shelves. Despite this fact, when it comes to the 21st century, very few witches ever bothered to visit this place. As time went on, the witches continued to raise the rank of their realm and no longer had any use for any of the basic magic books being kept inside. Nowadays, it was only when a witch or apprentice whichever came across a confusing formula that they would ever visit this lonely library. If not, it would never have been possible for one person to manage such a large facility by himself. Broken bar. After changing into his work clothes, Siwoo ate a piece of hardened bread for a late lunch. Usually, the only things that a slave's meal ever consisted of was either a piece of barley bread that had less taste than a sponge or a small bowl of some heavily diluted oat porridge. Even so, Siwoo had already passed the point of despair a long time ago. At this point, he just took meals as nothing more than nutritional supplements. Alright, time to clean up. After finishing off his meal in less than 3 minutes, Siwoo started by organizing the books left on the table. No matter how rarely this library was visited, whenever a witch began rummaging through the books, at least dozens of them would end up being used. Even today, at least 1,000 books were piled up on the table. Despite that, cleaning the library was Siwoo's favorite task to do. Nobody was there to watch him or tell him what to do. Plus, after he was finished cleaning up, he could even head over to a corner hidden in the library and close his eyes for a nap. Above a broken bar. So that's how you answer this problem. Hidden behind the bookshelf, Siwoo grabbed the book he was in the middle of reading the day before and began turning the pages. The books kept within the library were all basic books that witches considered to be insignificant, but to a normal human like him, they were akin to deep oceans that hid all kinds of information within their depths. Just by reading through these magic books in his spare time, he had already absorbed the theses and basic magic knowledge that were left behind by witches that existed hundreds of years ago, meaning that just after 3 years of self-study, Siwoo, who didn't even know that magic existed until he was kidnapped here, now had the ability to interpret and draw magic formulas, albeit clumsily. After a while, Siwoo suddenly took a folded piece of paper out from his pocket and quickly began writing down notes, putting it back in the pocket once he was done. Siwoo had been bothered by a problem for 2 weeks already, but thanks to this new formula he just learned, his head finally felt clear. If not for the joy that small learnings like this gave him, he would have left as soon as he finished cleaning. Today's harvest was sufficient, so after finishing his remaining work as well as cleaning Amelia's research laboratory, he would finally be able to return to his accommodation and try to use the new theory that he had just learned today in order to break through his mental block. Well, there's no guarantee that life wouldn't just give out a surprise fuck you out of nowhere. Even then, nothing would get better if you just got depressed all on your own. Siwoo only ever had one goal in his mind: escape this wretched city by drawing a magic circle that could communicate with modern society. It was for that purpose that he had been studying magic on his own for so long. Just thinking about going back to Korea and eating some chicken with a cold beer always made him feel even more depressed about his current situation. Siwoo proceeded to collect all of the books that were cluttered on top of the table, placed them back inside their proper shelves, and then finished by wiping down the bookshelf with a damp cloth, to prevent dust from spreading as he cleaned. Another part of Siwoo's job was to inspect and replace the preservation formulas that were installed onto the witch stone as a part of the book's maintenance. By the time he finally finished, the sun had already begun to set. Siwoo felt his back ache after he climbed down from the bookshelf ladder. Having returned the books to their places and finished cleaning, Siwoo's daily routine was to wake up at 6 in the morning, start the day by cleaning the garden, and then end at 6 in the evening. Normally, after he was done he would then go back to his dorm, jot down magic formulas and fall asleep. Today, however, he had to clean Amelia's research laboratory. In the end, Siwoo left his gloomy heart behind him and began walking towards the research laboratory. Located in the northeast section of the campus, lies Associate Professor Amelia's research laboratory. The pathway that led to the building was unsheltered and Siwoo's once dry clothes now clung to his skin, hair dripping of water as he was forced to walk amidst the rain to get to the building. Amelia Marigold, looking at the sheer size of the building, it was clear to see that something was off. A mere associate professor in the academy, yet strangely enough, the research building that she used could easily be used by 5 other people. That was a luxury only either full or head professors could afford. Alright, Let's get this over with. A broken bar. The reason behind it was probably her nobility, and therefore she was afforded with some of the benefits that other professors couldn't afford. Either way, it didn't matter to Sawu. Looking upon the sheer size of the research facility and the dirt that covered it, Sawu couldn't help but sigh in despair. He took off his raincoat and put it on the porch, then grabbed some cleaning tools from the warehouse. Kriuk. Unlike the dazzling main building of the academy, the annex was a simple wooden building. The aged floorboards creaked and groaned in protest with every step he took. After going up the stairs to the second floor and entering the large door, Sawu entered Amelia's 20 Pyong 1T/N. 20 Pyong equals 66.1157 SQM workshop. As soon as he walked in, he was greeted by the stench of lingering puff of a cigarette. Filling such a large space were glass bottles with mysterious fluorescent liquids, magic books, parchment scrolls, shelves with sorted and tagged reagents. In the place of curtains, dream catchers lined across the windows, as well as candles that illuminated the dark areas of the laboratory. The place was like the mix of a medieval alchemist's laboratory and an occult cafe that was popular in the past. It was quite authentic. If this was in a place like Hongdae, it would have been popular. Amelia was sitting in the middle of the dark laboratory, with one hand resting on her chin and the other holding a cigarette. She was examining something with a troubled look in her eyes. Amelia was so deeply immersed in her thoughts, that she didn't even notice that Sawu had entered. She looked beautiful, a flawless innocence adorned with defenseless, a look that Sawu didn't think she would show to anyone else. Cleaning supplies in hand, Sawu walked up to Amelia's desk. He was worried that if he just started cleaning without saying a word, Amelia would get angry and he would get nagged at. On a side note, the cigarette that Amelia was smoking was a modern-day product called Lucky Strike. As it was a long-established brand launched in 1847, it was a favorite among veteran smokers and witches. Aha! Broken bar. After Sawu came within 10 steps in front of her, Amelia stared blankly at him and opened her mouth. A bright light flickered across Amelia's eyes, which had been dimmed while she was blankly staring into space earlier. Associate Professor Amelia, I'm here to clean the research laboratory. Where should I start? Sawu became respectful, as much as he possibly could, and asked. From the moment he entered the building, he gauged that it would take 3 to 12 hours to fully clean it. For now, it was best to sympathize with Amelia and reduce the punishment as much as possible. When did you come? I just arrived a little while ago. Amelia had a naturally scornful look on her face as she looked at Sawu, rolling up her sleeves so that ink doesn't get on her clothes. Amelia moved her slender wrists and pointed with a quill. Organize the magic books by category. Don't just sweep the dust off of the shelves, wipe them down with a damp rag. Sort the books with leather covers over there, and the thesis files, in order, on the bookshelf. Do not touch anything on the table. Yes, do it quietly and don't disturb me. All right, you can go. A broken bar. Amelia, who had given her instructions, waved her hand without looking at Sawu. Sawu held back his sigh, then started cleaning the corner of the building with a bucket and a broom. It seemed as though she had never cleaned the place at all. It was Sawu's first time seeing a place this dirty, almost as if someone had messed it up on purpose. For a while, only the scribbling coming from Amelia's pen and the Sawu's cleaning sound reverberated throughout the place. This was so uncomfortable, but Sawu had to hold his breath in case he made noisy. Broken bar. He was so depressed that he was on the verge of tears. About an hour later, just as the first bookshelf had been cleaned up, Amelia opened her mouth. Janitor. Yes, what was she going to nitpick about today? Sawu looked back at Amelia with a smiling face while holding back his frown. With a stoic look on her face, she gently opened her lips. Sawu could only guess what she would say. Come here. Sawu was stunned by the unexpected call. He pointed a finger at his chest and asked, Yes, me? Sawu's behavior was an eyesore to Amelia, who preferred quick answers to her questions. Amelia raised an eyebrow. For reference, this body language meant she had reached about 25% of her hysteric gauge. If it exceeds 50%, she would start scolding him. Thus, So-woo hastily said, "I'm just going to clean this up and go." "That's enough." Amelia stopped So-woo, who was reaching forward to dip the mop into the bucket. Shaking her head, Amelia snapped her fingers. Shudder. A palpable wave of magic swept through the room as So-woo felt the room shake. An array of items started floating. The items that were dancing in the air began to arrange themselves flawlessly into their respective shelves. Amelia's proficiency with a basic spell such as telekinesis showcased her control and understanding over, while controlling hundreds of objects simultaneously with her mana. The objects never once bumped into one another. Arising from the nooks and crannies of the room, dust particles rose into the air and were lumped together. Before being thrown into a nearby bucket, the laboratory had been cleaned so thoroughly that if one used a microscope, one wouldn't be able to find a single speck of dust in the room that hadn't already been cleaned. So-woo couldn't believe his eyes as he watched this spectacle unfold. She wasn't a part of the witch's nobility for nothing. So-woo had only managed to steal a glimpse of what true magic entailed, and now, his previous misconceptions of the utility of magic was completely blown away. So-woo stood in front of Amelia. Due to what happened in the morning, Amelia's hands were always on So-woo's mind. If he were to get an erection at this moment, So-woo would simply become a slave of his desires. With that thought in mind, So-woo forcibly suppressed his libido from flaring up. "Sit down," as Amelia pointed with her chin. A spare chair slid out from a corner of the room and provided a seat for So-woo to sit upon. How whimsical! A broken bar. So-woo nervously sat on the chair provided. This was nothing like her usual self. Amelia took out a cigarette from a pack. When she sucked in her breath, a small spark appeared, lighting the cigarette. A broken bar. Amelia turned her chair and faced So-woo, casually crossing her legs. Amelia handed So-woo an opened pack of cigarettes. As she crossed her legs, So-woo, who had caught a glimpse of the pair of milky white thighs in all their glory, hurriedly averted his eyes. "Do you smoke?" "Cigarettes." In Jaina, cigarettes were a scarce commodity and were thus extremely valuable. At least, that was the case for So-woo, who was a slave. He couldn't stop smoking, even while being enslaved. It got so bad that he would sometimes share a stick of cigarette with Darkasho just to get by. So-woo could barely endure the withdrawal symptoms that constantly assaulted him. It was honestly kinda scary. He would have traded anything for a pack of cigarettes, anything but Amelia's kindness. He would rather be forced to drink an open can of soda that someone had found on the benches than to accept a cigarette from Amelia. "I'm fine, thank you." "Well, that's a shame, but all right." Amelia relented. So-woo gulped as Amelia put the pack of cigarettes back onto the table and exhaled a puff of smoke. Amelia's profile, reflected in the dark laboratory, showcased her breathtaking beauty. It looked as if she had walked straight out of a painting. She rubbed the remaining half of the cigarette into the ashtray and put it out. She had just wasted half of the precious cigarette right in front of So-woo. So-woo tried his best to inhale as much second-hand smoke into his lungs as he possibly could. He knew what he was doing was wrong. So-woo didn't know what kind of trick it was, but he knew only civility awaited him if he fell for the witch's scheme. Wasn't there a famous saying, "It is better to be a human being dissatisfied than a pig satisfied"? As if reading So-woo's thoughts, Amelia cleverly spoke with perfect timing. "Are you hungry?" "No, it's fine." A plate covered with a cloche flew onto the table and landed in front of So-woo, who was sitting at attention much like a disciplined soldier. 2. E/N. Cloaches are tableware covers that are often made in silver and resemble a ball. A_A. A plate of similar design landed in front of Amelia. The dome cover that had been covering it was removed and a piece of cake was revealed. The cake, a Schwarzwälder Kirschtorte, otherwise known as a Black Forest cake, was made with cherry brandy, whipped cream, and chocolate. Fresh cream filled the layers of chocolate sponge, which covered a candied cherry filling with pulp texture, and finally, cherry brandy syrup was the main highlight as it was sweetly wrapped around the top of the cake. Amelia took out a fork and cut out a piece of cake, placing it in her mouth. Meanwhile, So-woo was stuck processing his emotions. If one was a military veteran, they could easily restrain themselves, But the thing that he had been craving the most while living in slavery were not meat, not cigarettes, not anything but sweets. In Jaina, where both sugar and honey were traded at high prices, sweet food was not something a slave could get the opportunity to savor. As soon as his nose, which had become sensitive to the sweet smell, detected the scent of the cake, saliva began to drool out from the corner of his lips. "Go on, eat, is it really all right?" At that moment, Sawu's desires overtook his sense of reason. He couldn't stand it any longer. With a fork, he sliced the cake like Amelia did. The weight of the cake seemed to represent its sweetness, and an audible gulp could be heard from Sawu as he took a bite. "Aha, broken bar!" It tasted delectable. The shiver-inducing scent of cherry was enough to make him dizzy. The moist fresh cream and sweet chocolate caressed the tip of his tongue, tickling his senses. Sawu could feel each of his taste buds, that had not experienced such a sensation in a long time, rise up in unison and scream in joy. "How a broken bar!" Sawu even forgot that Amelia was in front of him and ate the cake in a hurry. The cake the size of a palm disappeared within a minute, leaving no crumbs. I apologize." At that moment, he had let his mind wander, and when Sawu snapped out of his trance, he could see Amelia looking at him with a strange expression on her face. Amelia licked the whipped cream off her lips and handed her plate over to Sawu. "If it's not enough, you can have this too. Is that fine with you?" Amelia nodded her head slightly. This was not Amelia. Something was wrong. Alas, despite his inner consciousness cautioning for vigilance against the witch, Sawu's tongue and belly craved more of the sweet cake. Sawu, who ended up inhaling the extra cake, looked at Amelia. He could feel a new sensation brew within him. It was because Amelia was watching him. She was staring at him until he devoured the entirety of the cake. "Thank you very much." But why was Amelia acting like this all of a sudden? Was it due to the lack of progress despite having consistently bullied Sawu for 5 years? Well, if she thought that she could make up for all the sufferings with just a piece of cake, she couldn't have been more wrong. Sawu thought, "A evil witch bitch, I'll just eat this cake and bolt the fuck out of here." As Sawu recalled Takasho's advice, he began to think sinisterly. Amelia slowly opened her mouth. "Do you know how that cake was made?" She spoke in a tone similar to the one she often used when she was teaching the twins. At that moment, Sawu felt a cold ominous chill run down his spine. Footnotes. "Do you know how the cake was made?" Amelia's long eyelashes flickered slowly. Looking into her entrancing blue sapphire-like eyes, one could swear that they could see through her thoughts and feelings. "Is it poison?" Judging from the look of sheer disbelief on her face, it seemed to be the wrong answer. It was almost as if she couldn't believe that one could arrive at such stupid conclusions. "If I wanted to kill you, a mere janitor, don't you think that I would have already done it?" That's true. Indeed, a witch, especially one of her caliber, wouldn't resort to using such dull methods like poison to kill Sawu. In fact, all it would have taken was a flick of her wrist for Sawu to drop dead on the floor. But in that case, why did she bring it up? "Then why are you asking me that question all of a sudden?" Janitor Shin Sawu, "It's been almost 6 years, right?" "Yes." "Did you know that slaves that belong to City Hall are assigned to different workplaces after 6 years of service at one institution?" The question greatly puzzled Sawu, and he wondered where Amelia would go with the question, as this was knowledge both of them knew. "The cake you just ate was created in Taro Town by a bakery called Akaipushi," she continued on without an explanation. "Since the creation of Jaina in 1338, the citizens have been making this exact cake for 7 centuries, with the recipe that was being passed down from one generation to the next." Sawu sympathized with them. Neither the generations before nor after them will ever gain any semblance of freedom. They were just like him, forced to live in a cruel world with no chance to change their cruel fate. For sweeter chocolate, for more fluffy whipped cream, every waking moment, improving on their craft, simply living to fulfill the desires of us witches. Citizens who were not witches in Jaina were nothing more than machines that lived for the convenience of witches. That's what a witch is. Amelia ended her speech with her chin pointed toward the sky, seemingly proud of her lineage. "Witches are beings that are worshipped, and the citizens of Jaina are the worshippers." He frowned. It was a fact so common that no one really questioned it anymore. Truly, an extremely authoritarian and aristocratic way of thinking. "Do you understand what I'm trying to say?" Amelia's fingertips slightly grazed past Sawu's scrunched-up forehead. "Understand?" Sawu knew what she was implying. It was one of the reasons why he hated this city and the witches that ruled over it. Sawu couldn't sit still and tolerate the blatant disrespect that Amelia had dealt to him. "Understand? What do you want me to say? That you witches are a bunch of arrogant, self-righteous, selfish pricks, or that you are being oh so generous by not being like the others?" His voice steadily rose, regardless of his status. Sawu simply could not agree with her way of thinking. His anger was palpable, and as Amelia stared at him, she spoke calmly. "I don't think you understand the advice that I have given you. You aren't taking my advice at all." "Advice? Do you witches call this advice?" "Of course. Do you think I'm saying this to brag or for the sake of something as petty as pride? That's what it sounds like to me." In Sawu's opinion, she had essentially just said that a witch was an almighty god, so as a slave and someone beneath her, Sawu was forced to obey her orders. What else could she have meant? Touching her forehead, Amelia scrunched her eyes shut. A look of irritation clung to her face as she opened her eyes. "Imbecile broken bar." Amelia sighed. Looking at Sawu, she couldn't help but click her tongue in annoyance. Hesitating for a second, she reluctantly continued, "Contrary to your belief, I'm not sure if you are even aware of how tolerant I have been with you." "A broken bar tolerant? Was that really tolerance?" Sawu could not help but scoff at that statement. "Go home. I'll overlook your transgression for today. Return to your normal duties from tomorrow onwards." "A broken bar, got it." Sawu turned his back towards Amelia, cleaning tools in hand, and was stopped before he could reach the door. "Janitor Shin Sawu." The calm tone stopped Sawu in his tracks. Amelia's words were a whisper that Sawu could barely hear. "If you continue acting the way you do in your next department." A broken bar. The words that left her mouth were quiet, but Sawu could still hear them clearly. "You might die." Sawu closed the door and walked away without a word, returning with a worn-out bucket in hand. Sawu couldn't stop thinking of the conversation between himself and Amelia. As Amelia mentioned, in a year, both he and Takasha will be assigned to different workplaces. What surprised him was that Amelia was aware of the department that he would be heading to. This was something far more difficult for even a noble to know. The advice she gave was anything but easy to accomplish. Sawu realized that he had let his emotions get the better of him inside the laboratory when he thought that Amelia was either simply toying with him or trying to scare him into obeying her demands. However, Sawu could sense feelings of genuine concern for him coming from Amelia's parting words as he walked to the door. Perhaps it was just a figment of his imagination, but Sawu couldn't help but feel like Amelia wasn't being herself at that moment. "I must be going insane." Perhaps due to Takasho's statements about Amelia, Sawu seemed to have become overly conscious of her words and her actions. There was no reason for Amelia, a witch with a noble title, to be concerned over the well-being of a mere slave. If she was truly worried for him, she would have already made him her exclusive slave and thus saved Sawu from the troubles he might face in his future workplace. After organizing his thoughts, Sawu cursed under his breath. As expected, a witch will always be a bitch. The sky cleared up as he walked towards the dormitory, where he happened to meet Takasho. His neck was covered with kiss marks and his face was wearing a shit-eating grin. "Bro, are you still working overtime? I was 3 minutes late, so I was instructed to clean the research laboratory by that evil hag." Takasho's lazy figure perked up at the words "a research laboratory," which seemed to pique his interest. "In the workshop, just the two of you?" "Oh yeah, I want to ask you something regarding that." "Did you?" Sawu smacked him on the back of his head, and then proceeded to tell Takasho about the conversation that took place in the laboratory. "I'm a broken bar. What's up with you? Trying to be serious? It doesn't suit you." "No, that's not the case." Takasho's expression turned grim as soon as he heard the contents of the conversation. Sawu had hoped to learn something useful from Takasho, who was a self-proclaimed expert on all matters pertaining to women. but he started to ponder if he should have said anything after seeing the state Takasho was in, lost in his own world. From what I've heard, I'm 100% certain of it now. Certain about what? I'm telling you, man, I'm positively, absolutely certain that she's fallen in love with you, the janitor of the academy. That's nothing new coming from you. Takasho gripped Sawu's shoulder tightly. His grip strength reflected his frustrations toward Sawu. No, I was only half joking until now. How'd you make a witch like Amelia fall in love with a slave like yourself? Tell me your tricks, you player. In any case, I'm sure of it now. Associate Professor Amelia has fallen head over heels for you. You're saying it as if it's someone else's business. Sire Broken Bar, you still don't understand. Listen to me. Takasho, who had already told Sawu of Amelia's feelings, whispered in his ear, keep it to yourself, alright? Is there any other witch that has taken a fancy to you? Senior Professor Sophia, yep, I recently heard from Sophia that even if you're not as handsome or attractive as me, don't you still have an above-average looking face? Sawu had never once considered his facial features to be attractive. Do you know how witches like to invite slaves that tickle their fancy into their chambers? Why do you think none of the 12 Trinity professors has ever invited you into their chambers? What are you getting at? It seems like the rumor that Amelia, the associate professor, has been paying close attention to you has been spread among the professors. When thinking back on his past experiences, Sawu realized that it really did seem like Amelia was the only witch that ever spoke to him. He had initially thought that it was due to his status as the campus's janitor, but now he was beginning to second-guess himself. Was it truly not the case? That could mean anything, right? That's definitely not the case. Amelia only knows the both of us, but instead of approaching me, she invited you to her chambers. So, what would that even mean? What it means is that Amelia's affection towards you was so obvious that other witches have noticed it and avoided making any moves on you. Sawu, however, having experienced a great deal of pain at the hands of Amelia, was unable to relate to Takasho's excited delusion. Sawu thought that it was better to think of her being romantically interested in him as a dream rather than the reality of the situation, which could be cruel at times. Did you know? Amelia has never allowed anyone into her chambers. Huh? I secretly asked the professor about it just now. Amelia is known to be a conservative witch who is only interested in magic and is an absolute klutz in other fields. I heard that she doesn't even frequent the Velvet Window at all and chooses to wash her body alone at the Levon a Grand Bath. Even after all I've told you, you still don't get it? Are you kidding me? Takasho glanced at Sawu with envy. I've been called to different chambers here and there, but I'm just a rattle toy for the witches. Or, at best, a pet. But you are unique. Amelia is a deer-like pure, innocent maiden amongst a sea of carnivorous witches. As you say, even if Amelia was a deer, I think she'd be a deer that enjoys nibbling on human flesh. No, you're just biased towards her. Give her a shot, man. As the saying goes, people with pretty faces usually have pretty hearts. Takasho placed a hand on Sawu's shoulder. Shin Sawu, I'm so envious of your broken bar. If things go really well, you might even get to say the infamous line, "A magic is first class, but the view is third class," while pounding Amelia, pouring your seed into her in the mating press position. You're fucking sick, man. Are you sure you aren't fucked up in your head? Much to Sawu's annoyance, Takasho imitated Amelia's voice and acted out the scene he had just depicted in vivid detail. It wouldn't end with mere overtime work if someone overheard their conversation. If all goes well, could you please do me a favor? I don't want to go back to Japan, so I'm begging you please just promote me to a second-class citizen. I want to have a future here, man. Takasho gave Sawu a pat on the back and left, acting as if his work was done here. A broken bar, you really should just listen to what other people have to say. Sawu truly believed that witches were incapable of love, even more so if it was love towards a mere slave, and that they were nerfed by God to only feel trace amounts of happiness. It wouldn't have made any logical sense if Amelia was in love with Sawu. In fact, her actions and words towards him were the opposite of love and did not reflect feelings of love or affection. As the thought of Melia being in love with him flashed across his mind, another image of her towering over him whilst glaring at him scornfully overlapped. So shuddered. It was rather scary to think about and sent shivers down his spine. Takasho suddenly dashed back to Sawu and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. I'm going to Ataro Town tomorrow. You want to come with me?" Thinking of it, Sawu realized that tomorrow happened to be a Sunday. Sundays were the only days that Sawu had half the day off when he was free to do whatever he liked. Since the daily necessities were so cheap, purchasing them was a must. The academy is located in Alenimond Town, a well-developed town from which many high-ranking witches gather, so daily necessities were costly and luxurious. Since a janitor's salary is not enough to cover the price, Sawu had no choice but to shop in Taro Town, which is relatively cheap. The problem was that it would take Sawu half a day to walk from Lenimond Town to Taro Town. If it hadn't been for Takasho, he wouldn't have dreamt of going there to shop. "Yup, I've got to head down and buy some things, thanks for asking. What's wrong with you? I'll buy you some peanuts if you tell me what you're up to." With that, he was able to secure a carriage to Taro Town thanks to the help of Takasho, who was conveniently called to Professor Sophia's mansion every weekend for special activities. One of the reasons for heading into town was that Sawu required materials to continue practicing his magic and he couldn't tell Takasho about it due to safety concerns. "By the way, what are you going to Taro Town to buy? Are you actually going to a brothel? But there are only men there. What exactly are you on about? Do you honestly believe that there are no witches who enjoy female company as well?" Sawu trusted Takasho in keeping secrets, but regardless of their relationship, Sawu had to keep his ability to use magic a secret. The walls around them had eyes and ears. When he would escape, Sawu decided that he would definitely take his only buddy along with him. A broken bar, however, that was something for the future. For now, he'll have to keep it on the down. "Anyway, I'm looking forward to our journey tomorrow." "Alright, meet me at the fountain by 1 p.m. "Alright," Sawu reassured him and went back to the dorm to lay his weary head and get his much-needed sleep. As the door of his room came into view, Sawu found himself subconsciously relaxing his body as the effects of hours of hard labor accompanied by a lack of sleep assaulted him. Pushing past the creaking door revealed the same dusty old room that he had gotten used to. It was surprisingly spacious. It was an old barn that used to house 20 horses before being modified into Sawu's room. Inside the 10-meter-wide room, a haystack, which worked as both a sofa and a bed, lay resting on the ground. The open ceiling was covered in dirt and unidentified spots could be seen littered throughout the paint. An open window showcased the beautiful night sky in all its glory. "All this room and I don't even have to pay rent." The only downsides to it were that because it had an open roof design, the rainwater from rains would flow into his room. The snow on a cold winter day would numb his bones and the smell of dung that would emanate from the walls during the summer would get into his nose. Nevertheless, humans have always found a way to adapt to uncomfortable situations. After 5 years of adapting, the barn had become a lot more comfortable as compared to when Sawu was first issued the place. "Fuck, everything's been soaked through." The ditch that had been dug out by Sawu beforehand to catch the water had flooded and rainwater spilt out, soaking everything in the room leaving nothing dry. Removing his work clothes, Sawu made his way over towards his bed, where he found a small glass bottle laying on the hay. It was a discarded bottle of perfume that Amelia had used. It was intricately crafted and looked beautiful. The bottle's almost empty. Holding up the bottle, a whitish liquid glistened at the bottom of the bottle. Sawu had barely managed to get a hold of around 1 to 2 drops of leftover magical water whilst cleaning out the research laboratory's trash bin. The liquid, which glowed in a myriad of colors, was a type of magical water purification liquefied using simple alchemy. All of the professors in the academy were wealthy. They would throw away used bottles of magical liquid that still held a minute amount of material, just as how the rich in our world wouldn't try to squeeze out toothpaste from the very vestiges of a used toothpaste tube. In fact, simply a drop of this fluid could get him several packs of cigarettes. If not for this, I would have been completely out of luck. It provided Sawu with the only chance for him to use magic, while cleaning up all sorts of research waste. He was able to collect a bit of residual mana. Just a little bit of it will do. Broken bar tipping the bottle. Sawu dabbed half a drop of the liquid onto his fingertips. Gender was a strict requirement when it came to the ability to wield magic. However, Sawu found that when placed the magical liquid on his body, its latent mana could be used for a short period of time before eventually becoming volatile. Sawu muttered a light chant, "Pin." The chant activated as the mana within the droplet began to glow with a noticeable blue tinge. It would put Sawu in a really shitty situation if the others knew that he could use magic. Thus, he avoided practicing magic and focused his efforts on studying it instead. If there ever came a time when his ability to use magic is exposed, his days of peacefully sleeping on his hay bed would cease. Sawu tried his best to recall Amelia's movements earlier that day. Lying behind her pearly blue eyes, lay the secrets to magic. Magic is the power to create anything, whilst telekinesis is the ability to convert mana into kinetic energy, which in turn allows for the caster to move objects simply by willing it. Today, Amelia used that very same amount of mana to create hundreds of orbital rings out of nothing. These intergalactic chunks of rock were bound by the laws of the universe, and yet Amelia was able to control each of the planets and stars that she had created individually. It was a testament to her control over her magic. That level of control was something that Sawu was not able to achieve yet. Although that level of control over objects was something that Sawu didn't possess, he could still lift lightweight objects with ease. Closing his eyes, Sawu tried to recall every twitch of her fingertips and the chant she muttered during her casting process in an attempt to imitate her level of proficiency. Upon slowly opening his eyes, swirls of flames could be seen dancing within his pupils. It was a natural phenomenon known as a mana reflection when one was casting magic. Looking around him, thousands of water droplets seemed to surround him. The rainwater that had seeped into the ground after the rain had dug itself out of the mud and was now floating around him. Each of the droplets glowed like incandescent pearls in the air, reflecting the moonlight. The act of casting magic required its caster to visualize a mental image of the phenomenon that they wanted to paint onto reality. Of course, this was only one of the many requirements that the caster would need to fulfill to be able to cast their desired magic. The image that Sawu was visualizing was the scene of Amelia using magic to gather the dust that had laid in the laboratory. It proved to be quite effective as the water droplets started congregating, forming one big water droplet. At that moment a broken bar Sawu let out a brief sigh. For a brief moment, he had lost his concentration and the image he had in mind wavered. Sawu needed to consider a total of 3 paths: malleability, change, and range in order to successfully imitate telekinesis. He had unintentionally allowed the mana that governed malleability and range to clash against each other, rendering the magic spell useless. The magic spell was overloaded when he tried to combine all of the water droplets together. It grew to an amount that he had not anticipated, resulting in the large ball of water exploding in front of him, and falling back onto the floor. Fortunately for him, the ball of water had collected itself above the ditch, leaving his room unscathed. I failed to continue calculating because the conversion factor seems to have been overloaded. It was nigh impossible for him to imitate an unfamiliar spell. Sawu then made the decision to take the day off and laid down on the hay bed, its rough surface stinging his skin. Solely visualizing the magical phenomenon was difficult enough as it is, and to add another layer of complication by improvising the magic circle made it an insurmountable task. Still, it was a huge improvement when compared to the past. He used to feel like his skull would explode just by lighting a candle. In the past, every time Sawu tried to cast a simple spell like lighting a candle, his head felt like it would explode. At the rate he was going, it wouldn't take long for him to open a portal in order to get out of the city. If I just use 3 more of these transition mediums and connect the range module to the transition module broken bar, it could theoretically dampen the shock caused by the deployment. I can't, I'm so tired today. Sawu closed his eyes, as he quickly entered the land of dreams. After cleaning up his room, Sawu wolfed down a sandwich before meeting up with Takasho. Together, they headed down into Taro Town. The horse they rode was Sophia's, a witch whose magic revolved around beasts, and as a result, they were able to travel into Taro Town at breakneck speeds. Half an hour later, they arrived on the streets of Taro Town. Just like before, I will come to the fountain by 10 p.m., running to Sophia's residence. Takasho waved Sawu goodbye, for a broken bar catching his breath. Sawu placed a hand on the fountain while taking in his surroundings. If one had to describe Taro Town, it would be that it looked like what the Renaissance would look like, with sci-fi elements strewn around the place. The houses that looked like cottages encompassed the street that was paved with concrete. The hustle and bustle of the city were reminiscent of the streets of Shibuya in Tokyo. This was the result of Jaina being cut off from the outside world for over 600 years. It wasn't surprising to see the level of prosperity that the city had achieved, especially factoring in the 600 years of magical history that allowed them to avoid any wars or epidemics that could have occurred. Unlike in AR's Magna Town and Lenormand Town, where the elite lived, the people that lived in Taro Town were mostly second-class citizens. It was also a place where various artisans and professionals chose to settle down and live their lives in servitude under the witches. Apples, freshly picked apples, only for 5 pennies each. Head down over to the Beluga Tavern. We've got exciting performances, lively music, and cold beer for all to enjoy. You won't regret visiting the Beluga Tavern. Welcome one, welcome, all, come on over. Our dresses are something that are popular even among witches. Unique sights dotted the streets as coachmen desperately tried to calm their horses down. Newspaper boys darted around the alleyways. Solicitors advertised their wares in front of their stores, from merchants smoking a cigar whilst bargaining to the artists that stood under the fountain playing their flutes. The central square had always been like that, bustling, noisy, and so filled with life. Taking in the sight that beheld his eyes, Sawu got off the road and proceeded to walk to his destination. West of the square, Sawu could be seen entering an alleyway. Loose tiles littered the alleyway and mud could be seen splattered all over the pavement. It seemed like it had been neglected for quite some time. The White Whale bar that Sawu passed by seemed to be overflowing with customers, most likely due to it being a holiday. Crossing a bridge, Sawu spotted a stone building hidden under the shade. In the cellar of the building was a magic shop that Sawu decided was worth it for him to spend his precious holiday in. Hello. The door that led to the stairs to the shop was stupidly short. Ducking his head, Sawu went down a flight of stairs. It was a small shop measuring only 10 pyong and had a faint stench of sulfur. By Sawu's standards, the shop didn't feel small, but the furniture and the goods that they sold made the shop feel cramped. The shelves were packed with items that contained a myriad of colors. There were even withered dead animals that hung from the ceilings. "Oh, you're here. It's been quite some time, eh?" I was starting to become worried. The store owner, a man wearing round glasses, greeted Sawu with a smile on his face. Folding up his newspaper, the store owner stood up. "So Broken Bar, what do you need this time? Anything new come in lately? Let's see a Broken Bar." He glanced over at a list which seemed to be where he recorded his goods and took out a bundle of rope-bound papers. "These are the only things new around here. You want one? Sure. How much are they?" Sawu pulled out the pouch he had hidden in his chest. Coins, the size of thumbs, could be seen glistening within the pouch. Sawu had saved for 3 months, scrounging his way around the campus. He hadn't spent a single penny from his weekly wage of 5 pennies. Pennies were usually made of copper and silver, 12 of which would make a single silver coin. Sawu had accumulated a total of 5 silver coins. He had enough money to buy the items, but his heart still bled when he went to pay for it. "That'll be a silver coin for 3 of these items." "Huh? What do you mean by 1 silver? Last time I came here, I only used a silver coin to buy 2 items. You're my only customer nowadays. I'll give it to you at a cheap price, so just take it." "Ah, thank you, jackpot." He was originally going to enjoy a meal with the penny that he would have been left with, but now, things are different. Sawu emptied his wallet and handed over the silver coins to the store owner. What would a slave need magical paper for anyways? I mean, it's not like you can use it. I have different circumstances, you understand. Well, it's none of my business anyways. My shop is always open. A broken bar. Come again next time. So turned around, evidently proud of the purchase he had just made. Hello, Mr. Assistant. Behind Sawu was a witch with purple eyes. Sawu instantly recognized her as Odile, the older sister of the twins who were studying under Professor Amelia. She tilted her head to one side and said, "Hey, what kind of magic artifacts do you even sell in such a shabby place?" "Whoa, what is this? It's like a mummy." Odile fiddled with the strange bones, which in this case were dried Japanese peppers, that hung from the ceiling. The store owner remained silent, not daring to speak a word. She wore a dress that was decorated with colorful laces, a half bonnet hung around her chin, and the luxurious shoes that she wore made her look all the more beautiful. It could be seen from the way Odile dressed that she was confident in both her natural beauty and the aura of nobility that seeped out of her. No one would dare scold her, a powerful witch, for touching the artifacts on display. Sawu felt a chill run down his back. What was Odile doing here, in this out-of-the-way, dingy basement? Did she follow him? He had to keep his ability to use magic a secret. It was his only ticket to escape from slavery. But why would the assistant, a slave, have any business in Taro Town? What more, in a magic artifact shop? Chuckling, Odile circled around Sawu. Sawu tried to hide the paper he bought, but it was a futile attempt at best. "You can't reply, can you?" This was the worst possible scenario that could have happened. Something interesting is going on. Unlike in the academy, Odile, who was dressed in an eye-catching outdoor dress, said so with a grin hanging from her lips. Something interesting is going on. Sawu felt a chill run down his spine. Odile's doll-like face revealed a sinister grin. From a glance, anyone would assume that the girl standing in front of Sawu was an innocent girl, but hidden behind that beautiful exterior lay the witch. Both she and her sister, Adet, often referred to Sawu as either the assistant or a Mr. Assistant. Not once did they drop their honorifics. That wasn't to say that they respected Sawu or even acknowledged him as a member of the human race, but instead, they only respected him because Amelia had introduced him to them as her assistant, someone who would help out during lessons. Therefore, Sawu was only considered as an assistant during class hours and as nothing more than a mere slave outside the academy grounds. Odile's tone and demeanor perfectly reflected that principle. Having unintentionally caught Sawu in a compromising position, she could potentially pose a threat to Sawu's well-being if she caught wind of the reason behind his visit. "What did you get there, Mr. Assistant?" The assistant, a slave, purchasing magical items in a magic artifact store. Now that was interesting. No matter how dense she was, Odile would still feel the tiniest sliver of suspicion towards Sawu. How would she react if she found out that Sawu possessed the ability to use magic? If the magical documents that he had researched were found and confiscated, Sawu could be in a world of trouble. If discovered, Sawu might be released from City's Hall custody, and once the witches around the world find out that a slave, of all people, could use magic, Sawu would almost certainly be forced to become a witch's exclusive plaything. Of course, this was merely speculation on Sawu's part. Sawu handed over the bundle of papers, desperately hoping that Odile wouldn't notice his quivering hands. He felt the illusionary executioner's blade hang above his head. "Is this magic paper?" Odile flipped through the bundle of paper as if she was counting through a stack of notes. At that moment, Sawu was desperately thinking of ways to get himself out of the situation he had found himself in. Sawu wondered if it would be better if he told Odile that he was doing an errand for Amelia just to get her off his back, or would it be preferable for him to lie and feign ignorance of the magic paper he bought? "Isn't that a little too expensive, Mr. Owner?" Odile turned to speak to the store owner, inspecting the magic paper as she talked. Sawu also turned his attention to him. Upon hearing Odile's words, the store owner, who had been staring at the ground whilst fidgeting with his glasses, quickly looked up. "What do you mean? So you choose to feign ignorance, huh? Fanning the magical papers that she had taken from Sawu, she turned to look at him and asked, "How much did you pay for this, Mr. Assistant?" "Well, a broken bar. The store owner gave me a discount, so I bought 3 of them for a single silver coin. In total, I've spent about 2 silvers here." Odile looked at Sawu with a cheeky grin. Her pearly white teeth were practically shining under the light of the oil lamp. "3 of these papers? For a silver coin?" "Yes." "Oh, come on now. I know he's a slave, but you can't just mug him of his cash like that." Sawu turned towards the store owner in shock. That was when it hit him. He would have been used to seeing witches around his store as they were his main customers, so it was weird for him to be acting so nervously just because a witch visited his store. "You're way too naive for this world, aren't you, Mr. Assistant? Don't you know that you should always check the quality of the product as well as the current market price before paying money? You a broken bar, Miss Witch? I think you've been mistaken. A broken bar. Here, I even have the warranty I got from Azemane. A broken bar? No, I don't even need to look at it." Odile took out one of the magic papers and rubbed it with her thumb and index finger. It split open to reveal the 3 different layers that made up the magic paper. Inside, a thin foil could be seen reflecting the 2 layers of cracked paper that sandwiched it. The foil wasn't made conventionally with aluminum, but instead created using alchemy by melting a piece of silver into a thin sheet. "Look at that. What kind of craftsmanship is this? The foil's so messed up that instead of reducing noise, it increases the amount of noise that it creates, and the energy that helps create the magic circles gets wasted on creating stabilization lines to prevent the device from rattling around." She crumpled the sheet of paper in her hands and muttered, "I can't believe that this piece of junk was sold for 3 pieces of silver. You know, it isn't good to sell such poor quality products as a salesman. It just isn't good for business. What kind of person are you to be hiding behind such a kind face?" Sawu looked at the store owner. He couldn't believe that he had been deceived by him. He had thought that despite being a slave, there were still people who would be willing to trade fairly with him. He didn't expect to have been stabbed in the back. "Is that quality certificate real? If you're allowed to sell this garbage, we should really fire the managers at our paper mill." "Our paper mill? A broken bar?" The store owner's eyes widened as he gasped in shock. "No way. A broken bar? Yes, I'm from Gemini." The Gemini Corporation was a magical artifact company which was owned by the Count, and only had 7 employees across Jaina. In other words, the witch in front of him would eventually be a part of Jaina's top executive body, the Tree of Sephiroth, to be precise. That meant that she was the Count's apprentice witch. Regardless of how stupid your buyer is, you should have taken more precautions to avoid getting caught. "Yeah, broken bar. I've committed a sin worthy of death." Odile played with her fingernails while ignoring the kneeling man on the floor, begging for mercy. The shopkeeper tried to explain himself. "I was blinded by greed and in the spur of the moment, I made a big mistake." "A broken bar. Where did you get the magic papers from?" "I got it from my friend called Dick. He works at the branch office. I just asked him to take the stuff you guys normally throw out. I won't ever do it again, I swear." The owner, who had tried to shift the blame over to his friend, became a sobbing mess in an instant, causing quite a commotion. "That's right. This was all for the sake of self-preservation. Please, please spare me a broken bar." With a grimace at the unsightly sight that beheld her eyes, Odile muttered out a spell. THTM? A ripple could be felt surging through the store as a pleasant voice filled the room. An apprentice witch was still considered to be a witch even if she had only inherited 10% of her powers. Odile's fluffy hair floated in the air as mana erupted from her toes to the top of her head. It was magic. While being aware of the rules, you still decided to sell magic artifacts to a slave without permission. Besides, you stole the defective product and forged the warranty, didn't you? What you've done has greatly damaged the reputation of our company. Do you think that Odile Gemini will actually forgive you for that? Half-quick a broken a mercy. All of a sudden, the store owner collapsed onto his knees and clutched at his neck. His jaws were clenched tight, his mouth foaming, and he struggled about the floor with an anguished look on his face. Reflexively, Sawu measured the flow of mana and observed the laws of magic within the store. The spell that Odile had used consisted of a mix of alchemy and barrier techniques that sported traces of the 5 elements. The runic-based barriers which controlled space were dispersed in such a way that they were invisible. The store owner writhed in agony on the wood floor, which had been covered by a barrier created by Odile. Odile had managed to enchant the interior space, encasing the store in layers of barriers. Therefore, no matter how hard he tried to breathe, the store owner would gradually suffocate. "Miss Odile, don't interfere." Noticing that the situation had gotten out of hand, Sawu tried to stop Odile, but the response he received in return was that of an icy, arrogant witch. Odile's anger couldn't be subdued by a slave's words. "Do you think we'll leave a fraudster alone? Someone who sold defective products with our brand names attached to them, whose consumers are about to lose their trust in our products." It was only a matter of time before the store owner would die. Someone was dying right in front of his eyes. Sawu tried to calm down by breathing slowly and closing his eyes. Well, Sawu had no reason to intervene. The store owner had taken advantage of Sawu's situation and scammed him of his hard-earned money. He reaped what he sowed. But was it really the right thing to do? Was it right to kill someone over such a matter? A broken bar it can't be. "What are you doing?" Odile noticed that Sawu had gripped a bottle of magic water on a shelf. Pouring the magic onto his palm, Sawu immediately started to circulate the latent mana in the magic water and released a spell towards Odile. Whoosh, or broken bar. The mana that had erupted explosively from within his body began swirling rapidly. Sawu manipulated the mana that surged within his body into numerous thin strokes, each sporting different lengths and thicknesses. Each had a slightly different length and thickness, and he only had one purpose in mind. The goal of the spell was to cast an interference that would disrupt the magic spell's mana, stopping the magical phenomenon in its tracks. The spell was called a dispel pin. "You don't really believe that will stop me, do you?" Odile's expression remained stoic even after seeing Sawu cast a dispel pin. It was unusual to see a slave do magic, but it didn't matter whether he cast it or not. Nothing about the spell was shocking. In fact, dispel was a spell so simple that it belonged in the first chapter of every basic magic book. It was categorized as simple magic, and did not require any complicated calculations or formulas. However, it was a different matter altogether when it came to the pin that chanted along with dispel. In order to truly dispel the spell, one would need to understand and observe all aspects of the magic circle, including all of the strokes, characters and definitions behind the runes that littered its magic circle, and that was before needing to calculate the potential positions and sequence of the pins he would have to place. He had never actually tried dispelling another witch's spell before. Thankfully, Odile's magic formula wasn't too difficult for Sawu to understand. He inserted the first 2 pins into the triangle's right side, which disrupted a part of the mechanism for the magic circle. Odile's invisible attribute was the first thing to become undone as the barrier's outline revealed itself. "A broken bar?" Odile's surprised face didn't stop Sawu from dispelling her magic. The next target Sawu chose was a triangle inscribed within the magic circle that had a balancer located at each of its corners. It functioned as a kind of firewall that normalized barriers whenever outside magic interfered. If he had interfered with the barrier without removing it, the pin would disappear immediately due to the rune's influence. Gasp! Sawu felt as if his head was on the verge of splitting apart, yet he maintained the pin in its position, gesturing with his hands like a conductor in front of an orchestra. The enormous circle surrounding the barrier cracked like glass as the pins were inserted one after the other, and the pillars, which made up the core of the spell and supported the barrier covering the ceiling, were his final target. The spell was finally dispelled as soon as the last of the 12 pins were engraved into the pillars that supported the upper surface. Done. The spell that Odile had cast was successfully lifted before she had the chance to activate her magic again. Gasp! "Thank a broken bar you for broken bar, thank you a broken bar, thank you a broken bar." The store owner, finally free of the spell, crawled towards Odile's feet and started kissing her shoes as he regained his breath. Odile ignored him and focused his attention on the person in front of her. Odile was looking at Sawu with astonishment. At that moment, Sawu was thrilled, knowing that the effort he had put into his magical studies hadn't gone to waste. He was able to hold his own facing Odile, an apprentice of a high-ranking witch. A sense of accomplishment filled his body as adrenaline surged through his veins. He could feel his heart palpitating wildly, almost as if his heart had become a drum that threatened to burst out from his chest. A broken bar. His excitement deflated the moment he felt Odile's gaze on him. Her gaze was so intense, it felt as if it could pierce his heart. He had no idea what was going to happen next. Sawu had a premonition that his interference had caused Odile's wrath, which had been poured out onto the shopkeeper, to transfer to him instead. Thus, mimicking the shopkeeper, he knelt on his knees and begged for forgiveness. "I apologize for daring to interfere with the magic of the Great Witch, but I couldn't stand by and watch as my favorite magic caster got blood on her hands." In order to avoid being punished, Sawu rambled out an excuse he had thought of off the top of his head. Odile watched him as she spoke. "Mr. Assistant, I think you're mistaken about something. I never had the intention of killing him." "Huh? All I was trying to do was teach him a lesson that would teach him not to mess with witches, otherwise he might lose his head." "If so, did he simply get in her way?" "Number. That was not the case." How could Sawu remain silent when someone was dying in front of him? Odile was a witch apprentice with a hunger for knowledge and thus tried to figure out what Sawu had purchased the magic papers for. "I thought you were just a handsome slave, but you're more than that." Sawu was startled when Odile glided towards him. Sawu looked at Odile with a puzzled expression. "Interesting. A broken bar. How'd you dismantle the structure of my unique barrier spell just from a glance?" That was the only logical explanation as to why the spell would be dispelled so quickly. "I really do apologize for that. A broken bar. No, you don't have to apologize. I just received a huge favor from you, but more importantly I've developed a keen interest in Mr. Assistant." When Odile tapped her fingertips on the table, a run surfaced from above the table. She had carved something into the wood. 68.29.121, a serial number. The numbers were serial numbers for a vault that doubled as a bank account in Jaina. "Mr. Store Owner, I hope you put all the silver coins that you have robbed from Mr. Assistant in his account." "Yes, a broken bar. Yes, I understand. I will never try to swindle money from him ever again. I expect there to be a generous amount of consolation money as well as a formal apology." "Do so, and I won't have to report this to City Hall. I hope you don't disappoint me." "Yes, thank you very much." A sense of relief filled the store owner's face. He had, after all, managed to avoid having the City Hall inspect his store and narrowly escaped death. Sawu left the building along with Odile, leaving the store owner back in his store. The shopkeeper had managed to bend his back to the point where his head was inches away from the ground. Odile looked back at Sawu and asked, "Are you free, Mr. Assistant?" Sawu felt uncomfortable in Odile's presence. He disliked her purple eyes. He felt bare under her gaze and a faint trace of viciousness seemed to linger behind those eyes of hers. "Well, I'm a little busy today." "Really? Then I have no choice but to tell Professor Amelia the good news. The news that her assistant was actually a wizard with tremendous talent." "A broken bar. I have plenty of time. You should." Realizing that her threat had been effective, Odile grinned like a cat. Her threatening demeanor was one of the reasons why Sawu felt a strong sense of hate towards the apprentice witch. Walking by her side, Sawu glanced at Odile's face. Sawu stood 2 heads taller than her, but thanks to her small head, from a distance, one wouldn't be able to tell that she looked short. Sawu could tell that she had been washing her hair in a perfumed shampoo every day from the tinge of sweetness that could be smelt from it. Her amethyst-colored eyes held a charm to them that seemed to be able to attract others' attention. She had moderately thick lips, a healthy peachy blush on her face, and a remarkable elegance that could be felt even when she was simply walking. She resembled a princess emerging straight out of a Rococo painting. 1. T/N, art style from 18th century. In the modern world, Sawu would have been overjoyed having the privilege to walk alongside a beauty like Odile. If only she wasn't a witch. Miss Odile, are there any problems? Assistant Shin Sawu, thank you very much for helping me back there. Thanks to you, I've learned a valuable lesson and will take care so as to not fall for a fraudster again. Odile, who seemed amused to see the citizens' everyday, mundane lifestyle in Taro Town, slowed to a halt and turned to Hima Broken Bar. Sawu hurriedly glanced away from her. Aside from her frightening nature, she was truly a stunning beauty and was in that sense, similar to Amelia. He felt awkward just making eye contact with her. Don't be concerned. Instead, I've got a fantastic escort. Ha Broken Bar. Ha Odile seemed to be in a good mood. Sawu believed that people were more willing to accommodate requests when they were in a good mood. Wasn't this the perfect chance for him to get away from her? If he came up with a reasonable excuse, there would be a possibility, however slim, of her letting him go. About that, a Broken Bar, I'd like to ask you something to help me escort you better. A Broken Bar, is that alright? Yep, go ahead. It's just that I don't know a lot about Taro Town's geography. I humbly believe that selecting a more capable individual would be more beneficial to Miss Odile. Instead of saying I'll let you go, she paused, and that brief pause was what forced him to swallow his remaining words. He quickly bowed his head, trying not to offend her in any way. A Broken Bar. So Broken Bar, the cheerful expression that clung to her face when they had been conversing earlier disappeared. He could feel his heart sink at her reaction. Did she notice his attempt to leave this place in a hurry? Alright, you are Broken Bar. Well, a Broken Bar, what do you think about going to a local bar instead? I do like to explore, but don't you think it'd be a good idea to stop by a quiet bar? Especially for a novice guy like yourself. Ha, 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 ha. Fortunately for him, she was trying to reduce the awkwardness in the air. It would prove unwise for Sawu to leave without getting her approval, for only a fool would want to anger a witch of her caliber in magic. He couldn't show her his displeasure, so tried to speak cheerfully. You say a bar? Oh yeah, I know of a nice bar. Allow me to take you the right away. Odile, on the other hand, jumped in delight and rejoiced. Sawu guided her to the White Whale Bar he had passed by earlier. The White Whale Bar, it was the biggest bar in Taro Town and was the one he and Takasho had visited a couple of times before. Another round? Sorry, I'm a little busy cleaning up these plates. Yes, go ahead, master, bring 2 more beers. There was a skilled accordionist performing his music. A hairy old man was drinking beer while gambling on the side. In the corner, a group of, obviously drunk, people played cards and blew on their pipes. A young waitress could be seen busily carrying food from table to table. On another table were also several bulky youngsters who appeared to be arm wrestling against each other. The atmosphere in the room was lively, a clear indication of the fun everyone was engaged in, when all of a sudden a Broken Bar, the tavern, where 30 to 40 people were conversing, became silent the instant that Odile and Sawu stepped in. Being an apprentice witch, Odile's presence in a rundown bar stuck out like a sore thumb. As though in a theatrical play, the bar owner removed his hat and stood in front of her in a hurry, while everyone else in the bar remained motionless. Oh, my Broken Bar Miss Witch, what brings you to this rundown place? For your information, our bar does comply with the latest hygiene standards and we regularly pay our taxes on time. The bar owner had immediately recognized that Odile was a witch. It would have been strange if a girl, who was wearing luxurious clothing along with jewelry that could probably pay for a mansion of her own, wasn't a witch. You don't have to worry about a thing. I didn't come here to kick up a fuss or cause a disturbance. Huh? Then while Broken Bar staying silent, Odile reached her hand into her sleeve. She took out 3 golden coins. The coins laid on her adorable palm as they gleamed with a pristine shine. The bar owner's jaw gaped wide open at the captivating sight of the dazzling gold in front of him. Here, take them. Pardon? Suddenly, what on earth? A Broken Bar? I want to rent the bar for an hour, so get everyone out of here in 5 minutes. 12 pennies made up a shilling. A gold coin was worth 20 shillings, or 240 pennies. In other words, for Sawu to be able to afford the rental fee paid by Odile, He would have needed to save up for more than 3 years. "Thank you." The bar owner didn't hesitate upon seeing the gold and quickly complied with the witch's request, kicking his customers out by their arses and chasing them away. Even though the customers were visibly upset, they left without a fuss. It was better than offending a witch. "Come on, get on out of here. Come back later in the evening, I'll treat you to something." The remaining customers could only relent and leave the tavern with a bitter smile. It benefited both sides of the trade. The tavern owner got to receive a sizable amount of money, whilst the regulars that frequented his store would be able to enjoy free drinks while waiting. Peace and quiet at last. A broken bar. Odile looked quite satisfied with her actions as she plopped her butt in the seat that she liked best. Was this how rich people operate? Sawu, who had suffered through poverty after being kidnapped into this world, couldn't believe that Odile would use 3 gold coins just for some quiet time. "I'll serve you the best dish we have. Please, take your time and enjoy yourself." Rubbing his hands, the bar owner put down 2 mugs of beer and disappeared into the kitchen. The store's only alcohol was beer, which had been cooled using magic. Coincidentally, it was also one of the best beers that Sawu had ever tasted. It was natural, as they were forced into only producing that one type of alcohol. After all, for generations, the majority of Jaina's people had worked in the same business. Due to the lack of holidays and a distinct lack of recreational activities for citizens to participate in, the majority of the citizens in this world simply honed their skills in their respective crafts as best they could. That single glass of beer had the blood, sweat and tears of 600 years of history accumulated into it. Interesting. A broken bar. I've been curious to try what the regular citizens have been drinking. Odile gracefully lifted the mug that was bigger than her face and gulped its contents down, placing her glass down on the table, revealing a beard made of fresh foam that clung to her upper lip region. Being none the wiser, Odile started to gag and examine the flavor of the beer. It's bittersweet. Although it does have a robust flavor, it's simply still not qualified to satisfy my high-class taste. Odile's body shook with a wheezing sound. It was clear from her response that she didn't enjoy the flavor. "What are you doing? Drink up." "Before that, M''S.A broken bar, there's some foam on your face." In her attempt to appear mature, Odile hadn't realized that she was wearing a froth beard. In a typical drinking event, one would naturally be aware of such matters, and they would have already cleaned off anything that remained around their mouths before partying on. Wanting to maintain her mature image, Odile firmly wiped off the foam with her hand. "Of course, I was aware of it. I was just imitating how I saw a drunk drink the beer in this manner. You won't know if it tastes good unless you try downing it, right?" Odile spat out her excuse to cover up her folly in a rapid fashion, clearly not wanting Sawu to notice her mistake. "Yup, that makes sense. Yes, of course, it does." Odile looked triumphantly at Sawu, who like Odile coughed when he tried to chug the mug in one gulp. Despite being an apprentice witch, she was clearly a child. His head went numb from how chilly it was. The combination of both the pleasant aroma of wheat and the carbonic acid that made his tongue tingle pervaded his dry mouth. Sawu closed his eyes and jerked his body. "It was too sweet." "Is it that good? You'd faint if you ever got the chance to drink the wine from our mansion. The grapes we use are from Mendel Hill and are exposed to sunlight all year round. If I have a chance, I'd love to taste it. I'll be sure to bring it later." Sawu suddenly felt strange. In fact, he had been feeling pretty strange since a while ago, but soon it became clear after they exchanged a few words with each other. "Excuse me, Miss Odile." "Yes, I'm listening." "Is this your first time in Tarot Town?" "Yes," she nodded frankly. That explains why she had been curiously looking around. "My teacher is a strict person. She doesn't allow me to go to Tarot Town." "Do you know what she said when I asked her to let me out? Until you inherit the brand, don't get distracted by other things and focus solely on building a foundation." "So I've never been outside of Ars Magna Town and Lenimond Town." Odile's appearance left its viewers mesmerized, and it was hard for anyone to be able to pinpoint her actual age. Still, if forced to make a rough estimate, Sawu would place her around 20 years old due to her youthful looks. So what about today? Hey, I sneaked out today. Although my teacher is lovely, she has an annoying side to her that I just hate. Do you have any idea how boring having to study magic every day is? He could understand how Odile might feel at such a young age, being so young and filled with curiosity, to be stuck in a cramped cage for most of her life. Seeing her get excited by simply drinking beer, Soo felt like they should have let her go out to play for a while. Anyway, I know Mr. Assistant is worried. You want me to keep it a secret that you can use magic, right? Oh, yes, please. I'm not going to share this information with anyone else. I'm not as vicious as you think, Odile replied with a smile. She's an angel, an angel. Despite being a witch, she had surprisingly good communication skills, and what's more, it was her first time having an authentic human-to-human interaction outside of the classroom. Perhaps she was still young. Conversing with her was simpler than talking with Amelia, a professor at Trinity Academy. Here's your dish. Oh, put it here. The bar owner placed the dishes in such a way that even if the table was to shake, nothing would be spilt. Oily ham, pickled figs, wheat bread with raisins and ginger, salt and pepper, and even figs sprinkled with olive oil. Odile began tasting each of the side dishes one by one, her eyes twinkling in excitement. Hum hum hum. She appeared to have enjoyed the food that had been provided based on the way she was humming and how she was constantly ordering more. She slid a thick slice of ham onto Soo's plate. You should eat, too. Thank you. It was a whole roasted ham. The taste of the yellow ham that entered Soo's mouth caused his saliva glands to erupt upon being greeted for the first time in months. As he was wolfing down the ham, Odile suddenly asked, "If you could use magic, then why didn't you show it before?" "If I claimed I could use magic, I thought that I'd get into a lot of trouble as slaves weren't allowed to use magic." "Really? I think it's fine. Even though the spell I used wasn't really complex, you did manage to destroy it. Isn't that something to be proud of? I can't believe you understood so much magical knowledge as a slave." She accepted the idea that a mere slave would be able to use magic to destroy her magic, and it showed her naivety from a young witch contradicted the ideals of a common witch. "No way, if it was another witch and not Miss Odile, she wouldn't be as kind as you. In fact, it wouldn't even be surprising if she blew my head off with a stronger spell as soon as I destroyed the barrier." "Yes, that's right, I'm quite understanding. However, is there any other reason than that? Be honest with me." "Yes, in fact, I was working on a space magic to escape from this bloody Jaina, magic capable of opening the gate of Border Town." "Whoa, is that even possible? Not just anyone can open the gates." "I can't do it right now, but I think I can do it in about a year. I've already read a number of books and developed a theory of around 70%. "Books?" "Yes, I've been working in the library and there is a basic book Soo, who was eating the ham, suddenly felt that something was off about the situation. Placing the utensils down silently, Soo turned towards Odile. "What was I talking about just now?" Secrets that he would never have considered to be exposed came out naturally, almost as if a truth serum had been applied to his food. "What? How is this possible? I didn't feel anything." "A broken bar." "Wait, a broken bar? Did you cast a self-essence spell on me?" "Yes, I did, Mr. Assistant." The initially friendly look on Odile's face changed in an instant. A girl who didn't know the world? His thought proved just how naive he was for harboring such thoughts towards her. He regretted ever feeling sorry for her even for a moment. Odile slouched down to stroke Soo's head. His head was in turmoil as he had trouble organizing his thoughts. "Oh, so, Mr. Assistant has been planning something like that? Shit, I'm fucked." "You are indeed quite fucked, Mr. Assistant." Looking at his helpless expression, Odile grinned broadly. Footnotes: the owner of the tavern served dish after dish of unknown delicacies. Unfortunately, Soo simply didn't have the appetite to take another bite. Odile left most of the food alone after taking 1 or 2 bites from each plate, thus leaving large amounts of food piled up on the table after the meal. "Shall we get going now, Mr. Assistant?" "A broken bar? Yes, There was obviously no way for Sawu to refuse, not while Odile had his weakness in her grasp. According to Odile, if Sawu was simply capable of using magic and merely concealed it, it wouldn't have been a big deal. The issue with the situation was that he had intended to escape from his slavery. The magic that had been discreetly placed onto Sawu was the root of all his problems. It caused him to be unable to shut his mouth, even after spilling all his secrets to her. Wait, does that mean that if I think of anything right now, I'll just say it out loud? Fuck, what the fuck? It really does that? You fucking bitch of a fucking witch. 5 years of effort, gone, just like that? I was so close to escaping, so fucking close. Fuck, why are all the fucking witches like this? First Amelia, now her, for fuck's sake. No matter how hard Sawu tried to keep his mouth shut, in the end, it was all futile. Odile laughed for 15 minutes while Sawu kept spitting out his inner thoughts. She had laughed so hard, in fact, that her face had turned into a shade of red. He pondered if he was lucky for Odile overlooking the constant barrage of curses that spewed from his mouth. Miss Odile. When Odile didn't respond, he called again. Miss Odile. Huh? Oh, my apologies, did you call me? If I recall correctly, didn't you just mention that I and my sister were two rude twin bitches who hid behind our cute faces, right? The blood drained from Sawu's face as Odile smiled softly. He hadn't expected how dangerous having his thoughts broadcast to the surroundings could get. Sawu couldn't believe that there was actually magic that could even influence human behavior. Isn't that because of what Miss Odile cast on me? Mind control or something? A broken bar. I believe that you mentioned something like why your inner thoughts came out when you were blabbering on earlier. That's then a broken bar. Sawu sighed in defeat and surrendered to his circumstances. Ah, fuck it, I don't give a shit anymore. Fuck it, hell if I care if you roast me or boil me. Really, Mr. Assistant, which would you prefer, medium rare or well done? Odile began to burst out in laughter at her own joke. Oh yay, you were curious about the type of magic I used, weren't you? Yes. Sawu wasn't able to feel any waves of mana that the spell might have caused. Although he had some elementary knowledge of magic, Sawu never had any formal magic training and thus was unable to detect the properties of the spell Odile had cast. He would have naturally been curious to find out more about a type of magic he had never come across before. Odile opened her mouth and began chanting. The song sounded more like a melody from a string instrument as opposed to a human's voice. Sawu was about to fully immerse himself in the music when he noticed a small tendril of magic wriggle about. Sawu would have missed it if he hadn't been focusing on her voice. Did you manage to get a feel of it? No way. A broken bar. Sawu thought back to the time when he first got charmed. Only then did he realize that Odile had been humming throughout the meal. What if she wasn't singing out of joy? What if a broken bar? That's the answer. The Gemini witch's self-essence, magic, pitch, beat, passion, and breathing are all a part of the spell. It is also known by the name the A Poem of Confession. I couldn't sing it perfectly because Odette isn't here, but it wasn't bad to hear, right? A broken bar. You tricked me well. Yes. Odile wandered through the complex alleyways of Tarot Town. Judging by her steps, it didn't feel like she was unfamiliar with the alleyways, and instead, it felt like she was moving with a destination in mind. That means a broken bar. You also lied about being in Tarot Town for the first time. Yup. Although it is true that my teacher is strict, I sneak out about once a week to get some fresh air. Sawu felt a deep sense of betrayal. He regretted thinking that Odile was a small bird trapped in a cage and also for feeling a smidge of pity for the twins. So, what are you trying to get out of me? I'm just a slave at best. All I can do is entertain you like a clown. It'll spoil the surprise if I gave it away so easily. You don't expect a lady such as myself to give away all her secrets now, do you? Sawu inwardly thought she acted more like a bitch than a lady. After a long period of time, Odile finally slowed her steps to a halt. Amidst the shabby buildings, stood a 5-story mansion that looked brand new, almost as if it had just been built. The high-rise building looked out of place, being constructed in a poor hillside village. Odile grinned as she opened the door. Come on in, I'll explain everything to you here. This villa belongs to both of me and Adet. It's meant to be an output for us to learn about the world. Huh. As if it wasn't blatantly obvious, a broken bar. Sawu shut the door behind him as he followed Odile into the building. It seemed as if the mansion had no maids or butlers to welcome guests upon their arrival. Large chandeliers covered in beautiful golden leaves lit up as Odile and Sawu entered the mansion. The exterior of the building did not match the run-down alleyway that led to its entrance. Looking at the interior of the place, Sawu noticed that floating wine glasses were used to decorate the space. Sawu hesitated to step onto the marble floors that were so shiny that even his reflection was visible. Adet! Her shout seemed to summon Adet as Sawu could hear the sounds of footsteps scurrying their way toward them. It wasn't long before Adet's head could be seen propped up on the second-floor stairs railing. The twins could be seen with different accessories, hairstyles, and clothing, completely contrasting their image in the academy. Do you not play the swapping games with each other at home? Eh? Huh? Don't you swap places with each other sometime to mess with Amelia? Odile pursed her lips. Her expression resembled a criminal that had been caught red-handed after committing what they thought was a perfect crime. Wait, how did you know that? We have the exact same mana signature. Everyone's noticed it. Our broken bar. Hell, I think even Professor Amelia noticed it, but she just chose to not bring it up. Adet came rushing down the stairs as Odile stiffened at Sawu's sulky response. Hello, Assistant Sawu, it's so nice to meet you outside the academy. Adet came to a stop at the bottom of the stairs, giving Sawu a curtsy and greeted him politely. Adet was a little less tomboy than her sister, Odile. She had a cheerful personality and always gave respect to everyone, including slaves. That thought disappeared in a flash the moment Sawu heard the next words that left her mouth. How did you capture him? You really managed to drag him here, didn't you? Was it accurate to use capture for humans? Adet's eyes sparkled as she circled around Sawu. She was like a researcher who had just found a long-extinct species. What did I say? Didn't I tell you that if you trust this sister of yours, everything will go as planned? That's all you needed, right? With his weakness in my grasp, he'll definitely cooperate with our experiments. Weakness? Actually a broken bar. PSST. The twins began whispering among themselves. Sawu could hardly believe his ears when he heard the word experiment. Meanwhile, Adet's eyes started glowing, as Odile continued recounting the things that had happened. As a slave, you not only broke my sister's barrier, but you're even studying the magic required to open the gate. Yeah, it's amazing and all, but it doesn't really have anything to do with us, does it? That's true. Adet nodded meekly. Anyways, follow me. You know what'll happen if you don't, right? My apologies, Mr. Assistant, but I was so curious that I couldn't help but ask some questions. Wait a minute. He wasn't paying attention to the other things that were mentioned in the conversation, but there was a question that scratched the back of his mind. What in the fuck will I do in the experiment? A broken bar? Will I even be able to survive the things you do to me? The twins responded to him between their giggles as Sawu became increasingly upset at the situation. The mere thought of placing his body in harm's way scared him. Will we harm Mr. Assistant? We don't think we're going to hurt Mr. Assistant. Oh, thank God. A broken bar. We would never do that. We would never do that, but only if you promise to cooperate with us. But only if you promise to cooperate with us. Odile and Adet were wonderfully synchronized. They spoke in unison and Sawu's worries were strangely relieved by their response, up till the last sentence, where they hinted at the possibility of bringing harm to Sawu if he chose not to cooperate. Then what about the fact that I'm going to use magic and escape? A broken bar will keep it a secret. Fine, a broken bar. I'll trust you. He felt a little relieved. He thought that it was a small price to pay for the twins to keep their silence. Guided by the twins, they arrived at a comfortable-looking bedroom. A large bed with 2 pillows appeared in view and was probably where the twins would often sleep together. This caused Sawu to become flustered. He had been expecting to enter a workshop full of magical ingredients, but what he didn't expect was to be led into a bedroom with 2 girls. An ominous chill ran down his spine as he looked around. Left is Adet, right is Odile. Take it off. What? You said you'd help with the experiment, so take it off. Sawu had a hunch regarding what was to come. The twins displayed an amazing amount of concentration when they were asked for comments regarding the creation of mana through ejaculation during their lessons. What was clear to Sawu was that they weren't just interested in studying magic. The twins probably used up 90% of that concentration, examining and questioning the male body. This is the reference book for the experiment that Sawu will help us with today. Adet brought out a thin book. Her face had turned into a shade of red. The book was titled A First Night Guide for Ladies. We snatched it from the maids when we saw them gathered to read it. That must mean that it really is a book that every true lady has to read. Adet smiled brightly. Come on, take it off quickly. Hold on a second. If you don't take it off now, I'll expose your secrets to Professor Amelia. You promised to cooperate, right? We'll take good care of you. The twins, who were protruding from both sides, grabbed Sawu's collar and hung down. The twins flanked Sawu, grabbed him by his collar and began trying to undress him. Realizing the severity of the situation, Sawu desperately clung onto his clothes. No, wait, please stop. Of course, it wasn't because Sawu had magically turned into a eunuch. Being able to enjoy two ladies, who both possess a level of beauty greater than any other models on Earth, would naturally seem alluring to any man. But no, Sawu was able to restrain the lust that slowly brewed within him. His pride wouldn't allow him to have sex with a witch. What more to apprentice witches such as Odile and Adet? The lower abdomen, where the uterus was located, was where the witch's brand was engraved. The mark marked where mana was stored in a woman's womb. It was also the reason why males couldn't become wizards. If an apprentice witch, whose body had not fully matured yet, was to receive the mana created by a man's sperm, she would never be able to bear the brand of a witch. For an apprentice witch, who had been carefully raised in a glasshouse environment, to be unable to bear the brand of a witch because of a stray dog, how would their master react? If Gemini, the twins' master, was to hear about the time they had spent in the bedroom, Sawu would probably be burned at the stake. No, I can't do it. All right, sister. The twins began chanting in sync with one another. Even with only 10% of the brand being inherited by each of the twins, they were capable of casting a spell so complex that it exceeded Sawu's understanding and rendered him unable to resist. Hey, come on, I'm not the only one who will get fucked by this. You'll be fucked as well. Stop, don't you think we know that too? Sawu was unable to control his limbs and plopped onto the bed as his clothes started sliding off him. The absurdly powerful spell had left him naked, with the only article of clothing left on his body being his shorts. I'm a little curious. A broken bar. Should I just shut you up? An unknown spell was cast on Sawu, rendering him mute. Come up, Adet. A broken bar, huh? Yeah, sister. A strong body that was trained through hard work and forced diet control lay on the bed. Adet, who had often been forced to examine his body during Amelia's lessons, crawled onto the bed silently as she stared at Sawu's body. Let's begin with the first chapter. Sawu watched on, terrified as Odile licked her lips. Footnotes, Bref. Next. Adet had gotten the naughty book from the maids about 2 weeks ago. When she tried asking the maids about what the book was about, they blushed, but refused to tell her. When the confused Adet handed it over to her sister for the first time, Odile had shut the book in a hurry after reading only a few chapters. Why'd you close it? What happened? What's it about? Is it a forbidden book? Or maybe a satanic book? Adet, you shouldn't be reading things like this at home. It's also not the kind of book that you should be casually reading with a cup of tea. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? It's a book about the bodily relationships between men and women. Adet gasped in response to Odile's solemn face. Then maybe it's a broken bar? I've only had the chance to see it a few times. A broken bar. Maybe this is a guide for that. What does it say? I also want to know. Tell me. Pictures of male genitals, naked women as well. No way. A broken bar. Adet's lovely lips lifted a bit as if she was thinking deeply about something. Could this be Coach Yusa? Odile quickly covered her sister's mouth. You can't just say something vulgar like that. Don't you remember that time you got scolded by Master? Besides, I haven't even fully confirmed it yet." She hugged Odette close and muttered underneath her breath, as if she was worried that someone might overhear. "Before we get caught, let's hurry up and hide the book somewhere. We can just go back and check it out later." Odette and Odile carefully sneaked back to their room with the book still held within their arms. Was it how those smugglers from the A border town felt? It felt so thrilling and fun to them that it reminded them of that night when they had snuck into Taro Town for the first time. Once they got back to their room, the twins placed the book on their desks when they sat down facing each other. When Odette noticed that Odile stopped paying attention to her while lost in thought, she quietly began stretching her hand out towards the book. "Hey, sis, I also want to look at the book for a bit." "No, ow, it hurts. You didn't need to hit me like that." Didn't Big Sis already take a peek? Before Odette could reach the book, Odile had smacked her hand away in order to stop her from opening it. Afterwards, she attempted to convince the fuming Odette to calm down and wait for their chance. "Odette, do you remember?" What? Her poor, teary-eyed little sister still felt wronged as she caressed her hand. "That time when I snuck cookies from our teacher's cupboard the other day." "Yes, you had stolen the whole thing and pinned the blame on me when you got caught." No, not that part." Odile barely managed to calm Odette down again, who had already began screaming. The reason why she brought it up wasn't to make her angry again. "When we stole the cookies, did we eat them on the spot?" "No." "Then when did we eat them?" "At night." "Do you remember why we ate the cookies at night?" "Sis said it tastes better with warm milk." Broken by her. It was an excellent teaching style, similar to how Professor Amelia taught them in her lectures by asking repeated questions in order to receive the correct answer. In order to prevent such a wonderful toy from going to waste, Odile had used a roundabout method like this to convince her younger sister. "The broken bar." Yes, not only is this book about sex a broken bar, but it also describes the male body in detail. So if this book is a cookie, then what's the milk? Of course, the milk is a man. After hearing the word "a man," Odette's flushed face darkened even further. "But how? Usually just the mere sight of us makes guys run away." "I already have a plan, you idiot." "What?" "Don't leave me out of it." "Then come closer and listen." Odile pulled Odette close as she pressed the book down. That was the entire course of events that led to what Sawu now has to go through. Unexpectedly, Sawu had become some sort of teaching aid for sexual education. Odile, standing close by, started to speak. "All right, Odette, open up the book." Odette swallowed her saliva in suspense. She had been restraining herself from opening and reading it for the past 2 weeks for this moment. "I hereby write this book for all of the innocent daughters of Jaina to have a happy first night." Odette began with the book's first page, reading the contents out loud. "Table of contents: a broken bar." You don't need to read the table of contents. It starts with chapter, sis, the first step to making love. The essence of the book was just as anyone would have expected. Not much was different between life in Jaina and living in the Renaissance era. Since there wasn't any form of free public education, ordinary citizens had no way to learn about sexual education other than books like this. In other words, that book served as a manual for men and women who wished to spend their first night together without any mistakes. While others who had used this book were usually young couples, Sawu was being used as some kind of human dildo for sex education. Fortunately enough, the book itself was very thin and likely wouldn't have much information due to the illustrations scattered throughout. Not counting the excessively large font size, unlike what you thought, the love between a man and a woman isn't about just giving each other flowers, watching a play together, and taking a moonlit stroll. A broken bar. Something else that a man and woman must do is to go beyond whatever they had promised to each other and spend an ambitious night together. Wait, Odette, you're taking way too long. Can't you just get to the point already? Like Odile, Odette also seemed disappointed by how boring the book turned out to be, but before she could even turn to the third page, she began to let out a hiss while her eyes opened wide. What happened? I can't read this, sis. Give it to me. Odile quickly snatched the book from her hands as if she couldn't wait another second to read it. She cleared her throat once more and began to read the book out loud. A man's genitalia is made up of unique muscles that expand when he senses sexual excitement. This process is known as an erection, and it is something required for a man and a woman to be able to completely connect. But what even is sexual arousal? How should we do it? Odile furrowed her eyebrows together, looking as if she had just been asked a very difficult question. Yes, what are we supposed to do? Even after Odette and Odile put their heads together and thought for what felt like an eternity, they still weren't able to come up with an answer. In the end, the conclusion Odile had come to was a broken bar. Let's just ask Mr. Assistant. I also thought of that just now. Sawu felt like screaming when he heard the conclusion the twins had come to. He had no clue what kind of sin he had committed in his past life, and he couldn't even begin to imagine just why he had to endure so much humiliation, such as being forced to jerk off in public or even getting a hand job in front of an audience. Well, you've already seen enough of me at the academy, so let's just stop here, okay? Do you think you're in a position where you can talk back to me? Well, not really, but a broken bar. We've known each other 2 years already, and since I'm such a pure and kind witch, I don't want to be forced to punish Mr. Assistant so severely. Odile began shedding crocodile tears. Despite her mischievous personality, while at the academy she gave off the impression of a respectable noble girl, but when he saw her outside of the academy, he realized just how much of a tyrant she truly was. Come on, tell us already. He had never been married, much less ever had a daughter, so he wasn't experienced in this type of situation. And in that type of situation, it was as if one day his daughter came up to him with an innocent look and asked, "How do you make a baby, Daddy?" Oh, that's, sexual, arousal is, broken bar. Odette shouted out of the blue as Sawu struggled to open his mouth. Oh, sis, here's the rest. Really? Like a starving rodent who found a hidden piece of cheese? Odile clung tightly to the porn magazine. Reading a book that had already gained widespread recognition was much more trustworthy than listening to someone else's opinion in their eyes. Sawu wrinkled his nose after being neglected. First and foremost, this is manhood before arousal. Shall we compare? When Odile gestured in his direction, Sawu's underwear fell off in an instant and went down to his ankles. He could feel the twins' intense attention on his dick, which gave him a stinging sensation. Odette put the book right next to Sawu's limp dick and began to compare. Is it really similar to the picture? It's a pity that it looks limp. Odile and Odette exchanged giggles. So, this sexual arousal or something like that is what makes it bigger? But the other day, Professor Amelia made it big by caressing it with her hands. Let's knead it this time. In an instant, the twins took off their gloves and began fiddling with Sawu's flaccid dick. They were able to see it in class but never had the chance to touch it. At the same time, Sawu had gotten startled by the unexpected touch he felt in his sensitive lower half. It feels kind of soft. Yes, it was different from Amelia's hand technique. All they did was knead it as if they were a pair of children playing with clay. After all, what was there to expect when they didn't even know what sexual excitement was? That's why his dick was still limp. The twins' hands continued to roam lazily here and there as if they were annoyed upon seeing the limp dick. Sawu sighed in relief. Why isn't it getting bigger? I'll answer that question for you. Men, too, have different kinds of problems, so when they're not in the mood, they lack vigor. And that's all for today's sex education. A broken bar. Odile and Odette, who had initially seemed to be paying attention to Sawu, eventually lost interest and resumed reading the book after realizing all he was trying to tell them was to stop. Oh, sis, look here, where, on the first night, men can get extremely excited and nervous. In that case, the male member may not get hard, so, first, help them relax with a hot kiss. A kiss? They tilted their heads in the same direction at the same time. What does it have to do with it? Kissing is done with the mouth, and the manhood is located down there. Let's do it for now. With frantic breathing, the twins turned to Sawu at the same time. Sawu preferred to close his eyes quietly. If he had sex at this rate, he'll surely die. He must never, under any circumstances, let his dick become erect. They wouldn't be able to have sex unless he got an erection. I'll try it first. Kissing is something done between lovers, Miss Odile. She didn't take his words seriously. Well, then, let's love each other from now on. Odile plopped onto Sawu's belly. She untied the ribbon that was looped around her chin, removed her bonnet, and slowly moved closer to his face. A lofty nose and large eyes that were open even while kissing. The smell of Odile's sweet breath tickled the tip of his nose as her thick lips approached him. Even when he looked up at the face from that angle, he couldn't find any flaw at all. He would have enjoyed their kissing, if it wasn't forced and he wasn't tied to the bed with his dick hanging out. Odile and Sawu's lips overlapped. It was softer than marshmallows and wetter than dewy petals. Her eyelashes could be counted from a distance as her eyes twinkled like jewels with an inquisitive energy. Sadly, the lips that had been together for 3 seconds soon parted. Sis, you have to put your tongue inside while kissing. Tongue? That's nasty. But it says here that the side receiving the tongue should be softly sucked in and twirled around, as if melting a candy. All right. Odile, who received quick feedback, kissed him again boldly, but later it was different. Her sharp tongue poked through Sawu's tightly shut lips. Odile's round eyes were twinkling right in front of him. The awkward tongue movements stimulated not only the top and bottom of the tongue but also the lips and every corner of the oral mucosa. Odile's saliva tasted like a fresh orange for dessert. In the face of a predetermined form of fate, human power might fall short, even going as far as to seem utterly weak and helpless. As a human himself, Sawu also couldn't help but agree with that remark. He had once thought that his path forward had been carved out for him by the Almighty themselves. Alas, at this moment, that thought could only make him repeatedly lament the cruel irony of fate at its fullest. Before he was brought here, to the city of witches known as Jaina, Sawu was hailed as a promising mathematical talent. He had graduated early from a high school with a science background. The school was a prestigious and far-reaching institution that allowed most of the students, who graduated with grace, to directly enter a prestigious university or even a prestigious overseas university if they wished so, taking advantage of his talent and the benefits his school granted him. He entered the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the one situated in America, after being recommended by a professor at the University of MIT, who had noticed Sawu's talent from an early age. An interview request came in, requesting him to attend and present himself to obtain the opportunity to enroll in MIT. The news had been so awe-inspiring and widespread that it was even published in the newspaper that he was a once-in-a-century mathematical genius born in Korea. He participated in the daily university activities while also winning multiple international math contests alongside his academics. He even went on to write a thesis on the essential singularity that was published in an academic journal, amassing him great fame. In fact, his thesis got so much recognition that he received his master's degree early and then went on to serve in the military as a sergeant from the age of 21 to 23. After finishing his time in the military, he set his mind on preparing himself for his doctorate. Relieved from his arduous military duties, he boarded the plane back home with the pleasant and joyous thoughts of being able to return to his mathematical research without any cliques to distract him from his calling in life. Sadly, the plane just had to land in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, crashing mid-flight. When he finally woke up from his state of unconsciousness, he found out that he was now in Jaina, the city of witches, kidnapped and held captive until further notice. Ultimately, this led him into becoming sold as a slave of the city hall. For the next 5 years, like an insignificant cog in the wheel that had to work non-stop to keep said wheel functioning, he carried out all the duties thrown at him whether he liked it or not. The way his life was moving, he was sure that he would drop dead one of these days around. He had to do something, anything to keep himself alive, to break himself free from that cruel fate. Thus, for the next 3 years, he indulged himself in the study of magical arts in his spare time, after being done every day with the soul-crushing period of work. banking on the slightest chance that this would let him escape Jaina from the clutches of these preposterous witches. To his surprise and joy, magic had a lot of similarities with math and geometry. He could only attribute this to being extremely lucky. If he had to give an example of the similarities, then the first thing that came to mind was the application of linear integrals in the formula for the calculation of the law of mana conservation, and even some prominent infinite series such as the Taylor series and the Fourier series were also used in the study of magical arts. These formulas were used to calculate, and then in turn regulate, the variables that hindered the generation and application of mana. Fortunately, the complex mathematical analysis path that Sawu majored in had a lot in common with the major magic formulas of this world, so he was able to complete the metaphorical arc toward his long-cherished escape from this fucked-up place at a remarkable speed. If he held on and pushed his research into the magical arts for another year or so, he was certain that he would have engineered a way out of this damn place. A broken bar. But now a broken bar. A broken bar. He just couldn't believe that he was about to face a death crisis, that too when he was so close to his goal, due to being discovered by these wicked twin witches, well, apprentice witches to be exact. Sawu recited the dull national anthem of his motherland over and over again in his head as he watched, and most certainly felt Odile clinging to his torso while twirling her small and soft tongue around his, trying her best to arouse him. Sometimes he couldn't help but admit, human patience was truly an amazing thing. He couldn't believe, for the life of him, that he was restraining himself, restraining his urges and his arousal, while being kissed by such a pretty girl. What do you think, Adet? Did it get bigger? Nope, not even a bit. It's still the same. Adet, who was constantly glaring at Sawu's manhood, with sparkling eyes of curiosity, shook her head disappointingly at Odile's inquiry, finally coming down from his belly the next instant. We caressed it and even kissed him as illustrated in the book, but he's a broken bar thing is the same as before. It's not growing no matter what we do. Didn't I already say that there are days like this, when it just won't stand up no matter what you do? If you're done then, I would like to wear my pants now, so please untie these bindings already. This situation just took the perfect turn for Sawu. He would be immensely grateful if the two dastardly bitches lost their interest in this subject, and by extension him. Adet, who was still reading the instruction manual at the time, suddenly tapped Odile on the shoulder. Her eyes were still glued to the manual. "Cease a broken bar, take a look at this." Even Odile, who was far more playful than Adet in comparison, completely halted on her tracks when she finally witnessed the contents of the page that Adet had just pointed out. There was a rather naked and astonishing scene illustrated in that particular page of the book. On the page, there lay a man, completely naked and placed in a standing position with a woman kneeling right under him, her face near his crotch. It was the illustration of a woman opening her mouth and sucking the male organ with said mouth. In layman's terms, she was giving the man a blowjob. A broken bar, 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 a broken bar. There was a sudden bout of awkward silence stretching between the twins and Sawu. Odile, Adet, and Sawu, the three of them chose to keep their lips shut for the time being, not willing to utter a single word. Getting head right after barely enduring a kiss with all his perseverance, how in hell was he supposed to stand that? Undoubtedly, his cock would become erect at breakneck speed. He was sure of it. In his mind, he could already imagine the fierce reaction of his little brother piquing the interest of the dastardly twins. Besides, all things considered, that book was just an intro manual for teaching about sex to naughty virgins. There was not even a single iota of guarantee that the immature ones would not give in to the mood and not follow through with the instructions of the manual. "Miss Adet, you know that piss leaks out from the male genitalia, right? Thus, it should be clear that this organ of mine is extremely filthy and infested with various kinds of germs." Really? It was hard to convince Odile, so he had to target Adet. "Yes, I think that guideline is following an outdated trend. Things simply don't happen that way anymore. Believe me when I say this, I am deeply concerned that Miss Adet, who who'll be the backbone of Jaina in the near future, will fall ill because of me." Noting the serious tone of Sawu's voice, the naive Odile listened to his bullshit with rapt attention. His treachery wasn't able to be effective, however, as Odile suddenly came up with a brilliant idea. "Adet, why don't we try this then?" And that great idea of hers turned out to become Sawu's bane, as all his hopes for escaping were thoroughly crushed. The hole where the piss leaked out from was called the urethra. Simply put, not putting the glands part directly into the mouth should keep them safe from any harm. Meanwhile, the outside layer of the genital could be disinfected well by using magic that kills germs. Even if they were to fall ill, on the off chance, chanting a healing spell would guarantee a full recovery for them. Based on these above 4 reasons, the decision Odile reached was quite simple. If she just licked around the shaft, avoiding the glands, with her tongue, then there would be no risk factors in this act. "You're really gonna believe the content of this book? I'm warning you guys, you'll come to regret it." "Be quiet, Mr. Assistant." "Yes, yes, please be quiet, Mr. Assistant." No matter how desperately Sawu tried to convince the dastardly duo, the twins, already determined to see things through, had no heart to listen to any of his words. After all, Amelia wouldn't have had a constant headache plaguing her, in dealing with the witch duo, if the twins were servile enough to obey the orders of a mere slave. The end result was that 2 girls were now staring heatedly at his dangling manhood as the mischievous twins used Sawu's thighs like cushions to rest their hands on. He felt a stinging gaze, almost burning holes through his dick with its intensity, while a tickling breath brushed past his hanging balls. "Adet, let's do it at the same time, sis." After exchanging glances, the 2 girls took deep breaths and extended their tongues slowly in simultaneous and fully synchronized motion. It was worth mentioning that Sawu had to keep his balls and manhood well shaved and clean, as he had to be naked for most of the biological experiments that he had to take part in as Amelia's assistant. That same smooth and hairless body of his was now being enveloped in a warm and soft texture, not unlike that of a slowly crawling slug's. "Ugh!" Sawu took in a shuddering breath. At first, it merely tickled, but that feeling didn't last for longer. Broken bar. Soon, he felt as though someone was scraping the libido right out of him with a poker. A tingling sensation ran along, starting from his lower half and slowly traveling up to his underbelly, belly, and other parts. His poor member, which was finally calming down from all the accumulated stress forced on it by all the stimuli, flinched immediately the moment the twins' tongues landed along its shaft. It moved, it moved. Odile and Adet were both taken aback at the same time by the sudden movement, but they were delighted all the same due to finally attaining the reaction they sought from Sawu's schlong. "It's written here that it would be better if you suck the scrotum from time to time as if you were softly kissing it with your lips." Odile, who already had the kissing experience, was the first to go for his balls. She opened her crimson-hued lips and held the balls captive inside her luscious mouth, as she kept twisting her tongue around, steadily tightening her hold round the balls. Adet, being a live witness to her sister's skillful demonstration, went for the other side while keeping her nose shut tight. That was how the twins' double fellatio started. The very fact that a noble witch was caressing his balls like a harlot aroused him further. An immoral feeling rose inside of him as the 2 sisters, who looked like carbon copies of each other, ministered his cock at the same time. The warmth of their mouths made him shiver with absolute delight. Sawu's endurance crumbled instantly from the relentless sucking of the duo. His lower half was probably going to melt and turn to mush at this rate. Throbbing in stimulation, his dick began growing as Sawu felt that all the blood in his body was rushing to his cock. A broken bar. The twins were so in sync that when they started speaking simultaneously, no one would be able to distinguish their voices apart. The same happened now as both of them moved their lips to speak. "It's working." It got bigger. The treacherous rod, who cared not for its master's wishes and thoughts, throbbed excitedly as if asking for more and more stimuli. Sawu closed his eyes in defeat and acceptance. He didn't give a damn anymore. He decided that it would be better if he might as well just enjoy the ride while he can. Honestly, how many times had he been harassed and abused in this wretched city? He had lost count by now. He would just consider this to be a wonderful and refreshing experience and leave it at that. He just stopped giving a damn. So, what if he got caught? At most, he would just die. Simple. I don't give a damn anymore. Settling with that resolution, he felt himself being more at ease. The hellish reality, where he had to endure erections under various forms of stimulation with shame and utter agony, was simply turned into a heaven of stimulating and pleasant feelings that he never thought he'd be able to receive or even afford to receive in this damned world. This reminded him of the incident eponymously known as Grandmaster Wonho's Skull and Tomb Incident. 1. T/N. Wonho's philosophy: if one has been brought up to fear skulls and tombs, stumbling into a tomb and finding a skull will be interpreted as a bad experience. But this is only interpretation, not reality. Next, slurp. What's written next? Slurp. Odile read the book again while Odette kept on ministering Sawu as she thoroughly licked the hot and hard pole to keep the dastardly thing from getting limp. She was doing her level best to avoid that outcome. When a man's pleasure reaches a certain level or surpasses it, semen is discharged from the male body. A broken bar. This is the fluid that enters the female body and makes babies, right? Slurp. A broken bar, but we are unable to conceive anyways, so just read ahead and tell me what's next. Odile, who was explaining the contents of the book, which was pretty much common knowledge to him, started speaking again, but there was something different to it this time around. The oh-so-noble Odile, who he thought to be the height of elegance and nobility, started spouting profanities as she read the next part of the damned book. Just what the fuck is this crazy shit? What? Why, what happened, sister? Odette, gazing happily, a smile etched on her small face, at the desperate-looking Sawu, couldn't help but glance at the book when she heard the foul words coming out of her sister's mouth. Her expression of pure shock mirrored her sister's the following moment. On the page, there was a full-fledged discussion written in elegant words about the sexual intercourse methods between men and women. Accompanying the writing was an enlarged sketch of a man and woman's sexual union displayed in detail. Even the overlapping and union of two bodies were drawn in full detail. The first shock that came to them was the fact that a woman had to take off her clothes and reveal all the shameful bits to their partner. The shock that followed came from the knowledge that the female had to put that long and hard thing inside the gap between their legs. They often wondered, just why was there a crack between their legs, along their pelvis? A broken bar. Surely, they now understood the reasoning behind it. A broken bar. A broken bar. This is a beta broken bar. A broken bar. Sis, I'm feeling nauseous. Odile's complexion turned into a dark shade of blue. Odette, sitting next to her, didn't feel any better as a sense of nausea filled her mind and body. Of course, they had no intention of having coitus with him. Even so, they still wanted to learn all the know-hows related to this subject. Unfortunately, the truth they chanced upon was simply too shocking. After inserting the erect male penis into the female vagina secreted and lubed by love fluids, the male begins pistoning in and out of the female genitalia. At the end of the session, the fluid ejaculated from the male body, also known as sperm, mainly carries the equivalent of baby seeds. When this baby seed is planted on the uterus and meets the female egg in the ovary, the egg is thus fertilized and goes through the growth process. Approximately 36 weeks later, a baby is thus born. Sawu, who was about to let go of the string of reason, barely caught those wavering strings of his mind when the stimulation stopped all of a sudden. Now you know, right? The process of making love is very lewd and raunchy. That's why you have to do it with your loved ones only, not a mere slave like me. Apparently, they understood how ejaculation worked, but they didn't know anything about mating. Seeing Odile and Odette in great shock, he thought that they could be coaxed into letting him escape from this situation. May I go now? It's getting colder and I don't want to catch a cold by being naked like this. They held an emergency meeting in front of his eyes, whispering to one another about their next steps. What should we do, sis? We can't show our naked bodies to Mr. Assistant. It's just too embarrassing. A broken bar. A broken bar. They have learned from their master that a woman's naked body was a very important part of themselves and should never be shown to men. Even if the target was Shin So-woo, who was merely a slave, that knowledge still held true. We can't help it then. Odile sighed deeply, feeling the dejection settle within herself as she spoke the next words. Let's just end this for today. It's a wise decision, Madame. So-woo, who was released from his bondage, was delighted to finally get out of this situation and hurriedly tried to wear his underwear that had been hanging over the bend of his ankles. The twins' saliva was still glistening around his wet balls, making him feel uncomfortable, but considering their beauty, the feeling of discomfort was reduced by a lot with that single thought. Wait. Just before So-woo could pull his shabby underwear up, Odile stopped him to a halt. It's a pity that it has to end like this, but still, I really wanted to see you shooting out your semen. I agree too. You always flinch every time you come, but I've always wondered what it feels like to make you come like that. He never had direct penetration sex, but he would die anyway if it became known that they used a man, which unfortunately had to be him, to have sex lessons in this mansion. The conclusion he reached was that a broken bar it would be better to receive a hand job from the twins, and let his dick cool down rather than to try and go out with a raging erection in his pants. That would just diminish his chances of survival. Maybe they could even do it with their mouths as they did it just before. With a very Takasho-like thought, So-woo quickly lowered his underwear again. That's a good idea. Odile closed the book and approached So-woo. All right, then I take it that you have no objection a broken bar, Miss Odile. How about this? There's a way to watch a man's moment of ejaculation very closely and clearly. Would you like to know about it? Who? Why are you suddenly being so active about this? The sooner all of this is over, the sooner I can return to my accommodation. I just want to get this over with. So-woo looked up and lied shamelessly. If he was going to be taken advantage of and had to die no matter what he did or whichever path he chose, then it would be far more beneficial for him to just savor the moment for as long as he could. With that dastardly thought in mind, So-woo stuck his cock out freely without letting any shame hold him back anymore. Footnotes. Having spoken, So-woo himself was startled by what he uttered out loud, wondering just how he was able to gather the courage to speak those words. All throughout his life, he had firmly believed that he was someone who would not let his sexual drive affect his judgment, and he strictly adhered to that rule broken bar. But now a broken bar something was different for him to let his urges take control over him. He wasn't sure if it had something to do with his pent-up emotions manifesting as sexual desire or perhaps it was the unruly recklessness that bubbled up from within after giving up everything. Like this? The posture that So-woo suggested was nothing special. Aved would lick and kiss around his cock from below, while Odile would lick and tend to his balls. It was a great position that fully took advantage of the traits of the apprentice sisters. Yes, in this posture, Miss Aved can see the twitching movements of the testicles as the sperm pours out through the urethra, and Miss Odile can see and feel the pulsations of my veiny cock from up close. It's plausible. Good thinking there, Mr. Assistant. I don't deserve your compliments, madam. In a way, it was simply impossible. He felt a slight pang in his conscience for duping the twins, as they had no idea about sex. But then, he wondered a broken bar just, why in hell should he be the one to feel guilty here? He did nothing wrong, so why should he feel bad? In the first place, they were the ones who started all of this farce. A broken bar, Miss Aved. Are you ready? Aved pursed her lips around So-woo's balls, holding one of the testicles between her plump lips, and nodded her head like a drooping puppy waiting for its master's orders. I'm going to show you a trick that is proven to easily make a man come, that wasn't covered in that manual. Such a thing really exists. Well, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. You're a man after all, Mr. Assistant. You should have more knowledge about this than a mere book. Now, first things first, Miss Aved, please lick my balls as slowly as you did earlier. All right. Slap a broken bar. A chilling pleasure ran down his spine as Aved started ministering his balls according to his instructions. Above all, Adet's face, as she carefully licked and sucked around his balls, which came into view as So-woo looked down from above, was a truly erotic sight to him. His erect manhood covered half of her face with its girthy shape as she kept on licking and sucking his schlong with more and more vigor. Furthermore, while the younger of the twins was carefully licking along his scrotum, the older sister was sitting next to her, learning how to please a man with rapt attention. The sight of her sister pleasuring a man made her womb tremble and quiver with a strange feeling she had never felt before. "First of all, form your hand in this shape. Is this how I do it?" Odile made an OK sign with her thumb and index finger, then placed the rest of her fingers below them. "No, that's not it. Miss Odile has small hands, so please make a ring with your thumb and the middle finger. It'll make more room for the shaft to fit in." "All right." Odile nodded as she obediently carried out Sawu's directions to the letter. Her dainty hands drew a round circle, now prepared to stimulate Sawu's cock at any time. "After that, use your spit as lubricant." "Spit?" "Yes, you need to use a lubricant and saliva is one of the options. Using a lubricant is usually preferable than doing it dry. It greatly smoothens the whole process and prevents rashes from developing along the shaft area." "But wouldn't my hand be covered in saliva if I did as you said?" Looking at Odile, with utmost confidence, Sawu replied back. No hesitation could be detected in his voice. "You might not be aware of it, but it's common sense that women's saliva is the best lubricant there is, miss." "What, really? That makes sense, I guess, but I really need to ask a broken bar, why did you suddenly become so willing with the whole matter? You were struggling relentlessly not so long ago." "Broken bar, why the sudden change?" Sawu remained silent, not willing to divulge his inner thoughts to her. Right now, at this very moment, Sawu felt utterly no shame in manipulating these ignorant apprentice witches as he pleased. Odile spat on her palms, using the saliva as a lubricant, as she had been instructed by Sawu. Even her spitting figure, something that would seem vulgar in most cases, had a note of elegance to it. This was the inherent beauty and charisma of the witch's bloodline coming into full play here. "Now, please try putting my cock in the middle of the ring shape you formed with your hand. From there, grasp the shaft and move your hand up and down along it and continue that motion." Yes, I know from this part onwards. I already saw Professor Amelia's demonstration back in the classes. You do it like this, right?" Having heard Sawu's instructions, Odile took his erect and throbbing cock in her pale hands, feeling the rod up with her fingers. It's so hard and hot." "Thank you, miss." "Huh? Why the sudden thank you? I don't remember praising." Were broken bar. Her palms, where even blue veins were visible on the back of it, began to move up and down. Odile made a cute frown, concentrating hard on the throbbing shaft placed in her palms. He had already noticed it in the previous class already, but seeing it now he had become sure of the fact that Odile had a habit of drawing her brows together in a frown when she particularly focused on a certain something. A slurp squeaked. The younger sister was licking his balls below, while the older one was playing with his shaft from above. It was more like a mini shimmer Aiden rather than a full-blown shimmer Aiden. 1. T/N, shimmer Aiden. Sister Ice Bowl, Japan and Korea refers to the act of a man having sexual intercourse with his older sister and younger sister, either separately or in groups of 3. Mini shimmer Aiden. He might have said it because of their body size. Odile's palms were even warmer than Sawu's heated shaft, which made way for a pleasant warmth that only added to his euphoria. He felt as though he had dipped his bottom half straight into a bathtub packed full of pleasure when she added more and more saliva to her palms. At that moment, Odette, who was obediently licking his balls with enthusiasm, turned her face towards her big sister, intently watching her movements. From her reactions, it seemed that her big sister was having fun playing with his cock, ministering it in different ways and movements with her soft palms. This made Odette rather curious about how it would feel to play with the hard shaft to a broken bar. Slurp. A broken bar, sis. Let me try doing it too. No, you don't need to. You just do your part and take care of his jewels with your mouth. But, that's not fair. If you're feeling dissatisfied about your part, then you should have just told me before you started doing the deed. Now be quiet and do your work while I do mine. The twins both grabbed his cock and began fighting over their positions and role in handling his manhood. So stiffened at the sudden pressure that he felt due to the mishandling of his manhood, wondering if it might just break if they were to go on like this. "Young mistresses, please stop fighting. Why don't we do it like this? Just hear me out." The twins perked up at Sawu's words of intrusion, keenly waiting for his next words. Since his words had been sensible till now, they chose to believe in him and wait for his next instructions. "After one of you is done rubbing it 30 times, you can switch positions with the other. This way both of you can get the full experience. TCH, annoying a broken bar, you're right. That seems fair. Let's go with that." Adet showed her willingness to comply with his suggestion, but Odile rejected the idea. Clearly, Sawu's suggestion seemed unfavorable to her, at a glance, so she acted as if she wasn't interested in following along this time around. Briefly, they quarreled over this disagreement between them. However, it didn't last for long as they soon reached a resolution. "Fine, I accept the suggestion, Mr. Assistant. We'll both do it alternatively, and I'll be going first. A fun activity like this shouldn't be limited to just a single time." That was the conclusion the twins reached. Odile and Adet remained as formative as ever, with nothing left to worry about between them. They returned to what they were doing before. "Am I doing it right? Should I simulate the upper part only?" "Yes, you generally don't have to move all the way to the bottom. Men's erogenous zones are concentrated in the glans area rather than the shaft and the root, so only stimulating the head and its surroundings is good enough." "Aha, so it was like that a broken bar?" Odile and Adet might appear immature and ignorant in the sexual arts department, but they were not stupid. In the first place, a fool could never become an apprentice witch. They needed to have the brains for carrying out the role of an expert witch. Furthermore, if the Count, who was already renowned for being an extraordinary witch, chose someone as her successor, the successor in question would almost certainly be a top-level genius. That's why Odile quickly learned what she was instructed and applied it with enthusiasm. He felt a sense of unparalleled ecstasy that simply couldn't be compared to when he used to masturbate alone with his hand as his only company. "There is clear water-like substance on the tip. Is this semen?" Odile asked, her arms never stopping its movements while her gaze remained fixed on the tip of the glans. "No, this is called Cooper's fluid. It's kinda like a cleaning fluid that cleans the urethra before the ejaculation ensues." Sawu spoke with plain logic, while Odile merely nodded her head, glad that she had earned a new piece of knowledge. He was feeling it for a while already, but wasn't it too easy to scam these twins to do his bidding? Naivety, which was distinct from intelligence. The twins had this trait in spades. It might help him take advantage of them in the future. As he was thinking up those manipulative plans, a sudden feeling of release filled up his mind, pushing those thoughts to the very back of his mind. In fact, he couldn't believe that he was able to last this long against the stimulations provided by this absolutely gorgeous pair of women. It was an incredible feat, to say the least. "Miss Odile, what, does it hurt anywhere? Why are you making that frowning face?" "A broken bar," was what she said, but I was sure that she had already guessed why I made that face. Certainly, Odile had seen him make such a face just before he was feeling the pressure build up to the brink before he cummed. In fact, she had witnessed it several times already, so there was no way that she didn't know what was coming next. But calling Odile out or telling her about his soon ensuing release wasn't his main intention. He wanted to know just how far he was able to go against Odile, before she would inevitably draw the line of reason between them, and he was sure the next step would determine that for him. "Miss, haven't you already watched the ejaculation scene countless times already?" "That's right, I indeed have." "Then how about doing it differently this time around?" "How? Just what are you trying to mean here?" He took a deep breath to hide his nervousness, before speaking out the bold thoughts churning in his mind. "This time, how about you receive the semen in your mouth?" The movements stimulating his penis from above and below came to a complete stop simultaneously after he voiced his proposal to Odile. They were probably wondering why he had made such an absurd proposal. "Since protein makes up the majority of the semen, I think it shouldn't be harmful to the body. Isn't the taste and the smell of the obtained result also a part of the observation process? As expected, Miss Odile, your wisdom knows no bounds. However, Mr. Assistant, so you warned us that sucking the male genitals with our mouths could transmit germs that would be harmful to his body. After slowly lapping across the area across his balls and licking the balls, Adet's nose had now become drenched in saliva. The answer to that question was already ready in his mind, so he spouted out a response without taking a single pause. Since the Cooper's fluid has already been released, the sterilization process is already complete. There won't be any more problems even if you put it in your mouth now, miss. He wasn't sure if the pre-cum actually had a disinfecting factor to it, but he was bullshitting everything anyways, so it didn't really matter to him. Furthermore, the twins' curiosity was now at an all-time high, so they would surely not give much importance to his talks. Not a bad suggestion there, Mr. Assistant. All right, how should I go about it? Just keep up your hand movements as it is, while slowly sucking the glands with your mouth. All right, it's a bit salty. Relax, this is just the Cooper's fluid. At long last, Sawu's shaft that had been wriggling painfully in Odile's hand entered her little mouth. The feeling he received inside her small mouth was more or less the same as the one he enjoyed with his balls, just amped up in intensity. As she spoke, with his manhood inside her mouth, her tongue moved around and caressed the head, providing euphoria to her mind. Leah broken bark thwees, that's right. You can move your tongue slowly in that position to stimulate the glands. Odile moved her hand diligently while keeping the bulbous head inside her mouth, sucking it. Her tongue was circling his glands as if she were licking the finest piece of candy. The city of witches, Jaina. He was glad to be caught and kidnapped to this world. Briefly, he entertained those thoughts. Unfortunately, he didn't have much time to savor the warmth of her small mouth full of a gentle layer of moistness as he was finally on the verge of coming. All you have to do is be still, okay? Sawu's cock began to throb violently inside Odile's mouth, as if it had sprung up from the depths of his stomach. A thick torrent of semen was shot into Odile's mouth with a massive wave of pleasure overloading his whole body as he was finally able to reach the sweet release he was dying for. A cough, ho, a broken bar? Maybe Odile wasn't really expecting to be assaulted by such a vigorous ejaculation. Her eyes widened into saucers, as she was definitely taken aback by the sporadic shots of thick cum grazing the very back of her throat. Her hands immediately came to a halt the moment Sawu started coming. Huh? She couldn't help but gasp aloud in astonishment. Although she wasn't sucking the glands, nor did she move her head anymore, she was still moving her tongue back and forth, which stimulated his dick to shoot out more and more thick fluids inside her. He was sure that this was the best release he had ever felt throughout the entirety of his life. Sawu trembled violently as he finally shot the last stream of his thick cum right into her mouth. Odile puffed up her cheeks with her lips kept close. Semen filled up the entirety of her small mouth. A drop of semen that she couldn't contain in her mouth was sticking out near the edge of her lips. Odile frowned visibly, clearly enraged. She pulled out a handkerchief and immediately spat out all the semen on it. What the hell are you doing? Odile's eyes were filled with anguish. She never imagined that semen would taste like shit. It was white and sticky, so she was expecting it to taste like condensed milk, but the taste was so far off her expectations that it made the experience much worse for her. How is it, sis? What does it taste like? Adet, witnessing the balls contracting and relaxing repeatedly, urged her elder sister to describe the taste of the sperm she had tasted for the first time in her life. She was extremely curious about its taste. Odile, on the other hand, had an irritated look etched on her face. Clearly, she wasn't sharing her sister's enthusiasm at the moment. I wouldn't have asked to taste it if I had known that semen would taste so horrible. Why did you suggest it? Sawu, however, calmly persuaded Odile without flinching the slightest bit at her enraged remarks. I merely suggested it to provide Miss Odile with the best observational experience possible. Moreover, as a man, it's obvious that I wouldn't be able to know how it tastes, so, it wasn't the least bit intentional on my part. Miss Odile, that's right, a broken bar. Fortunately, Odile wasn't a petty witch. She was a reasonable woman who would never become unreasonably angry just because she was offended. Yup, but it's something that I don't want to taste ever again. Odile furiously placed her hand on her waist without noticing that semen was still stuck on the corner of her lips. Me too, I want to try it too. Aved, who came up in a rush, took the glands that still had some left-out semen attached to it in her hands. When the sensitive glands entered Aved's mouth immediately after ejaculation, Sawu couldn't help but grunt as she squeezed out the remaining semen from the urethra by sucking it with her mouth. Yucca broken bar. Aved's face formed a frown not dissimilar to Odile's after she had a taste of semen for the first time. Though he had never tasted semen, he imagined it to taste horribly unpleasant. Then this time it's Miss Aved's turn. What? Broken bar. I'm fine. Aved, who had already tasted the sperm, had a lukewarm reaction to Sawu's urging. It was evident that she didn't wish to experience that horrible taste ever again. That's a pity. I believe that Miss Aved and Miss Odile should have similar experiences. Now, isn't it only Miss Odile who is broadening her horizons with new knowledge if this is to be the case? Aved noticed the hidden meaning behind Sawu's words. Only your sister knows the feeling while you don't. Do you really want that? It was like she was losing out to her sister, something that she could never allow to happen. Mr. Assistant, I'll try it out. I'm still a bit curious about the taste. Aved, you'll regret it. Quit already. No, you're always trying to do the fun stuff by yourself. I won't back out this time. Seeing the twins quarreling, Sawu couldn't help but mock Aved's mindset. Her drive to compete with her sister by following her every action unconditionally only seemed foolish to him. For 2 years, he had been observing the twin witches from the sidelines. It was now a piece of cake for him to deal with the twins who were mentally naive. Yes, then there's nothing I can do about it, I guess. Be my guest. Odile, not intending to let the last vestiges of semen dry, licked Sawu's egg sac, which her sister had licked and sucked earlier. Whoa. As expected, it's completely tasteless. Aved's mouth had become equally packed with Sawu's semen, just like her sister's. Today's sex education session finally came to a close with Aved donning a teary face, stamping her feet from the indignation she felt. E/N, revenge is best served saltier. Broken bar. Footnotes. Sawu was under the post-nut clarity state for a long period of time, too long in fact. Even though it had been 2 days since his departure from Taro Town, he still couldn't help but grasp his head with frustration and self-loath whenever he remembered the events that transpired in that trip. Fuck a broken bar. Why the fuck did I even go out of my way to do all that? Of course, it wasn't him who started all this. Odile and Aved, the twin witch apprentices, were to be blamed for starting this farce in the first place. However, Sawu also shared some of the blame for playing along with the whims of the dastardly twins. If he were to say that he felt bad for tricking the twins and enjoying the whole process, then the only response to that statement would be that he was lying his ass off. Of course, he felt immense joy in taking advantage of those damn bitches. Replying with anything else would be a straight-out lie on his part. However, the sense of immorality wasn't Sawu's concern at the present moment. There were much more pressing matters that contributed to his anxiety. Halfway through the act, Sawu started manipulating the twins for his own whims and even actively took part in the whole farce. In hindsight, that was a really risky thing to do on his part. If this incident was to be ever revealed in the future, there would be a significant difference between defending with words along the lines of, "I was merely tied up and beaten," and saying the ugly truth that, "I wanted to feel the warmth inside of their mouth, so I made them suck my dick." The former, even though extremely tough, still had the most minuscule chances of his survival. However, the latter would only result in a straight-out death penalty for him. There was not a single doubt in his mind about that being the only outcome. Even if, in some miraculous way, Sawu was revealed to be a wizard with high prospects. Even if Sawu was a wizard, they would never spare the unscrupulous man who messed with an apprentice witch, or in this case, witches who was the equivalent of a child at most. Yet, it felt so good. Abruptly, A fleeting memory of the events that transpired that day played in his mind. The twins' soft tongue and hot mouth, followed by the dizzying sense of ejaculation and intense unforgettable euphoria. The sensations frequently resurfaced in his psyche like phantom pain. Just thinking about those lewd events was enough to make his dick start hardening with vigor. He had no choice but to hit his little brother a few times to calm it down before getting on with his work of sweeping the living quarters with his trusty broom. As there were no lessons today and Amelia didn't assign him to do any of her petty tasks, which were simply acts of bullying in disguise, all his work had been completed before the advent of dusk. The living quarters had been a place of solace for him, so he had been diligent in keeping it as clean as he possibly could. From the moment he had chanced upon this barn almost 5 years ago, he had never neglected at maintaining the hygiene of this place. "Why are you in such a good mood? Arg, my, how noisy." The unexpected squeaky sound of a feminine chuckle greatly startled Sewell. Broken bar. "Hello? How have you been doing, Mr. Assistant?" Hello. The unexpected visitors, in this makeshift home of his, were none other than Odile and Odette. Since that fateful day, 2 days had already passed. He wasn't called to attend the class as an assistant. In the meantime, so it had been 2 days since he had met the twins. Whenever he saw Amelia and the twins, he realized that beautiful people had the innate power that could influence the atmosphere around them. With the appearance of the twins, he couldn't help but mistake the run-down stable for a ballroom. That was just the kind of presence the twins held. Both the twins were so identical, that it was mind-boggling. The same appearance, the same hairstyle done up in a bun, the same jewelry, the same attire. The two gorgeous girls with mischievous smiles had such similar figures. He felt a weird sense of awkwardness whenever he saw them together like this. He tried his best, even today, to deceive Amelia and not let her get any inkling of his connection with the twins. However, nobody knew if his arduous efforts would succeed or fail, in the end. "So, what brings you here, honorable madams?" Cautiously, Sewell tilted his broom and asked them a simple question. He honestly didn't know how to cope with their presence. A sense of guilt was washing over him as he saw them right now, which made it hard for him to keep eye contact with them. "Why did you come here? This is an employee's quarter. What if someone suspects something? We'll both be in trouble if that were to be the case." In 9 out of 10 cases, someone would definitely become suspicious if the twins, who had never been personally involved with Sewell before, suddenly went out of their way to visit the barn he called his home. That line of thought was more than enough to frighten Sewell out of his wits. "Suspect something? I don't remember doing anything that would make us suspicious." Thought for Broken Bar. "You call this shabby place home here, Broken Bar? My sincere condolences, Mr. Assistant to Broken Bar." While Odile replied accordingly, Odette, on the other hand, was much more concerned about his living conditions rather than the pressing matter at hand. It was evident from her reply that she couldn't help but be shocked by the fact that someone could live in a place that could only be called an animal cage at best. Sewell honestly felt perplexed. Sewell wanted the sisters gone from his residence, the two as soon as humanly possible. He didn't have the mind to give a shit about their contradicting reactions. The pair of apprentice witches were fundamentally more flexible than Amelia, a full-fledged witch. However, they were still witches. At the end of the day, they simply had no regard for other people's problems or circumstances. "How rude of you. We actually came to this run-down place to give you a gift, you know." "Gift?" Ignoring the gaze of vigilance that Sewell was directing towards them, Odette, with utmost elegance, handed a luxurious wooden box over to Sewell. The box was so luxurious that a Broken Bar any ordinary person would use it as a jewel box without a second thought. However, for someone of Odile's stature, it was hardly anything more than a simple wooden box. "What is this?" "This is the compensation that Mr. Assistant was supposed to receive it from the shop owner the other day. He asked me to hand it over to you." Oh, hearing the charming witch's explanation, he was reminded of the incident that happened on that fateful day, just before his naughty time with a pair of aspiring witches. Soon after, Sewell opened the box. The box's items consisted of a small leather pouch full of silver coins, a bundle of high-quality magic paper, which appeared expensive at a glance, and a small bottle full of unknown liquid. There was a small note placed under the contents of the box. Dear Mr. Sawu, I apologize for the incident which transpired the other day. I'm so ashamed. I don't think I have it in me to raise my face before you ever again. I forgot about the most vital characteristic of a merchant, trust. So, I implore you to let me have a go at it again. Will you come to the store again if you don't mind? I'd like to treat you to a meal, my savior. It was a short letter, barely containing any words. However, oddly enough, that characteristic made it seem oddly genuine and heartfelt to Sawu. He didn't realize it at first because he didn't have enough time, but eventually the realization of what he actually did dawned upon him. Sawu risked his life to confront a witch for a dying scammer. He must have been ashamed due to his conduct. He also wrote a letter to me, but I guess I must have ignored it. I removed it from the box too, so you don't need to look for it there. He was thrilled to be the protagonist of a fairy tale for a change. This is mana water? Well, it is, but it's a bit more special. It's a product of the Emerald Tablet Society's communal workshop. It is quite hard to get if I say so myself. Adet gave a more detailed explanation of the product to Sawu, tucking it between the bundle of magic paper, preventing it from any chances of breaking. Sawu carefully lifted the bottle up and examined it with his eyes. A wax seal was placed on the label of the bottle to prove its authenticity and its sealed state. The liquid inside the bottle was extremely clear, enough for him to see through the other side, and gave off a bright blue color. Clearly, it was a high-purity magic potion used by the witches for research. Suppressing the rising smirk that was about to form on Sawu's lips, he asked her a pressing question. A broken bar? Can I have all of them? Odile waved her hand indifferently, signaling her consent to him. Fine by me. Well, to me, these things are unimportant. Besides, why not just fix this ugly house with that money while you're at it? Thank you very much. Sawu bowed his head in gratitude. This was an astronomical gain for a slave like him. Not only had he acquired a magic potion for enhancement purposes, but it also turned out to be a high-quality potion that was manufactured by the esteemed Emerald Tablet Alchemy Society. But, even though it was such a high-quality potion, there was no way for him to retrieve its contents after using it to complete his magic circle. Still, he found solace in the fact that a broken bar, the amount of mana concentrated in the potion, was enough to activate Sawu's magic. I want to treat you to something. Butte a broken bar. As you can see, this is merely a rundown barn, but I promise that I'll do my best to repay your kindness somehow. Then, I'll be seeing you off now. Wait a minute. Thinking about his massive harvest, Sawu was beaming with delight. However, as he was about to lead the twins out of his residence, their sudden refusal made him stiffen on the spot. While delusional thoughts began spiraling in his mind, maybe this time around, they were attempting to practice sex education a little differently than the normal method. Sawu resolved himself, no matter what they asked of him, he would surely refuse and drive them away from his residence, by hook or crook. The magic of opening the gate to your homeland that you said you were creating, I can take a look at it for you. Pardon? I'm grateful for your offer, but I don't feel that to be necessary. What was this all about again? It would undoubtedly be of huge help to him if Odile, the Count's apprentice witch, could aid him in adding or modifying the theory he created through his arduous research. However, this sudden show of kindness from a witch was so uncharacteristic of them that Sawu couldn't help but be taken aback by this gesture. Besides, since it was the goodwill of Odile in question, Sawu was hesitant as she could be up to something. A broken bar, something that only spelled trouble for him. A broken bar. Didn't you actively collaborate with us as well? So, we'll assist you in your escape. I have discussed it with Odile and she agrees too. What do I have to do then? Sawu cut straight to the heart of the situation, boldly asking her what they wanted in exchange for the help they would provide to him. There was no hesitation in his voice as he demanded their terms. A bold and knowing smile framed Odile's enchanting face. Her subtle expression made clear that she knew that Sawu would be able to catch the subtlety in her speech and also agree to this matter. Yes, just as planned. From now on, come to Taro Town's hideout every weekend without exception. That was great. All he had to do was to keep his mouth shut and accept their offer, but that didn't mean it was a loss for him. Moreover, if Odile had already decided on the matter, then there was no way that Sawu could reject her anyways. Even if she just pretended to negotiate with him, it was a thing to be appreciated. All right. He pulled up the straw with his hand and revealed the box hidden underneath. It was a magic theory book with 228 sheets of paper, all of them being the size of an A4 sheet. The formulas and calculations that Sawu had made for the creation of the magic circle, the blueprint for drawing up the mana formation, as well as the expected values and thoughts related to it that would determine through deep experimentation, were all inside the theory book. Here you go. Odile looked astonished for a moment as she took the paper with letters and formulas written on both sides. Making a magic circle with a certain amount of complexity was not dissimilar to composing a symphony, a magnificent symphony of strings, percussion, woodwinds, brass, keyboards, and so on and so forth, similar to how numerous melodies were blended to form a beautiful harmony. Diverse magic formulas, letters, and magic must be combined to create a beautiful harmony of magical creation. It was a form of art, so to speak. Could a gifted composer even create a symphony with his eyes closed? No, it was impossible. Even a witch with a keen intellect couldn't create all of the magic circles above a certain size and complexity using mental arithmetic alone. They calculated and completed the detailed form of the magic circle through painstaking efforts and research, memorized it, and then casted it. In this sense, activating magic was similar to making a composition. Witches, like musicians, needed appropriate directions and corrections in order to be successful with their magic. Anyway, Sawu had spent 3 years painstakingly writing down the draft of the magic circle that would open the door leading to his home. The draft contained all the calculations, split experiments, and conceptions. He was about to complete the massive magical circle by connecting the entire map to create a cohesive whole, the formation that would allow him to get out of this hell. Odile and Odette sat side by side, intently studying Sawu's draft of the magical circle. It had been about 3 minutes since they started skimming through his theory book. Were they properly reading it? Odile's hand, which was turning the pages at an inexplicable speed, stopped as soon as he had that thought. Unbelievably broken bar. Odile and Odette both yelled at the same time, lowering his face. Sawu fixed his gaze on the page the twins were reading currently. Seeing their incredulous reaction, he was worried that the magic formula that he had developed through painstaking research might be flawed. Since he didn't have the A brand of the witches, Sawu had integrated a different method into his formula to activate the magic formation, calculating the raw mana required to trigger the formation. He developed a formula to use the magic potion to compensate for the mana provided by a witch. Is there something wrong with the formula? To his question, Odette spoke out instead of Odile. In response, I closed my mouth and frowned. Did Mr. Assistant really write all this? Yes, without any assistance or corrections made by anyone. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. You've never been taught magic, right? So, you acquired the knowledge all on your own, right? Something like that. A broken bar. Yes. After the sudden questionnaire session ended, Odette couldn't help but leak out an astonished sigh. Hearing Sawu's remarks, the twins couldn't help but be astonished once again, both now lost in a plethora of thoughts. Meanwhile, Sawu remained ignorant of the situation. He couldn't figure out just what in hell happened for the twins to react like that. A broken bar. Did I mess up something? Sawu felt anxious that he might have made a blister. The magic circle, which unlocks the gate finally developed by Sawu, was a variable magic method consisting of 6 ductility, N changes, flexible changes depending on variables, and 1 development, to ensure the greatest amount of stability and flexible adaptation to any circumstances. Sawu implemented a formula with 540 runes of 34 types as the magical composition of the formation. Moreover, a composition of approximately 258 A branches were used between the comprising magic circles, as it was simply impossible for someone like him, with no A brand to utilize mana, detest such a large magical formation. He decided to divide the formation in 88 individual sections. Then he tried to check them for any errors, write down the results on paper, then activate all them separately and again measure them for any errors and judge their functionality. His experiments produced fruitful results back then. A broken bar. However, a broken bar, could there have been some issues after they were combined to form the formation? His heart was pounding hard from the worry he felt. He just couldn't accept the fact that his 3 years of hard work may all have gone down the drain. He was anxious and scared of the results. I don't get it. How can this formula be even derived? I think probably only 3 calculations were overlooked. A broken bar. Hey, a broken bar. If both of you don't mind, could you explain to me what the problem is in the formula? To his question, Odile couldn't help but direct a look packed with absurdity towards Sawu. Broken bar problem? Sawu gulped when she heard him reply. This was at our broken bar the moment of truth that would determine his fate. Do you mean, Mr. Assistant is a man who can wield self-essence magic without a brand? Yes. Why is she talking about self-essence magic suddenly? It's a one-of-a-kind and new derivative magic formula that you created here. It is a method that deviates from the existing model, creating something completely unique. I'll be honest with you, Mr. Assistant. A broken bar. I'm not sure if I understood even half of it. I believe aved is the same. It's not true. I understand about 55% of the formula. Adette's ranting simply went unheard as Odile totally ignored her. It's structurally perfect. The layout of the runes is also correct. Yeah, you asked me what's wrong, right? The biggest problem is that there is no way to calculate and verify this formation. As this is a self-essence magic unique to you, only you may be able to employ this magic. Odile had an odd mix of confusion and bewilderment plastered on her face. She just couldn't believe what she was seeing with her own 2 eyes. You are a genius, Mr. Assistant, and that too of unparalleled proportions. Well, maybe not as much as us thought. For broken bar. Odette quietly added to the mix, but her voice was ignored once again. She herself didn't believe that after all, a broken bar facing each other. Sawu and the twins laid out the draft for the magic circle onto a box. Odile and Adette had only intended to humor Sawu. The twins regarded Sawu's claims of 70% completion of the magic circle as mere delusions from an fledgling in the ways of magic. Sawu himself had confessed that his magic circle would require 1 more year before being able to open a new gate. After seeing the mess which was Sawu's magic, they would simply give him some appropriate advice to acquire a favor from him and utilize it to have him bring them out into Tarot Town and do a myriad of things. Mr. Assistant, what's this weird-looking drawing for? Oh, that? It's used to calculate the effective range for the mana to travel when moving from the deployment stage into the transition stage. How? You can't think of it as a linear equation in one-dimensional plane. It is after all a real-world application. Instead of overloading the equation with mana, which would be illogical, you should consider the fact that we are working in a 3-dimensional plane, where the rotational angle of an object can affect the deployment speed of a spell. Aha! Sawu whipped out a pen and started to sketch a simple design onto the paper. Odile's mind wandered as she absent-mindedly watched as Sawu explained his theories and calculations to Adette. He had cleverly utilized a dispel pin to dispel Odile's barrier, though it'd only work within the confines of the pins that Sawu had to have placed down beforehand. With all that being said, it still defied logic that a slave of all people, one who had never gone through any formal education in the ways of magic, would be able to create this monstrosity of a magic circle based off his calculations. Why are these runes placed in this order? Wouldn't placing them in the bridge form be more efficient for noise reduction? Using that method would reduce the mana output in half. To strengthen the stability in this area of the circle, you must maximize your mana efficiency. It's the same principle as how when designing a paper plane, one needs to maximize the amount of air molecules that can act on its wings by increasing its surface area, thereby ensuring a smooth glide path. The twins would often get a quick response whenever they brought up a question. That, too, with reasonable logic. That bit that looks a little out of place. The magical resistance in that part of the circle is wrong, isn't it? Oh, you can just ignore part. It was purposely made with a lower resistance for the mana to be able to float aground in the event of a backflow, minimizing the damage to the circle. That's how it works? Sawu wasn't casting magic conventionally and had followed a path of magic that no one had ever seen nor tried before. The way his magic worked was truly absurd and was akin to a building built by kids, created by utilizing cutting-edge modern technology. But that doesn't mean that this circle you've drawn up doesn't have its problems. The trickiest issue in this is the ever-changing variable. Because it's independent from the rest of the circle, it may become too volatile. The issue would be that there is a possibility that Mr. Assistant Sawu will not be able to control the circle unless its variable has been determined beforehand. Is that so? Nevertheless, they were still apprentice witches. The twins, who were learning magic since they could even read, were able to easily see the flaws in Sawu's magic circle. Come here and look at this part. You expected the magic load to be 126, right? If you did that, the magic output would only convert to 0.33, a broken bar. It was not until when the sun came down from the sky did the three of them finish their discussion. From then on, Sawu's daily life didn't experience much change. Fortunately, the twins continued to be friendly towards Sawu. They didn't appear to be planning to snitch on Sawu and used neither coercion nor accusations to keep him in check. On the contrary, they showed up the next day to assist Sawu with his problems. And a broken bar, that's the last of it. Placing the last book, which had been strewn across the library, onto the shelf, Sawu descended from the ladder. He had to visit Taro Town again tomorrow to return his favor with the twins. He figured that as long as he set his mind on it, he'd be able to enjoy himself in the moment. Although promiscuous activities were off limits, it was nothing to Sawu. It wasn't every day that he'd get to sleep with women of their caliber after all. Who knew how far they would go this time? They might even show him their boobs this time around. He felt a little uneasy at that thought. A click-clack, loud clicking noises alerted Sawu of a presence approaching the room. Sawu quickly tidied himself up. He wouldn't want to be nagged at for being too dirty after all. Just as how herbivores can sense the presence of a predator, Sawu instinctively knew the identity of the person advancing toward the room. Janitor. It was Amelia, a mix of a devil and a man-eating deer in flesh. Sweeping her disheveled hair aside, Amelia approached Sawu. Sawu could smell a pleasant aroma emanating from Amelia, smelling both sweet and salty at the same time. A beautiful blue dress clung from her body, showing off her perfectly rounded shoulders that paired well with her chiseled collarbones. Sawu didn't know where to look as his eyes were drawn to Amelia's collarbones, which were perfectly accentuated by her dress. What's the matter? Sawu bowed his head politely. He felt all the more uncomfortable as he remembered Amelia's request. I'll need a companion when I head to Aborda Town tomorrow. Do you mean to say that you want me to help you carry your bags? Yes, Amelia did like him, right? Looking into Amelia's cold eyes, Sawu couldn't help but doubt Takasho's words. If she did legitimately have feelings for Sawu, wouldn't she at least smile at him with warmth, just as a dead does? I'll be leaving early in the morning. Be at my research building by 9 o'clock. Got it? All right. Sawu suddenly felt the urge to check up on his suspicions. As Takasho mentioned, if Amelia truly had feelings for him, wouldn't she overlook his transgression? By the way, Miss Amelia. Amelia raised her eyebrow, creasing her forehead in the process. For reference, she would only do that when she was curious about something. Did you come this far just to talk to me about this? There was quite a distance between the research building and the library. It questioned her actions and poked at the fact that she wouldn't have been able to ignore taking the time to travel to a location where it would be unusual for two people to meet in private. If you have any business with me, just send someone over and I'll meet you on my own. Is it really necessary for an associate professor like yourself to travel all the way here? Sawu intended for the statement to reflect his respect for Amelia and show her that he could be relied upon. I'll handle my own issues, you handle yours, Amelia responded flatly. Sawu realized that there was nothing for him to be worried about. Amelia seemed to collect herself before continuing. Oh, by the way, there's something I would like to warn you about. Yeah? Go ahead. Have you recently had a private chat with any of the apprentice witches? Caught off guard by the question, Sawu shook his head to conceal his surprise. The twins had visited his quarters recently and had shared a brief conversation with him in the hallway. What do you mean by a private chat? I mean, have you done things that went beyond the boundaries of a slave-witch relationship? More conversations than necessary were already being exchanged. Hell, they had even discussed the intricacies of the magic circle and locked their lips together in the past 4 days. Did I get caught? Where did she see us chatting with each other? Was the academy too big of a risk factor to continue his studies? He denied the accusations for the time being. Sawu had no idea how much Amelia knew about his involvement with the twins. Sawu's life would be over in an instant as soon as she catches wind of what they'd done. Amelia turned to face Sawu. Sawu was at a loss. He could feel her stare bore into him as if she could read the depths of his soul and uncover the secrets that lay in his mind. Janet or a broken bar? Amelia paused. Don't you hate witches? Amelia, who was often referred to as an ice goddess, remained stoic. Her face revealed neither her thoughts nor her emotions. Only Sawu would have noticed that she was slightly rattled. She had taken a moment before questioning him. That's a broken bar. I don't. Of course, he hated them. Who wouldn't dislike a bunch of crazy fucking bitches, whose only obsession was magic? Is that so? Yup. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar. An awkward silence lingered. There was no way for Sawu to know the reason behind her questions and how she managed to discover the relationship between the three. If you're satisfied with your questions, would it be okay for me to finish organizing the rest of the room? It was unusual for Amelia, a witch who only ever spoke about business, to stand before him silently. Wait. Amelia stopped Sawu, who was desperately trying to escape from her gaze, in his tracks. Yes, a broken bar. You a broken bar? Sawu doubted his ears. Was the very witch that was headstrong and sharp-witted struggling to get her words out? The term a gallows humor crossed Sawu's mind as he wondered if Amelia had been diagnosed with a life-threatening disease for the sudden personality shift. You are broken bar? Amelia's lips twitched as she struggled to get the words out. Her hesitant figure caused the impatient man's mental health to suffer under a lot of pressure. For broken bar, you know what? It's nothing. Don't be late, unless you want to clean the research building all over again. Amelia's figure disappeared into a gust of wind, almost as if she hadn't been standing in front of Sawu for the past few minutes. Is there even anything left to clean? Sawu could only stare at the closed frame of the door in a daze. 3. Walking through a corridor, Amelia was quickly stopped. Amelia, so broken bar, how was it? Did you manage to convince him to go on a date with you? A vinegar, I've told you this before, a broken bar, it isn't a date. Colorful and bright purple hair coupled with a pair of black eyes, contrasting Amelia's young appearance, a vinegar emanated the aura of a mature lady. Sophia Vinegar, Trinity Academy's chief professor, was Amelia's only friend despite the relationship being one-sided. If I may, Amelia, whenever you are in an irritable mood, you seem to call me by my witch's title. That's a false statement. It especially happens whenever I correctly predict your actions. You've never accurately predicted any of my actions, Professor Sophia. Amelia brushed off Sophia's words, clearly annoyed by her interactions. What did you invite him to this time? Don't tell me you repeated what you did the last time and personally called him into your lab. Amelia gave Sophia a tired look and said, honestly, that's too much. Honestly, you're too meek. A broken bar, I wouldn't call that a date. Heck, it wasn't even flirting. I simply taught him basic manners. Did that answer your question? All right, Professor. Amelia tried to quicken her pace to shake off the clingy witch. Sadly, there was a large disparity in the lengths of their strides. Sophia, being much bigger as compared to Amelia, was able to quickly catch up to her in a few steps. Come on now, broken bar, how long are you going to ignore me? Have you guys even had a proper conversation with each other? What's a conversation between a slave and a witch? That just sounds like something a vulgar witch would say. Does one lose their dignity after sleeping around with slaves every night? Although she was known for being harsh, Sophia never minded it. In the first place, if Sophia truly minded the way she spoke, she would have never wanted to become friends with Amelia in the first place. You know, for a witch, 5 years might not be a long time, but it's quite the opposite for a slave. It's because of that sharp tongue of yours and the fact that you constantly torment him that Sawu hates you. Didn't he say that he didn't? Sophia raised her hands in surrender upon hearing Amelia's raised voice. After over 60 years of friendship, the answer to why she still acted like a child remained a mystery. Amelia's biggest flaw was her lack of honesty. I'll swoop in and steal him away if you keep sabotaging yourself. Do as you please. Oh yes, if you're headed to border town, do you need me to lend you my villa? I won't be needing it. Do you own any sexy lingerie, Amelia? You must know that every lady has to own at least a pair of black-laced underwear. Quit saying such vulgar stuff. Sophia trailed Amelia as she attempted to outwalk Sophia. The conversation carried on for a long time. Sawu had no idea that the greatest annoyance to Amelia was none other than Sophia. It is considered a good habit to engage in some light stretching soon after waking up, no matter the time, especially if someone had trouble sleeping due to the bed or some other environmental constraints. Then it was a must to properly stretch your body and do some warm-up to relax the stiff muscle groups. Failure to follow through would result in adverse effects that would last throughout the entirety of the day. A firm believer in that ideology, Sawu followed through with the stretching and warming up routine to relax his body. The light exercise lasted approximately 15 minutes, leaving him refreshed and ready for the day's ordeals. Due to Professor Amelia's sermons, he was able to sleep longer than usual. It was a boon that he was immensely grateful for. On the flip side, however, just the thought of being alone with the Great Witch, Amelia, accompanying her on her shopping trip, was enough to frighten him out of his wits. Alright, still in the process of his light morning workout, an abrupt thought dawned upon Sawu, inadvertently forcing him to put a stop to his morning session. Perhaps, due to Amelia's bizarre behavior, the previous day, Sawu had completely forgotten about a very important appointment that was scheduled for today. I must go to Taro Town today. He had made an arrangement with Amelia the day before. He had to go shopping with her in accordance with the arrangement. Consequently, however, it would be impossible for him to meet the twins and fulfill his promise. Moreover, there was no way for him to inform the duo apprentice witches of his circumstances. Oblivious to his duties, the pair of apprentice witches would eagerly wait for his arrival in their mansion located in Taro Town. They were bound to be disappointed and enraged when he didn't show up. In the end, I'm totally fucked, aren't I? Dealing with the eager witches, who would be enraged beyond recognition due to his inability to go through with his promise, would be one gigantic pain in the ass. He was positive about that. He wished to rush to Taro Town and explain his inconveniences to them, apologizing for not being able to uphold his promise to them. He doubted that Amelia would let him drop by Taro Town no matter what excuse he would make to her, so he didn't even try to go down that route. Well, if I explain my troubles to them, I think they'll understand a broken maybe. Considering his circumstances, he had no choice but to overlook the matter with the twins while consoling himself with that line of thought. Fortunately, over the span of the past few days, he was able to get up close and intimate with Odile, the eldest of the twins. Unlike Odette, who seemed friendly but oddly distant in her interactions with him, Odile treated Sawu more as the person he was rather than the slave he was forced to become after landing in Jaina. He didn't know where this change stemmed from, whether because of their sudden interest in him or because of the respect they may have felt for being able to attain some level of success in the realm of magic, while being someone who shouldn't be able to use magic in the first place. He could only speculate. Nobody other than them could be certain about their reasonings. Even their constant verbal threats were now a distant memory. With innumerable such thoughts in mind, Sawu got dressed and went out of the barn, on his way to uphold his appointment with the Great Witch, Amelia, to give a detailed explanation about the place called Border Town. There was a prerequisite of having a deeper understanding of all of Jaina, the city and de facto sanctuary of the witches, As the world evolved with the rapid progression of science and technology, the areas where witches could hide from the general populace kept dwindling over the ages. It's common knowledge that with the progress of science and technology, the unveiling of mysteries and new discoveries is further accelerated. In the past, witches, who were integrated into society at the time with various miscellaneous and unconventional occupations such as prophets, fortune-tellers, wizards, priests, shamans, alchemists, and even pharmacists, felt their positions weakening due to the better alternatives and new values that were created with technological progress. The fear of the unknown has always been the greatest horror for humans, and with the progress of knowledge and technology, this fear slowly morphed into an obsession to either acquire or destroy said unknown. Mysteries and wonders that were out of the logic spectrum were one of such unknown factors, with witchcraft being the foremost example of such mysteries. When the persecution of all forms of mysteries and superstitions reached its peak in the early 14th century, the greatest witches of that time gathered their forces and conjured the entirety of their knowledge acquired through uncountable years to build cities fit for housing and hiding all the witches of the world, a remote area that was completely out of reach of modern society, out for their blood, gathering the towns and remnants of the forgotten landscapes that even history books seldom mentioned. They erected a wide-scale barrier and completely obscured them from the prying eyes of the world, making these remnants disappear from the face of the modern earth. The colossal gathering of many remnants into one unified land made way for a city that was like no other. It was a paradoxical existence that defied reality itself, existence and non-existence, visibility and invisibility, and many such oxymoronic concepts merged to form the City of Witches. Ajana was its name, and thus was the story of its origins, a place like no other, a place obscured from reality of the world within the modern world. I hope that I'm not too late, this time around. In front of him was a fountain of incomparable beauty, and before such a fountain stood Amelia, looking like a model back in his hometown. The glistening droplets emitted from the picturesque fountain, fluttering in the air, only backed up Amelia's everlasting ethereal beauty. His nose was immediately drawn to the distinct scent of her perfume. It was a fragrance that he had never come across before today. Was it a new perfume she wore just for today? The strong scent perfectly matched Amelia's own, creating a strong sense of harmony and attraction. Like a princess straight out of a distant fantasia, such was the impression drawn in the minds of those who saw Amelia in her current dress-up. She was an absolutely gorgeous woman that portrayed the very definition of beauty in whatever she wore. However, the magnitude of her beauty had jumped to another level today, because the clothing she was wearing was embellished with gems, and those gems weren't diamonds but rather something beautiful. It was the perfect party dress to wear that would draw the eyes of the whole crowd if she were to just step on the dance floor. She was practically ready for it. So couldn't help but wonder if such an extravagant get-up was really needed to go to the border down a broken bar. However, before those thoughts could crawl their way into his lips, he immediately swallowed them down, lest he might draw the ire of the associate professor. He decided to give her some lip service instead. "You look wonderful today, Madame." "Oh, do I now?" A broken bar, according to the dastardly pimp, going by the name of Takasho, who also happened to be his only friend in this accursed town. Women, in general, adored being complimented for their beauty. There was not a single exception to this rule. Awkwardly, Sawu started his small campaign of trying to compliment Amelia on her looks. Clearly, he was no veteran on this field and was just spouting out whatever first came out of his mouth. Amelia, seemingly unimpressed, kept blankly staring at him without uttering a single word, but that was already a good sign in Sawu's books. On any other day, she would have just uttered things along the lines of, "Do I need your approval to look great?" or some other vain profanities that would flounder his mood. Her keeping quiet was already a godsend, so he decided to add some more praises. "Of course, Madame. Moreover, now that you aren't adorning those gothic clothes, your beauty has become more pronounced than ever." Those words were spoken with the most refreshing smile he was able to muster, but they seemed to have an adverse effect on the peacefully standing Amelia. Unexpectedly, a slight frown was drawn on the immaculate face of Amelia. Years of being with the woman had given him enough insight into her mood and expressions. That insight dictated that Amelia's facial expression when she was unhappy held an index point of 75. The same insight screamed at him that a broken bar she was making that same exact face right now, according to Sawu's scout, was 75. To get a displeasure score of 75 all at once, and that too with a single line of praise, it was an all-new record for Sawu. He was thoroughly fucked. A broken bar. My apologies if I may have offended you, madame. However, the truth of the matter is that a broken bar, you looked rather stuffy in those baggy and oversized robes. Ah, fucking shit, I completely messed up. Fuck. Distracted by his own enthusiasm, he had ended up spitting out some truths along with the compliments he was throwing at her. It had now become a recipe for his disaster, or so he thought in his mind, before Sawu could enter full-blown panic mode, and say even more gibberish to save his skin. Amelia seized the slight pause in his speech and delivered her response in a cold tone. I didn't dress up to impress you, janitor, so I have no need for your compliments. Never, and I mean never have such thoughts again, understood? Without even waiting for his reply, she turned on her heels, elegantly sashaying towards the West Academy building. Her gait signified that she wasn't in the mood for any further interaction unless absolutely necessary. Her finely braided blonde hair fluttered in the air, swaying side to side along her rapid departing gait. It was not without reason that it was mentioned that people should avoid doing things that didn't suit them. Quietly, Sawu followed Amelia, inwardly cursing himself for his stupidity. Jaina was quite a large city. Since the dawn of its inception, the city had added multitudes of land non-stop and kept expanding its borders even up to this day. Although he was unsure of the exact size, it was reportedly around the size of Jeju Island in Korea. Maybe even more. A broken bar. It would take nearly a full day, traveling by a horse-drawn carriage to reach border town, situated at the very outskirts of the city, from Trinity Academy, which was located in the very heart of the Jaina. To eradicate such inconveniences, witches deployed innumerable portals all across Jaina that would allow back and forth travel from each destination. These portals were collectively referred to as gates. The A-gate situated in border town was thus activated by a magical device for traveling convenience. Hello, Miss Associate Professor Amelia, how may I be of service? 2 tickets to border town. The receptionist, adorning a set of black-rimmed glasses, gently nodded, standing up on the next moment to fulfill Amelia's needs. The woman was fairly young among the witches. She was currently working as a researcher and an operator in the portal services. The term young was usually referred to a witch who inherited a newly created brand and thus became a witch in recent times, not having much experience and knowledge in the field of witchcraft. Thus, it made way for a scene where her very demeanor resembled that of a commoner being in the presence of a princess of a prominent kingdom. This revealed that there were clear hierarchies drawn even among the witches, a story better left for other times. Greeting Sawu, realizing his identity, she couldn't help but direct a confounding look toward him. I'm sorry, but are you traveling with the madam? Yes, in fact, it was a rather unusual scene indeed. Witches hailing from the upper towns rarely traveled directly to the border town using gates. Consequently, only commoners and slaves like Sawu were the ones to use the gates and travel by paying the fare on their own. A great witch like Amelia, who spent the majority of her time diligently working in the research building, was suddenly accompanying a slave like him. It would be weird if such a question was not asked by the receptionist. Sawu understood where she was coming from. Is there a problem? Aha, broken bar. No, of course not. The fare is £2 per person, madame. As expected of Amelia, Sawu thought inwardly. The sight of a bona fide witch, trembling incessantly in front of Amelia's presence, felt rather dissonant in his eyes. However, recalling Amelia's position and the power she wielded made everything fall into place, no matter how incredulous they may seem. Reaching out, 4 pieces of gold coins were handed to the receptionist by Amelia. Please, go down by the 4th stairway. Bowing to the receptionist, Sawu tottered behind Amelia, who hadn't looked back for even a second after handing over the traveling fare, capable of connecting 2 points of great distance. The portals were mechanisms of great intrigue in Sawu's eyes. The stairway consisted of stone steps that had the appearance of the steps of an atypical wine cellar. The steps led to the basement of the building where the main mechanism was placed. Halfway down the stairs, the image of flowing water entered the eyes of the traveling duo. Of course, it was not just any run-of-the-mill water. Thinly diluted traces of mana were mixed into the water to make it act similar to a mana potion. Due to the properties of mana, the water glowed with a faint, luminescent hue, akin to the glow emitted by a dimly lit fluorescent tube light. The liquid was quite mysterious, to say the least. Neither did submerging inside obstruct the water flow, nor did it wet the clothes, acting completely opposite to any liquid that Sawu had come across during his lifetime. Slowly, he walked down the stairs, his gaze affixed to Amelia's lithe back. Her head was already submerged underneath the mana-infused water. Descending down the V-shaped stairway, they came across another set of stairs that ascended upwards. Apparently, this set of stairs led to Border Town. The stairway itself was actually the portal that connected the 2 points. The whole process was very fascinating to someone like Sawu. Soon, Sawu arrived in Border Town feeling slightly dizzy and the head of the trademark repercussion of using the portal. 3. Amelia's gaze landed on Sawu, pitifully dry heaving as he felt rather nauseous at telltale signs of motion sickness due to traveling using the teleportation portal. Having ridden it merely 2 times before today, his body was not yet used to the feeling of dissonance that accompanied the relocation of mass amounts of distance. Janitor, I advise that you find a corner and just vomit. It will help relieve the sickness you're feeling. Oh, pardon a broken bar, madam. I'm fine now. Hearing his response, Amelia decided to move on, not paying him any heed. Brushing off the faint trickles of the mana-infused water sticking to her clothes, she climbed up the stairs to reach the platform. Compared to the Academy's platform, which had a large array and refurbished halls, Border Town's platform looked shabby in comparison. Broken bar. Sawu was taken aback by the sight, greeting his enamored gaze as soon as he left the platform that resembled a half-collapsed temple. Border Town, a town with a canyon carved into an assortment of cascading paths, facing the harbor. Huge layers of moss-covered cliffs provided ample space for people to live and support their accommodations. A dreary atmosphere covered the entirety of Border Town due to its ever-cloudy weather. The smog and the sea fog clearly had a hand in the creation of such a weather that blocked the sun 24/7. The dastardly raincoat that angered Sawu to no end was a daily necessity of this place. Located at the highest point of the Border Town, the platform provided a wide-angle view of the entirety of the town for Sawu to witness. The cliffs surrounding the port, arranged in the shape of a horseshoe, were a picturesque scene. The grandiose buildings mounting the cliffs were a mesmerizing sight to behold. Clearly, the people constructing them were simply amazing in their crafts. Among this assortment of wonderful sights, what truly amazed Sawu was the massive, 2 kilometers long, floating circle above the sea. It had another name, a gate, the portal that connected this world with the modern world. The name was very befitting as it was the gate to the world within the world. From that circle, ships of large and small sizes filled to the brim with smugglers that transported goods from the outside world inside the city of Jaina. Among the melange of ships, some would carry items imported from the world outside while others would carry slaves, just like him, that were freshly captured from the modern world. There were even ships carrying food supplies that will be used as stock distributed to the denizens of Jaina. The supplies were a must-have as the crops grown in Jaina cannot be self-sufficient. That's right, all of this only indicated one thing, the border in Border Town. The meaning behind it was pretty self-explanatory. A broken bar. It was the town that linked the modern world to Jaina, the world hidden within. By the way, Miss Associate Professor, if you don't mind me asking, what are you going to buy today? Sawu asked, his eyes still affixed on observing the residents of the distant harbor, scampering about the town like ants crawling on the ground. Cigarettes, and perfumes, As expected, there was nothing special that she needed to buy. If it was only that, there was no need for her to personally come to this place. It would have sufficed if she simply sent him to procure the items for her. Without a doubt, she had an ulterior motive in coming here, but what was it? He didn't believe even for a second that she had come to this distant place to spend some quality time with him. The thought of them being on a date never crossed the janitor's mind. Follow me to the Blue Snake Junction. Yes. As soon as Amelia started walking, So-woo covered her head with the large umbrella he had brought along with him for this very purpose. Of course, in no way could this scene relate to a cute couple sharing an umbrella under a light drizzle, emanating an aura of youth and romance. So-woo had to keep Amelia dry while he was getting drenched. It was the perfect portrait of a servant carrying the umbrella for his master. Nothing more, nothing less. Come to think of it, Miss Associate Professor Broken Bar, there was no need for her to traverse the path around the cliff like him. It was completely plausible for a witch like her to use her magical arts to jump off the cliff and gently land in the middle of the harbor. Alternatively, she could also use flight magic and levitate herself to the town below. If you go ahead, I'll run and catch up to you soon. I won't leave you hanging, I promise. So-woo's suggestion didn't stem from his concern for Amelia. In fact, it was a proposal made with the explicit purpose of keeping this girl as far away from him as possible for even a second longer. Even though his reasonings were concise and straight to the point, the blank look etched on the Great Witch's face dictated that she was lost in thought due to his very speech. He hurriedly added, doubting that maybe he had made another error with the stupid mouth of his that didn't know how to restrain itself. Don't you think the rain will ruin your pretty dress? This way, you don't need to stress about it getting dirty. Madame, a broken bar. He had made another reasonable appeal, but only a vague expression colored the witch's face as she kept her silence. It had been more than 5 years since he became acquainted with the troublesome witch called Amelia, but not once, not even for a single moment, did he see her making any expression close to what she was donning on her face right now. Amelia sighed briefly for the second time. Meanwhile, a ghastly expression painted So-woo's face as cold sweat ran down his back like a broken dam. He was getting scared out of his wits right now. Sire Broken Bar, my apologies for any misconduct I have committed. Madame, he had no idea just what kind of mistake he had made just now, but he chose to apologize nonetheless. It was better this way, So-woo thought as he waited for her response. Fear was taking over all of his senses with each trickle in the sands of time. Stop whining, it's annoying. Yes, So-woo walked after Amelia, closing his mouth shut, and putting the umbrella over her again. He firmly promised to keep this bothersome mouth of his shut till it was necessary for him to talk again. There weren't many people in the highlands, but with their gradual descent, more and more people entered their vision. By the time they reached the middle of the staircase, there were quite a few individuals around, drastically more if compared to the highlands. A grumpy muscular man who was dressed in rags rather than a raincoat. A skinny young man with an impression that even pirates would have no choice but to be suspicious of him for possessing an AK-47 rifle. A gloomy-looking granny, perhaps due to the lack of sunlight. An aura of gloom and insidiousness emanated from each and every person they encountered. In fact, walking around this eerie town that fit the very description of a dystopian remnant, while being a slave was rather intimidating. Hence, whenever So-woo had business in this town on his lonesome, he ran back home as soon as he was finished with his work. He didn't even bother looking around. The only thing on his mind was to get the hell out of this dump. This time around, however, there was no need for him to adopt such vigilant thoughts. At least, as long as he was with Amelia. Wherever they went, everyone bowed their heads and turned heels the moment they saw the sight of Amelia. It was like a deer being confronted with its natural enemy. The only option for it was to run for its life. So-woo was sure that there was no bodyguard in the entirety of Border Town that was more dependable than the witch beside him. Janitor, the sudden voice, tinged with the flavor of a malevolent bleakness, surprised So-woo out of his thoughts. While he had been immersed in his own thoughts, droplets streaming down the ends of the umbrella had found their way on top of Amelia's head. drenching it in the process. The sight was enough to almost make his soul leave his body in fright. Anxiety surged through every nerve of his body, as Sawu couldn't help but wonder just what kind of scolding he would be receiving from the devilish woman this time around. Hold the umbrella straight. Surprisingly, Amelia was unusually generous today, letting him off with just a single warning, evaporating the water droplets with her magic. She soon walked ahead, forcing Sawu to run after her with an umbrella in hand, taking care to not allow any more rain to drench even a part of her skin. All that Sawu could see in front of him was the back of Amelia's head as they walked along the zigzagged cliffside path. The sweet scent of perfume mixed with her feminine scent that lingered within the inside of their umbrella made his heart flutter with embarrassment. Compared to Jaina, which had a distinct medieval aesthetic due to the traditional preferences of witches, Border Town felt quite a bit different due to being disconnected from other cities and the many commodities which were brought from modern times by the smugglers being poured into the area. As the pair walked through the streets, they could see some sights that would be out of place in Jaina, such as the dock laborers dressed in overalls carrying several shipment boxes and the blue panels on the roof of a chicken skewer selling street vendor that could typically be found in modern factories. Speaking of chicken skewers, a broken bar chicken skewers used to be one of Sawu's favorite things to eat. Back when he lived in Korea, he especially enjoyed eating the Japanese style of chicken skewers, yakitori, which are typically grilled over charcoal along with some green onions. Despite his intense craving for the chicken skewers, Sawu was forced to be content with only the smell since he couldn't just go out and buy it while he was taking care of Amelia. Noticing the look of longing on his face, Amelia called out to Sawu, "Janitor." "Yes, ma'am, go and get two." "Wait, really?" He wondered to himself whether it was okay or not to still be getting this excited over food at his age, but he couldn't help but get emotional. Even the noblest person to ever live would begin crying tears of joy at the opportunity to eat some meat after having lived a life of only being able to eat stuff that could barely be considered food every day. He grabbed the penny she offered to him and made a beeline straight to the street vendor. "Give me two skewers, please." Yes, the lady gave him a soft impression as she placed the skewers on the charcoal-heated gravel. With the sound of water boiling in the background, the chicken started turning into a golden brown color, giving off a delicious smell in the surroundings. "I've never seen your face around here before. Where did you come from?" "Pardon?" After all, he was an Asian, which could be considered to be hard to find in Jaina. His mind was so focused on the chicken skewers that he didn't notice that the lady cooking them appeared to be a Korean, like him. "Ah, I'm from Korea." "Oh, really? I thought so. Are you a slave?" For now, the lady's eyes shone with joy at meeting a fellow Korean. "Are you serving the witch behind you?" "It's similar, but I'm not serving her directly. I'm actually working under City Hall." "So that's it." "Sure enough, it's good to belong to the City Hall. Slaves that get transferred to the workhouse always end up suffering greatly." "Haha, Broken Bar, it feels good to have met someone from my hometown. I'll give you another one on the house. Thank you so much." Sawu finally returned to Amelia after having a very wholesome conversation with the vendor, listening to the aunt telling him to take care of his health. As he went back, "Thank you, Miss Associate Professor. Why did you get three?" Meanwhile, Amelia, who had been using the umbrella alone, took the chicken skewers from his grasp. She gave me an extra since we both came from the same hometown." A broken bar, we can't just start eating in the middle of the street, so let's go eat over there." She extended her hand and pointed towards a structure with a long overhang that would be able to provide shelter from the rain as they ate. When they arrived, he folded their umbrella and they began eating side by side, leaning against the wall. Sawu noticed Amelia already biting into the chicken skewer and thus bit into the tender meat as well, which was dripping with seasoning. The fragrant scent of charcoal overlapped with the gravy, oil, and the sweet and salty soy sauce-like dressing deeply soaked underneath the chicken skin. The food was enticing for Sawu, who hadn't eaten anything since breakfast this morning. "Janitor." "Yes, do you miss your hometown, Amelia?" who had been quietly munching and eating meat the whole time, suddenly opened her mouth. He felt like he was getting asked a lot of silly questions lately. Has she changed her mind in keeping him as her slave? Or maybe, as Takasho said, this could be Amelia's approach in love. I would be lying if I denied it, Sawoo replied while stuffing a ripe green onion into his mouth. Jaina was a city created for the purpose of exploiting non-witches for the benefit of witches. Although there wasn't any visible oppressions, other than slavery, it was clear enough that it threatened many personal freedoms. I see, it was certainly strange that she's talking to him all of a sudden, but since the time he met her she was always the one to start and end the conversation. Conversation is supposed to be something to be enjoyed, but Amelia only ever said a few words at a time and then remained silent afterwards. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar crunch. Even though it was quite a large serving, in the end it was still just chicken skewers. Even if Sawoo eats 2 of them, they would barely be able to fill his stomach. A broken bar, you are humble. The moment Sawoo finished the chicken skewer and Amelia was about to open her mouth again, a loud noise suddenly rang out. Could it have been because of the heavy rain? The roof that had been sheltering the 2 of them from the rain suddenly collapsed. In an instant which was too quick to react, Amelia's shocked expression could be seen in slow motion with her mouth and eyes wide open. Sawoo instinctively reached out and covered Amelia's head with his body to shield her from the oncoming debris. Several pieces of wood repeatedly struck his back, head, and arms as he continued to shield her. If she asked why he protected her, should he reply by saying that his body reacted before he could even think? Sawoo covered Amelia as soon as he sensed something dangerous. The clothes he had on had gotten wet because of the water on the roof spilled onto him. His bruises made it look like a piece of rotten wood had fallen onto his head. The intense pain he felt made Sawoo feel so sick and dizzy that tears began to well up. A broken bar. When the pain had finally subsided enough for him to crack open his eyes a bit, he could see the adorable sight of Amelia's shocked expression. Now that he had overcome his dizziness and came back to his senses, Sawoo finally recognized the awkward position they were currently in. Sawoo had both his arms stretched against the wall on both sides of Amelia's head, tucking her into his shadow. Perhaps it was because he had subconsciously remembered not to touch witches carelessly, but when he thought about how he somehow never touched Amelia directly throughout the entire ordeal he made a bitter smile. A broken bar. A broken bar. A broken bar. Speaking of, the distance between their faces had narrowed as a result of their current position. They were so close that if Sawoo were to stretch his tongue out as far as he could, he would easily be able to lick her round forehead with some room to spare. The only thing he could see were Amelia's wide-open eyes, her eyelashes fluttering as if she was about to tear up even though her mouth was shut. His eyes were then drawn to her lips, clearly able to see them quivering even as she exhaled adorably. Sawoo never would have imagined he would ever end up in this kind of love comedy scenario with Amelia of all people. As they continued to stare at Iakuth-like statues, Amelia was the first to open her mouth. "Janitor, you're too close to me right now." "Ah, I apologize. I had no intention of doing anything unusual to you. This just happened without my knowledge, somehow." Sawoo began spouting gibberish as he leaned back away from her and swallowed his spit once more. What he saw next, while he was able to stop the falling pieces of wood with his broad back, it was impossible to prevent all of the rainwater that had piled up from soaking the both of them. As a result, Amelia's fancy clothing was soaked as if it had a whole bucket poured onto it. A broken bar. To make matters worse, the dress Amelia chose to wear today was very thin and pale, so when rainwater got poured onto it, the fabric began to tightly cling onto the body and turn translucent, revealing not only her subtle curves, but even the black bra narrowly wrapped around her modest breasts, which were just big enough to be held with one hand. A broken bar. A broken bar? Amelia averted her gaze from Sawoo, confused from his strange stare, then to herself. Slowly, after seeing the current state of her outfit, she suddenly froze like computer inflicted with lag. "Janitor." Hearing her call out his title as he was making a half-baked attempt of looking away, Sawoo quickly turned around to face her. Indeed, It was definitely Amelia standing right before him. Even when driven to this point, he couldn't so much as blink from her intense stare, so Wu believed that it had to be but a momentary hallucination that caused him to think she, a witch, was worried about him. However, when he looked closer, he could see her lips trembling, along with her usually pale cheeks being extremely flushed. "Did you get hurt anywhere?" Amelia gently raised her arms in order to cover her exposed body and inquired about Sawu's condition. He couldn't believe that Amelia, who was usually so cruel to him, was actually concerned about the condition of a mere slave. Slavery had been so deeply ingrained into his body that even common sense behavior like concern was able to make him extremely happy. "Oh, yes, I'm fine, thank you for asking." "Well, that's enough. I'll overlook today's mistake." If this were a love comedy, they would go straight to the motel with the excuse of drying clothes and washing rainwater, usually resulting in something else. Unfortunately for him, this was Jaina, the city of witches, so although this situation reminded him of some sort of love comedy, it was impossible for something like that to actually happen. A flick, all of the rainwater that covered their bodies evaporated just as Amelia flicked her fingertips. Amelia's dress, which had become embarrassing to look at when standing right in front of her, had also softened and dried, as if she had just gotten it out of the dryer. The smell of soil from the stagnant rainwater that used to surround them faded, and instead, the subtle scent of mint lingered around his nose. "Let's hurry up and go now." Finished cleaning them off, Amelia gracefully began walking as if nothing had happened moments prior. She took each step elegantly and precisely as if she were walking on a ramp with her heels on. "Excuse me, Miss Associate Professor. You only caught a glimpse of me through my clothes because I was wet from the rain." "It is nothing to concern myself over." Amelia's unusually hasty tone indicated that she was feeling embarrassed. However, that was beside the point. "Yes, I am very grateful for that. You to Broken Bar, then what could be the problem?" "The Blue Snake Junction is in the opposite direction. A broken bar, a broken bar, a broken bar." As usual, Amelia raised her chin proudly and arrogantly. She responded with a calm tone as if she already knew everything. "My name is Amelia Marigold. Do you think I would ever be ignorant of such a basic fact? I just wanted to see more of the doc." He tried to deal with it as calmly as he could, but Amelia still appeared to be rather embarrassed. It was quite refreshing for him to be able to see her flustered expression for the first time, and most importantly a broken bar. She looked cute. He had never imagined he'd ever feel this way for somebody like Amelia, who he had always despised. After all, it was definitely a worthwhile endeavor to throw himself over her to shield her from the falling wreckage. "I deeply apologize for saying something wrong. I'll make sure to be careful next time." Sawu then opened his umbrella back up and stood side by side with Amelia. The earlier scene then suddenly came to their minds as the awkward silence continued to pass. He felt pretty surprised. He never thought of Amelia as the type to wear such a sexy pair of underwear like that. For quite a while longer, he couldn't stop thinking about the bra, which was so thin that it was barely able to cover even half of her chest. The Junction was a wholesale and retail store that sold goods airlifted from the modern outside world by smugglers. Some shops in the Junction only deal with selling slaves that they kidnapped like Sawu, while others deal only with selling grain. Among them, the Blue Snake Junction is expected to be a target for witches, seeing how expensive the items they sold were. Additionally, the manager was also a very charismatic and sexy older sister type. "Welcome." A narrow hallway with a box full of goods, the high-quality fur and stuffed items used for decoration were the first to catch his eye, and various pieces of furniture were wrapped in covers and displayed. These appeared to be too expensive for an old, rusted oil lamp to illuminate. "It's been a while since you've been here. I don't come here very often, yet you still claim to remember me. I never forget a cute guy." The manager, who was sitting on the stand smoking an e-cigarette, winked at Sawu. Luckily there was a pair of Adidas sweatpants. He felt glad because it was something he often wore back in the outside world. The manager spoke to Amelia only after exchanging greetings with Sawu. "How did a noble witch end up in this humble establishment?" She was one of two people who could speak so calmly despite the fact that the person in front of her was a witch. Either she was a fool or she had nerves of steel. Perhaps this sister belonged to the latter. Meanwhile, Amelia, who seemed uneasy for some reason, took a peek at Sawu and the hostess. "This is in exchange for what happened earlier, janitor. Pick what you want." "Thank you." It would be pointless to ask if she were serious or not, because it was some kind of reward for the good job he had been doing. It was important to take the chance before Amelia changed her mind. That was the beginning of Amelia and Sawu's shopping trip. Amelia roamed the shop as Sawu was temporarily free, signaling the beginning of his shopping spree. She was an aristocrat, who also happened to be a witch. Thus, it made sense that she wouldn't have the same concept of money as compared to the everyday citizen. Her declaration of pick what you want would still hold true even if Sawu purchased the most exorbitant priced item in the store. Hell, she would even pay it in full without breaking a sweat. However, that didn't mean that Sawu could simply pick the costliest item in the store. He considered what would cause him the least number of troubles. If he bought the costliest item in the store, others might mistake his actions as him utilizing an opportunity to take advantage of Amelia's kindness. On the other hand, if he chose to buy the cheaper items in the store, it could be misconstrued by others as him looking down on the nobility, which would inadvertently cause Amelia to be implicated. Sawu felt burdened by the choices laid out before him. A broken bar. His thoughts cleared as out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a pair of Calvin Klein underwear sitting on a shelf in front of him. It was sold in packs of 5 and there wasn't a price tag that would have indicated its price. It was exactly what he had been looking for. The city hall only distributed 3 pairs of underwear every year, and even then, they were made of a roughly textured material that often chafed his skin. Sawu was deep in thought and hadn't realized that someone had snuck up upon him. "Oh, a broken bar, that's a good choice." The voice seemed to belong to the manager of the Blue Snake Junction. She looked to be in her 30s and the makeup round her eye drew the attention of everyone that looked in her direction. But what was glaringly obvious to Sawu was her midsection, her sweatshirt holding on to dear life. Smoke floated around her, and her resplendent beauty seemed like it had left several guys with broken hearts. Her chest almost grazed past Sawu's hand due to the close proximity of their bodies. "Is that so? It's one of our best sellers. By the way, where'd you bring Amelia to?" It would have been more profitable for the store if its manager was the one guiding the wealthy witch around. Thus, it didn't make sense for her to appear beside him at that moment. She already finished her shopping and is now sitting in the reception. "I really wasn't expecting her to be a smoker. She doesn't look the type after all." "You didn't say anything strange, did you?" "Don't worry." The manager smiled as she patted Sawu's shoulders, almost as if she was brushing the dust off his shoulders. Sawu's heart fluttered a little, and if one were to look closely into his heart, one would find at least 3 to 4 Cupid arrows embedded deep into its tissue. "Can I ask you something?" "Go ahead. I'll answer the best I can." "A broken bar. Are you a paramour?" Paramour, in the dictionary, it was a word that often meant male concubines. It was a word foreign to Sawu and he did not understand it until after he arrived at Jaina. The term a lover was more appropriate than paramour because, of course, no witch had ever been married, but still, in Jaina, a witch's lover would typically be referred to as paramour. Even to Sawu, the phrase a paramour is a little more humiliating as compared to the phrase a ching chong chang, a racist expression one might say when coming across an Asian. "I'm not." He decided to ignore it as the manager didn't seem to harbor any malice towards him, but although he had only been called a paramour twice, he still felt humiliated by it. "Really?" The manager leaned closer. Her chest, which had previously lingered above his arm, was now fully pressed into it. It felt like Sawu had sunk his hands into a soft pillow, the warmth enveloping him. Sawu looked at the manager, perplexed. "You're a slave, right? What's your name?" "I'm a broken bar." "Excuse me, but what are you going to do if someone sees us like this?" The obvious attempt to flirt made Sawu uncomfortable, as he slowly pulled away from the manager. Sawu, who had been conditioned by the twins, and Amelia had developed a habit of being wary around beautiful women. "What do you mean?" I'm simply asking for your name. Would it be politer for me to tell you mine first? I'm Larissa, the branch manager of Blue Snake Junction, a broken bar. I'm Shin Sawu, a slave managed by City Hall. Brown flowing hair along with pale blue eyes, paired with her long limbs, and a set of voluptuous breasts that it didn't suit her slim figure. It finally clicked for Sawu upon hearing her name. The reason behind her massive assets was probably due to the Russian lineage. Larissa stretched her hand out for a handshake, which Sawu shook without a moment of hesitation. Larissa's slightly bent fingers stroked across Sawu's palm. Her fingers felt ticklish, and more importantly, was quite a flirtatious act. Sawu hurriedly let go of her hand and tried to get rid of the sensation by repeatedly opening and closing his hands. Larissa looked at his actions, her lips slightly raised. You truly know nothing, do you? How long have you been in Jaina? Her smile seemed to grow more mysterious as she heard of Sawu's 5-year tenure. It looked like the smile of a predator eyeing their prey. Would you like to shake my hand again? As they did so, she repeated the action, where she would bend her fingers inward to scratch the palm of Sawu's hand. When someone scratches your palm when they shake your hand, a broken bar. Sawu was suddenly pushed up against a shelf as Larissa slowly whispered into his ear, "It means, I got wet just from the thought of fucking you." Sawu was caught off guard by the unexpected sexual remark along with the sensations that assaulted his hand. Larissa nibbled on Sawu's ear before increasing the distance between them. How did this escalate so quickly? Sawu couldn't understand the situation that he had been placed in. He had come to the store before to purchase cigarettes for Amelia the other day, and all she did was give him an odd look. It hadn't seemed like she had been sexually attracted to him. They didn't even know his name. It must be true that you don't have a typical relationship with that witch. It doesn't make sense how one of those arrogant witches would buy a present for a slave. Larissa proceeds to unzip her sweatshirt, revealing a white sleeveless top that covered her upper body, wrapping around her round chest. Sawu was entranced by the swaying motions of her bosom, fully exposed in all their glory. Her bosom and those alluring pointed nipples were like a magnet softly inviting Sawu's hands. By the look of things, you're not a witch, are you? You're more like a broken bar, a high-ranking official. I do often wonder how it would taste if I made love with a man that managed to catch a witch's eye. To summarize, Larissa is a promiscuous woman and Sawu piqued her interest since she believed a witch like Amelia was eyeing him. A man's worth seems to increase in this world if they are loved by a witch, let alone Amelia. Sawu had no idea what goes through the thought processes of women and the things they hide in their hearts. He who had been consistently attracting ladies was quite perplexed by the situation. It won't matter even if we take our sweet time. I distracted her with a bunch of cookies and a hot cup of tea. It wouldn't hurt to fool around for half an hour, would it? Larissa's hand sneaked under Sawu's coat. Her long delicate fingers wormed their way towards Sawu's nipples where she started rubbing circles around them. Let's give the noble witch some time alone with her tea, while we adults have some fun. Sawu was at a loss for words. Words could not begin to describe the insanity of the situation. No matter how Sawu tried to deny it, he still understood what Larissa meant by having some adult fun. Larissa amped up her assault on Sawu's body in response to the muffled response from Sawu. Do you even care about that witch, really? Despite the fact that I am of lesser social standing than she is, I'm convinced that I'm one step ahead of her when it comes to broken bar other departments. The melons dangled within her white shirt as she reached a hand onto her breasts and began slightly shaking it. Flincher, Sawu's member that had been calm and unresponsive, suddenly flinched. As she had claimed, her G-cup breasts were truly ginormous, easily dwarfing the size of Amelia's. Larissa pulled her sweatshirt over her head without a word. Her tits were so large, in fact, that Sawu wondered if it would even fit in his palm. It held an irresistible charm that no man could overcome. Sawu eventually succumbed to the urge and began exploring every nook and cranny of her chest with his mouth wide open. Milky white skin coupled with those delicate pink mountains, it reminded him of the tits on a Russian white model he had seen on media. Indeed, the holy scriptures did not lie. I touched yours, so it's only fair for you to touch mine. Interestingly, although it was Larissa offering up her bosom to be touched, Sawu was the one who started blushing. In situations like this, Sawu was supposed to be assertive. However, he had no idea how to act in front of such a bold proposal. However, the mystical power that the swaying boobs contained was beyond imagination. Almost as if a switch was flicked, Sawu's hands reached out and started fondling her breasts without hesitation. Sawu's fingers sank deeply into her flesh as he squeezed, the suppleness of the tits pushing his fingers out with an equal force. The massive melons possessed a considerable amount of weight behind them. There was a suppleness to her erected mountain peaks that was pleasant to the touch. It's quite awkward, holding them at this angle. Do you mind if I use both of my hands? Larissa giggled as if it were tickling when Sawu's hand squeezed her tits. He was unable to resist the urge. Honestly, it felt awesome, almost as if she was used to it. Larissa's hand snaked down Sawu's pants as he absent-mindedly played with her chest. Ugh, oh, a broken bar, you're bigger than I thought. You'd think someone as cute as you would have a cute package to go along with it as well. Larissa's lips parted as she used her tongue to moisten her luscious red lips as she began stroking Sawu's rod. Although there was little space for movement in his underwear, it received far more pleasure than he had ever experienced before. Come here, wait, am I new to broken bar? Larissa pulled Sawu towards her as she leaned onto a shelf. In a single tug, Sawu's pants fell to the ground. She then proceeded to part her lips, swallowing his manhood in its entirety. He had come to the store without properly showering, and after having walked around, it had accumulated a faint sweat odor. Yet Larissa didn't seem to pay it any mind as she unhesitantly began going down on him. Huk, herlock, hollock, sloppy, wet sounds started emanating from her mouth. Sawu made a futile attempt to stop her, but all resistance was for naught, as his resistance collapsed the moment his cock entered the deep caverns of her mouth. His legs felt like jelly, forcing him to lean onto a nearby wall for support. Holloka broken bar, holloka broken bar. Larissa possessed a surprising amount of skill in sucking dick. She knew of the perfect pressure and intensity, utilizing her soft hot tongue to caress his member. Sawu truly believed that he wouldn't be able to last longer than 10 seconds under these conditions. Still, he was a proud male in his element and it would hurt his pride if he showed any sign of weakness. He barely held himself together as he began to enjoy the experience Larissa's tongue brought. Sis, what time do you think it is now? Do you have any idea how many times you've repeated that question? Of course, it's the 55th time I'm asking this. Odile and Odette were waiting for Sawu at a hidden mansion in Taro Town. They had arranged to meet together at 3 p.m. However, it was already 5 p.m. Odile and Odette sat side by side, their shoulders touching. They were sitting on a bed and sullen looks hung from their faces. They had spent their time wandering around Taro Town, exploring the place. The twins had been waiting on Sawu for the past 4 hours ever since they reached the mansion at 1 p.m. Is he not coming? Although the assistant can be clumsy, he isn't one to lie. Come on, don't you think we should go outside and have a little fun? If you want to have fun, go out by yourself. I'll be here waiting by myself. Odette pouted her lips as she slumped onto the bed. It was the long-awaited break from their boring magic classes and Odette was irritated by the fact that she had wasted half a day waiting for Sawu. By the way, sis, what would we do if our master found out about our little prank? What do you mean, what will we do? Well, a broken bar assistant Sawu is both a man and a slave. A broken bar, I bet master will get really angry at you. A broken bar. Odile thought for a moment. In the beginning, she wouldn't have cared if a slave died, but assistant Sawu was the exception to the rule. They had formed a close relationship after several private talks and over their heated discussion in magic. That was only Odile's opinion though. We just have to help him then. I'm sure our teacher would be pleased to hear that a slave managed to discover how to utilize mana. It'd be an interesting sight for sure, but wouldn't it be better for us if we blamed everything on the assistant? Ouch. Odile gently smacked her sister's forehead. We are witches and noble aristocrats of society, and as such, we have our obligations to follow. Are you going to simply snitch on the assistant because you're afraid of our teacher's scolding? Aved silently sobbed as she wrapped her arms around her head. It seemed that Aved was still a little too immature. A broken bar. I understand a broken bar, but why do you have to get so aggressive? It's because you're too naive for your age. As the saying went, we have to take responsibility for our actions, and since Sawu had broken his promise today, our broken bar, he must be held accountable for that too. 3. Sawu felt a chill run down his spine as he received the best blowjob of his life. According to the ramblings of Tarkasho, no matter how unattractive a man was, there will come, at least once in their life, a phase of their life where there will be plenty of ladies chasing after him. Sawu had laughed it off, thinking that Tarkasho was simply spouting shit from his mouth without any real credibility, but nowadays, he began to wonder if he was the fool and if what Tarkasho mentioned was accurate. It started out with the twins, then Amelia, then Larissa, someone whom he had never before met in life until now. He'd been suffering in servitude for the past 5 years, and only now did women start to flock around him. You can moan if you want, either way, she's too far to hear them. That's enough from you. Larissa knelt at Sawu's feet, looking up on Sawu, her messy hair tucked behind her ears. She had merely teased his cock with her tongue, and yet the pleasure that he had experienced was on a whole another level. The symbol of femininity hung from her chest, gravity pulling it down. It swayed in hypnotic motions as she bobbed her head, his member in her mouth. Let's try something new. Our broken bar, how's this? Does it feel better? His manhood glistened in the light as Larissa held it in her hands, pulling back his foreskin. A rosebud-like member revealed itself in all its glory. Larissa's tongue poked out and inserted itself between the gaps of his foreskin and his raw member. A slurp, 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 slurp. Sawu was forced to increase the pressure in his legs as they threatened to give way. It was a different technique as compared to Odile and Adette's sloppy fellatio. Why's your nether region so hairless and smooth? Larissa asked as she devoured his sacs, running her hot tongue around Sawu's rod. She seemed indifferent to the fact that his cock was covered in saliva. Sawu felt like he was watching an Avenue actress perform her craft in real life. Each and every action she took was natural and performed without an ounce of hesitation. I squeak squeak. Sawu felt like he was about to come. His cock, glistening in saliva and filled with pre-cum, anxiously twitched in her hands. The urethra of his cock continued to ooze clear liquid. He hurriedly opened his mouth in an attempt to formulate an excuse. I don't usually finish that fast. A broken bar. You know what? It's truly fascinating seeing you're so hairless. It's almost as smooth as a baby's bottom, not to mention the size of this thing. Larissa snorted. An overwhelming urge to splatter his baby batter all over her face overcame Sawu as Larissa licked her lips, the red tongue rubbing over the red, luscious lips. No one could deny that she was an extremely desirable young woman, one who was capable of stimulating a man's deepest desires. Come on, a broken bar, we don't have much time, do we? I can't wait to get a taste of your homemade mayo. Smirking, Larissa twirled the head of his penis around her nipple. Sawu attempted to shut Larissa up but faltered after experiencing the intense stimulation building up in his nether regions. For a broken bar, let's wrap this up. We don't have much time left. She boldly stood up, her naked body exposed to the elements for all to see, and bent over a nearby shelf. Her garments were left around her heels, revealing her plump butt cheeks in all their glory. A broken bar. Sawu was lost for words. His gaze was drawn to her cheeks, so perfectly round and plump that they hid her other hole behind the mound of flesh. What are you waiting for? You want this, don't you? Larissa parted her butt, exposing her femininity in all its glory, glistening from the stimulation. Sawu felt the urge to succumb to his temptations, but managed to barely wrestle control from his inner thoughts. Amelia stood fewer than 50 steps away from their location. Sawu was aware that Amelia held a soft spot for him and realized that it wouldn't be wise to be caught in the act if her subtle actions were a hint of her romantic interest in him. He had no idea what the consequences of his actions might entail if she had found out that he had refused to yield to her even after 5 years of constant torture, and yet he would casually fuck another woman he had met not more than once before. Why the hesitation? Larissa began grinding herself onto Sawu's erect cock, coating it in layers of her love juice. The combination of both her bush as well as her sweltering flesh clung to his cock, creating a symphony of unique sounds, as if molten lava was being poured out. The warmth emanating from her entrance teased his sensitive shaft, one that had become warmer and stickier than any other part of a female body. "Do you like witches?" "No way." Sawu, whose thoughts were a mess, snarled angrily at the thought of liking a witch. It was undeniable that Amelia held a charm to her, but that didn't mean that Sawu harbored any romantic feelings towards the witch. The only emotions that Sawu held toward her were a mix between respect, fear, and resentment. "Do you truly believe that a witch is capable of loving a slave?" "Number. I'm asking because you look so foolish and naïve," Larissa muttered whilst licking her lips. "Your head must be in the clouds if you truly believe that a witch can love you. From my experience, as a woman that has been born and raised here in Jaina, the power they hold is terrifying. Humans can only play with humans just like how witches should only play with witches." Sawu couldn't decide whether Larissa was saying this out of genuine concern or simply to put him in the mood for some quick sex. Larissa, however, wore a solemn look on her face. "The higher rank a witch is, the worse the danger. You do know what they do to a paramour after they're finished with them, don't you?" Her words held the truth of the world, something only those that have come into contact with the dark reality of the world would understand. "Dead," a single word that frightened Sawu so much that his lust was temporarily stifled. "Why?" "You ask why? Well, it's because even among witches, the aristocrats are special. How do you even find out she's a noble? You learn to recognize the signs. Plenty of witches frequent my store every day." Larissa stopped to catch her breath. Compared to normal witches, aristocrats are far more arrogant and demanding. "Do you believe that a noble will keep a man, hell anyone for that matter, alive if they knew of their sexual preference or embarrassing sides? Who knows what he'd say when he's let loose into the real world?" "Buta broken bar." Amelia isn't the type of person to do that. A broken bar. Sawu had unknowingly come to the defense of Amelia. Although some witches do act the way Larissa characterizes witches, Amelia was different. Yes, she did have a childish, petty personality and even a cranky personality, but Sawu didn't believe that Amelia was as bad as Larissa made her out to be. Larissa smirked at the way Sawu's personality abruptly changed. "It's funny," she muttered under her breath, as she organized herself and put her clothes back on. Larissa was plenty aware that Sawu no longer had the motivation to continue. Being aware of their situation, whilst being aware is just sympathy covered in distractions. How tragic. "What?" "I'm talking about the paramour. A century ago, the relationship between witches and exiles was a perfect example of that, but these days they say that things are different." "Are you implying that everything was a lie?" Larissa held up the underwear that Sawu was searching for and placed it in his hands. "Maybe. Either way, you won't be able to do anything you desire if you're always afraid of her. Will you look at that?" Larissa grabbed a hold of Sawu's rigid rod, squeezing it before continuing. "If you have the time later, stop by whenever you're free. I'll let you experience heaven with my tits." Larissa squeezed her breasts together, jiggling them in a seductive manner. Sawu pondered if they should have just fucked and slightly regretted his decision. Tidying themselves up, the both of them stepped between the shelves and returned to the counter. A little dining table had been set up close to the shelves. There Amelia sat sipping on a cup of tea. It was way closer than Sawu imagined. Fortunately there was a distance between her and the shelf. Had they had been a little louder, Amelia would have heard the commotion. "Did you find something?" "Yeah, I will take this." Despite not doing anything immoral, it was still hard for Sawu to look at Amelia. Perhaps it was due to the shame he felt. Sawu brought out the pair of Calvin Klein underwear from a paper bag. Amelia replied without batting an eye. "Pack it." "Yes, Mom, I'll make sure to pack it with the utmost care. It's a part of the service experience of purchasing a high-end item after all." Larissa bowed her head as her eyes darted towards the area of Sawu's manhood. "A broken bar? A broken bar?" Amelia was confused by the exchange, whilst Sawu struggled to remain calm. The shopping trip finally concluded with the trip being paid for by Amelia. Amelia and Sawu stood side by side as they retraced their steps on the familiar path they took before. The rain had stopped when they left the store, and so there was no need for an umbrella between them. Their shoulders never met as Sawu was lagging a step behind her. "Miss Assistant Professor, I know I am late in saying this, but thank you so much for this gift." Amelia remained quiet, irritating Sawu, who took the opportunity to start a conversation. He had noticed that Amelia wanted to chat from the way her eyes occasionally shifted in his direction from time to time. Even if she wasn't aware of what she was doing at the moment, it was obvious to any third party looking in. She seemed eager to feign her serenity. Amelia took her time to respond to Sawu, taking approximately 3 seconds for her to turn and look at Sawu. Amelia replied, sounding quite pleased, "It appears that the gift I gave you was not for naught." It seemed to reference Sawu's behavior, which had become less hostile. Although he felt a little burdened by something, Sawu had no intention of telling her about it. "I was foolish in the past. As I mentioned before, I was blind to your kindness and your magnanimity, resulting in my recklessness." Sawu believed that he would receive another gift if he buttered her up. It seemed like saving Amelia from the collapsing tent today was a good decision. Would it be possible for the future to continue being so comfortable? Amelia continued her walk, not bothering to provide a proper response. It seemed as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders as Amelia took lighter steps. In any case, Sawu felt a soreness in his nether regions that had been aching ever since what happened in the store. His balls felt swollen from being unable to properly expel his load after getting hard. Amelia's seductive butt swayed in the air in front of him. Her calves were slick and did not appear to possess any fats. Her thin dress pressed up against her body and a subtle outline of her panties could be seen through the fabric. The scene in front of him overlapped with the situation with Larissa. The issue at hand was that Sawu could still feel his manhood continue to throb in his pants. Silently gripping his nether regions in an attempt to relieve the pressure, he followed behind Amelia. Arriving at the platform, Sawu's fantasy of going home and jacking off after a long time abruptly came to an end when a piece of information struck him. "Huh? You mean a broken bar? We can't use the portal today? It's a routine maintenance check, something you'd know if you opened your ears and listened." TSK, TSK, TSK. What it meant was that the portal would be unavailable for the next 12 hours due to maintenance and inspections. Sawu, who had been waved off by the receptionist, returned with a bag of gold coins. "Miss Assistant Professor, it appears that the portal is closed for maintenance for the next 12 hours. We won't be able to use the portal today." It was a funny sight. Sawu looked like a lover who had planned an elaborate date only to have missed the last train back home and who was forced to report the bad news to his counterpart. "Ma broken bar, shall we arrange a carriage then?" Amelia appeared unfazed by the situation. "Never mind, Lenormand Town is too far of a destination for a carriage anyways. After all, it wouldn't matter even if they booked a carriage. The portal would have been opened by then." Sawu felt absolutely stumped. He couldn't stay here for 12 hours. "What should we do? I know a friend who owns a villa nearby." Sawu was surprised in more ways than one. The first of which was that Amelia had a friend despite her horrendous communication skills. Second of all, there would be a villa owned by a witch in a small-time village like this one. And last of all, the fact that Amelia, who was known for her fussiness, decided to stay in Border Town without having to ponder it for a moment. She had the capability to arrive back at the academy in about an hour or so if she relied on her magic, and yet she made the decision to remain in this dingy village. Sawu tailed behind Amelia as he scratched his head in confusion. Despite the unique situation, Amelia seemed to still be in a good mood. Her steps held the same weight as before. Chapter 20, Border Town, 5. There was a slight issue, however. The villa belonging to Amelia's friend, the one she lent to her to stay on during this trip, a broken bar. They had next to no idea where the villa was located inside Border Town. The address given was unfamiliar to both of them. Amelia, born into nobility, was understandably unfamiliar with the geology of Border Town. Thus it fell to Sawu to figure out the location of the villa. With no clues nor maps at hand, he inevitably resorted to asking the passers-by about the location, thinking that the residents may be able to kindly point them to their destination. However, the only response he received were tilted heads and eyes brimming with confusion and doubt, thus with no one to help. They wandered the road for almost an hour with Sawu trying his utmost to figure out the directions to the dam villa. However, his inability to find out the location had resulted in an increasingly worse expression settling on Amelia's face and subsequently her mind, making Sawu almost faint from the blistering sense of anxiety he felt. "Please, could you kindly point me in the direction of Cloud Mushroom Village 112? Oh, finding it can be quite difficult for a newcomer. Listen closely, young man, lest you might miss it. It's in quite the enclosed area after all." Roaming the streets for a while more, Sawu decided to ask the reliable lady selling the chicken skewers from earlier, and she didn't disappoint. Along with giving him precise and meticulous directions leading to the village, the good-natured lady also informed him of different events regarding the village, events that he couldn't really find it in himself to give a damn about right now. "Thank you so much, really, you've saved my skin." "Why are you thanking me? We're both from the East, aren't we? Easterners should live by sticking out for each other, especially in a place like this." If what he heard from the lady was true, then they might have been lost all along. According to the rumors, the villa that they were searching for was located in the village that was formerly the primary living place for the witches of the town. However, the place had been abandoned for 10 years already. The exact location of this Cloud Mushroom Village was to the north of Border Town, straight in the center of a forest extending a considerable area. The original village had been overridden by this forest. Reportedly, a witch during one of her experiments royally fucked up and caused the widespread growth of thousands of oak trees, destroying the village. In the process, allegedly, the witch was said to have been expelled from Jaina due to this incident, which also accosted her with a huge amount of debt. From that moment on, this incident was termed as the Sprout Rebellion by the locals. Sawu shared all of his acquired information with Amelia. A broken bar. What if Miss Associate Professor's friend made a mistake with the address? I don't think so. From what I've heard, it was only built 3 years ago, so it shouldn't have been destroyed due to the incident. I see. Well, he believed that the meticulous witch, that was Amelia, would never make a blunder like this. She should have double-checked the authenticity of the info already. So, the only way left was to traverse the dock and locate the exact place of the villa by themselves. Ships carrying goods collected from the other side, the modern world, frequented the docks even at the tardive hours of the night. Floodlights, typically used in construction sites during the dead hours of the night, illuminated the night harbor with their incandescent glow. Meanwhile, slaves transferring the piles of goods from the ships could be seen as far as the eyes could perceive, being whipped every now and then to hasten their steps. In a corner, a large bidding war was held for a gigantic shark pulled out from an inconspicuous fishing boat, and on another corner, one could witness the smugglers busily counting the cash notes and exchanging them for gold bars. Rather than the distinct smell of the ocean, a musty stench of sweat, mixed in with the smoggy scents of opium and cigarettes, filled the entirety of the harbor area. Had Sawu not been lucky enough to land a position as a slave in the city hall, his fate would most definitely not have been better than those slaves, carrying goods while not even having the leisure to tend to the wounds and bruises inflicted. His body shivered instinctively merely imagining that horrifying scene. Amelia, however, didn't even give a cursory glance at the dreadful scene surrounding her, as though everything was inconsequential to her. She didn't even feel the slightest bit of guilt, fully knowing that this absurd system was the making of witches like her. That was the sort of person Amelia was. He was well aware of that truth. However, more than the feelings of displeasure or contempt, Sawu felt a bleak sense of disappointment settle in him at her actions. I can't. A broken bar. I can't do it. Our broken bar. Suddenly, a slave began to rebel in one of the loading docks. The slave, that looked to be in his 30s, threw away all the goods he was carrying and collapsed on the floor. No clothes could be seen on his upper torso, and merely pants of even worse quality than Sawu's were the last line of clothes protecting his dignity. Despite the fact that he was half naked in this chilly weather of the night, the hem of his pants was stained with the salt stains of his sticky dried sweat. "Is this bastard for real? You won't get up right away, will you?" Rushing over in his direction was a burly-looking slave manager equipped with a serrated whip. The surrounding clamor caught Amelia's attention, and thus they stopped moving as they witnessed the harrowing scene ahead. "Kill me. Just fucking kill me already. What kind of person can work for 16 hours a day?" The middle-aged man, with bloodshot eyes that emanated a maddening ferocity, started screaming fiercely and resisted against the manager even after being mercilessly whipped, busy thrashing the slave for his transgression. The manager belatedly realized Amelia's presence and got visibly flustered. He felt thoroughly humiliated. A slave under him was rioting while being in the presence of a noble witch. This was a testament to his incompetence. What else could he feel other than shame? Such was the mentality of Jailer's citizens, deeply entrenched in feudalism. Ishquin, reaching the limits of his shame and the subsequent anger, the manager unsheathed the curved sword from his waist. "Even though you were as slow as a pig, I tolerated your incompetence and let you go, but I won't stand it any longer." The moment the slave manager attempted to behead the slave, something unexpected occurred. A broken bar. Amelia stepped forward. "Stop, Miss Witch. Bastards like these need to be punished to serve as an example." The slave seemed to have gone mad already, as he had not stopped shrieking even once from the beginning to the end. Once the slave had spotted Amelia, however, he started yelling at her. Vulgar words poured out of the ungrateful slave's mouth. He had really gone mad from rage, it seemed. "Is that good-looking lady over there a witch, mate? Damn, they do look sexy, these rotten bitches. You fucking imbecile." The dastardly slave, having made the horrifying transgression of crudely mocking Amelia, got swiftly kicked in the head by the manager. Sparks may be lit against the manager if the slave's comments were deemed to be disrespectful. The manager had enough of the foul slave. As he tried to trample on the half-fainted slave, Amelia intervened, stopping him from stomping the slave to death. "I told you to stop. Did you not hear me speak?" "Yes, I understand, Madame." The manager reluctantly withdrew his foot. He was dissatisfied, but he could not disrespect Amelia, so he chose to remain silent. As he was familiar with the customs and the taboos of Jaina, he sensibly refrained from challenging the Great Witch's orders. The middle-aged slave, finally awake from his half-fainted state, immediately burst into an uncontrollable fit of grief and sorrow. "Why, just why? Why did you have to bring someone just trying to lead an honest life into this hell? Tell a broken bar me a broken bar why?" Crawling on the ground, the old man glared daggers toward Amelia, eyes blaring with untold fury. "Do you believe you're great, merciful, benevolent? Do you think your oh-so-great beauty gives you the right to trample on our lives? Just fucking kill me already, you whore. Kill me now." Seeing Amelia's brows twitch in displeasure, Sawu knew it was time for him to step in. So, he did step in. A broken bar. He was already aware of Amelia's nasty personality. He knew that she may lose it if things drag on. And a broken bar. He sincerely didn't wish to see her murder someone on a fit of rage. "Hey, uncle, please, calm down. Who are you?" Sawu could feel all the gazes of the still surroundings, all work coming to a halt due to the commotion. Nailing him down, shoving the manager aside, ripping off a piece of his jacket in the process, he came down to the middle-aged slave and wiped the mud off his weary face. "You're going to get yourself killed at this rate, so, please, let's be rational from now on, alright?" The manager was shocked by Sawu's outrageous act, but he was unable to stop him. How could he? The witch, Amelia, was standing still, watching the spectacle in silence. Abruptly, the slave stood on his feet and pushed Sawu on the chest without warning. "You're a fucking paramour, aren't you? I can see that from how you're clinging with that witch. I hate bastards like you the most. Do you know who did this to us? Who snatched our freedoms and turned us into this? Those bitches, like her. What's the difference between you and the pro-Japanese? A punch thus landed on Sawu, forcing him to retreat from the crazed man. Watching that scene, Amelia's eyebrows shot up, making her move from her position. A faint aroma of lilac lingered in the air. It was an artificial scent, as there was nothing apart from the dried seaweed latched on the shore. Not even a faint trace of a flower could be found in the harbor. Soon the scent became so strong that it gave one the illusion of having stepped into a garden of flowers. The sweet scent of lilac spread far and wide, masking all the nasty smells that emanated from the harbor, be it the horrid smell of dried fish, the salty scent of the sea, or the musky aroma of the exploited slaves. Everything was shadowed by the scent of fresh lilacs. This alluring scent, one that someone could only hope to encounter in the sweetest dreams, could never be natural. This was the great witch Amelia's self-essence magic. Through this magic, Amelia Marigold was enshrined with the title of the A Witch of Fragrance. As soon as the people caught a whiff of the oddities, they fled without a second of doubt. Even the angry manager threw his sword and fled for his life, showing the severity of this situation. Very well, I shall grant your wish if that's what your heart desires. Leisurely, Amelia's hand lifted in the air, pointing toward the lunatic slave, but before she could obliterate the mana broken bar, her wrist was firmly gripped by a hand. It was Sawu's. A broken bar. What? Her azure blue eyes, faintly glowing with the reflection of mana, trembled at the sudden intrusion. The transgression of touching a witch's body without permission, that too by a mere slave. It was a major offense that warranted extreme measures. Surprisingly, Sawu wasn't obliterated on the spot. Even the sign of slight surprise vanished from Amelia's face as her face slowly returned to her usual expressionless state. Turning her head, she questioned Sawu in a cold tone. What do you think you are doing, janitor? Do you believe this is the right thing to do, madam? A slave humiliated me in public, janitor. He seems to wish for death, and I'm only doing him the favor of granting him that wish. I see nothing wrong here. Wrong? That was not a word existing in the dictionary of a pure-blooded witch like Amelia. She was not going to listen, even if he endlessly preached to her about how ridiculous this system was. Yeah, you're probably right, but, Miss Associate Professor Amelia Broken Bar. Sawu gave strength to the hand holding Amelia's wrist in a tight grip, preventing her from extending her hand any further. Even though he knew that he could get fucked for this blasphemous act, he still didn't wish to witness Amelia killing someone. If the Miss Associate Professor kills that slave, I don't think I can ever forgive you. It was an absurd statement, bordering lunacy. It was a nonsensical statement to bet someone's life on. In what sane world could a slave ever threaten a witch as he did? Sawu was aware of the contradiction in his words, but he was still willing to bet on it. A broken bar. A broken bar. Sawu faced Amelia without averting his eyes from her. The witch silently nailed him with her gaze. After a while, however, Amelia's eyes, sparkling in the power of mana, slowly lost their glow. She retracted her mana, deciding to listen to Sawu. The dreamlike fragrance of lilac emanating throughout was soon replaced with the original smell of border town. Only then could Sawu afford to look at his surroundings. Everyone who had been screaming and fleeing everywhere halted on their steps, a broken bar together. Their movements were so in sync that it felt like they were doing a group performance. Slowly, the halted populace started moving again. What a broken bar. Just what was that? What happened? I felt like I caught a whiff of a lovely scent of flowers and then I was suddenly here. People buzzed about. Words indicated that they had lost a part of their memories. Unbothered by their clamor, Amelia walked past Sawu and approached the manager, who was holding the sword that had tumbled on the ground during his escape. Who's in charge here? I'm Jack, THE3RD Anchorage's logistics officer. Madame, the officer introduced himself in a deafening tone. Please investigate the slave's origin and send him to the appropriate location. If you leave him here, well, he will most likely drop dead in a few days anyways. Might as well get rid of the extra baggage. Yes, understood. Madame, the officer responded with the same disciplined voice of a new recruit filled with vigor. It was a starkly different response compared to the rudely behaving slave. Moments later, the middle-aged slave, seemingly still mad with rage, yelled at the departing back of a slowly retreating Amelia. His words are still harsh and full of contempt. "Why, I told you to kill me. Can't do it, huh?" Amelia didn't look back, opting to not respond to his taunts. Sawu stood next to Amelia the entire time, watching silently as the middle-aged man's echoing voice gradually died down. The officer covering the lunatic's lips with his hand played a huge part in finally ending this farce. "Thank you, Miss Associate Professor." Sawu was feeling ecstatic. He couldn't really pinpoint the exact reason behind his happiness. A broken bar though. What he could say for sure was that a broken bar. He was glad to know that Amelia wasn't a witch who was rotten to her very core. "Don't get me wrong, nothing in the janitor's speech caused me to change my decision." Amelia's voice was still as cold as always. Yes, Sawu could more or less understand why she did it. Even though Amelia was a cold and ruthless witch, she didn't wish to soil her hands in a fit of anger. Just when they were about to step foot into the path leading to the oak forest, clearly visible even from a great distance, a broken bar. Amelia's voice echoed beside Sawu. It was a distant voice as though she were reciting a poem. "Live like a noble while adhering to the path of a witch." "Pardon?" "That was the final teaching my master imparted to me. She used to say that to me on a regular basis during her last days." You see, a broken bar. Sawu was so startled by her statement that he thought he might pass out any minute. 5 years, 5 long years he spent with her, and this was the first time he heard her speak about herself. It was a great shock to Sawu. "I know what it means to live like a witch. Walking on this path, I think it's good to just live as I do now." Sawu glanced at Amelia's side profile. He had to admit, Amelia was the perfect definition of a witch to Sawu. There was none like her. However, in that lofty face of hers that shone with arrogance and stoicism, he felt that he might have caught a brief glimpse of a shadow of grief plaguing her for a long time. He felt as if he had just glimpsed the shadow of grief in her haughty, cold face. "However, I could never really understand what it meant to live like a noble." Amelia, who had previously appeared like a pretty doll, due to a dreadful curse, now appeared a little more human. Listening to her, Sawu voiced his thoughts. "A while ago, Miss Amelia looked far more noble than anybody I have ever witnessed." Amelia's expression, which had looked vulnerable for a brief moment, went back to its previous expressionless state. The sudden shift in appearance seemed forceful, almost stubborn. It was like she was obliged to maintain that appearance at all times. "The janitor needs to stop sounding like a smartass," Amelia snapped back at him. Sawu only smiled merrily in response to her angry retort.